Итак, всех приветствую на моем стримчике. Я отвечаю, сегодня будет разъеб стримчик. Сегодня мы будем просто, пушить эти 22к. Сегодня мы будем просто... Я вам отвечаю, сегодня будет вообще разъеб. Разъебаловка. Микродоп. Свойства. Фильтры. Шумоподавление. Усиление. Усиление, ёпта. Добавили усиление охуенного. Усиление, ёпта. Добавили усиление охуенного. Так. Стрим, понял, где идет. Так, короче, тогда что мы сейчас делаем? Что мы сейчас с вами делаем? Сделаем, наверное, предикты. Предикт. Опа. Инвент. Бравл. Старс. Сделать прогноз. Значит, так. СК. Стамина. МТ. Нави. Синта. Править. Разъёб. Вот предикт. Предикт. Крепить. Пон. Тампон. Чувствую жабу, что похоже, секси заберет, как вчера это было. А мне похуй, я буду сегодня часов 10 стримить, может быть, актив будет хороший. Так, значит, здесь мы все выставили. Так. А что там 7 этих? Это ладно, потом. Что там, блядь? Ясно. Окей. Где сообщение? Б нахуй. ВГД, блядь. ВГДшка. У меня стрим 10 секунд назад шел. В смысле, у тебя у самого? Говоришь, ты поставил. Ты ж поставил. Что ты показывал, точнее. Я же тебе показал уже. Ёб твою. Так я ж поставил, как ты мне написал. Нахуй я показывал, или уже поставил. Ну, вот. Все, ладно. Угу. Так. Жесткий 100%. Да, я буду с Нави именно смотреть матч, это 100%. Так, ой, бля, по клубу у нас все херово. А что мы сейчас сделаем? БП будем покупать. Карточки немножко отыграть. Поиграть, наверное, немножко. Чтобы этот, блядь, оно не... Ну, у меня стар не сбился. Потом стар новый заполнять. Надо поиграть минимально. Я так понимаю. Привет, батя Игната. Блядь, батя Игната. Пиздец, конечно. Тише. Хуяще. Все, это гол. Отвечаю вам. Ставьте лайки, не забывайте, ребятуки, ребятулечки. Да бля, я тут соло-то еще не могу даже вытащить, на. Блять, делаете. Че, ребята, когда БП покупаем? Можем сейчас, кстати, купить. Спокойно. Это, наверное, легкая будет катка. Ну, стенку бы разломал мне, не знаю. Там. Персик со средней. Какого-то. Проперл. Не знаю, типа, мне перс зашел, типа, но он охуенный. Ну, я хоть за него играл, я видел геймплей, он реально нормальный. По мне. Если купить на него гаджет и всю эту тему, там будет нормально. Он тут сидел, серьезно? Охуеть. Бля, я труп. Здорово, привет, Спент. Брал мама, привет. Привет всем, ребята. Всем привет, ребята. Ребят, вступайте в наш телеграм-канал также. Попрошу вас это сделать. Вступить в ТГ-канал. Бля, нахуй так разломал. Ребята, прошу всех вступить в ТГ-канал. Сейчас я скину. Бля. Всем доброе утро. Ставьте лайки также. Лайки. Это наша мотивация. Мотивацию надо поднимать. Я знаю. Это мотивация. Мотивацию надо поднимать. Езжи, бля. Привет, Саран. Всем привет, ребята. Всем еще раз пламенный, пламищий привет. Сейчас, короче, я скидываю вам. Могу купить БП, но это я сделаю позже пока что. Вы все подтянутся, ребят, по лайкам давайте догонять. Давайте, ребят, по лайкам догонять. Еще кидаю ссылку. Сейчас закидаю ссылку вам. На ТГ-канал. И вы туда вступаете, потому что вся информация в ТГ-канале. Не хочу вас терять. Актив такой. Так что давайте. Наш телеграм-канал, вот он. Я его закрепляю. Туда все сапку оформляем, ребята. Лайки также на стрим оформляем. Сапку тоже. На ТГ-канал тут сапочку. Переходите, подписывайтесь. Было бы охуенно. Я вот это вот. Ссылочка. Ебашьте просто сюда подписку нахуй. Будет охуенно. Желательно на стримчик не забывайте. Сколько у меня на 3 катки выиграть? Давайте проход сходим. Бля, Саран примет. О, заебись. У меня твой стрим включен, проверю, включен стрим по шмире. Нормально. Анализ гоняем, блять, подкатаем нахуй. Без звука. Классно. Я понял, что не у меня. Хорош. Хорош. Нормально, ангебой. Ниху... Я не ожидал, нахуй. Ну столько, блядь. Пизда у него банок, нахуй. Бля. Ладно, нормально. Топ-2. Ну, главное победы делать. Добавлять за победу, нет? Нормально. 2. Забираем. Если мы сегодня забираем 2 перца, блядь, это Перла и Сэнди, нахуй. Это вообще хуйно отвечаю. Чем смотреть будешь? Какой именно чем? Первый день чема? Буду. Печка медленная, поэтому догнали. Понимаю. Саранс, я тебе где-то, блядь, мы с тобой раньше где-то не пересекались. Мне ник твой вообще знакомый. Ну вот, типа, по смайлику, по нику. Потому что в каком году, блядь, 22-м, может, 21-м мы с тобой вроде играли. Просто я не помню, блядь. Ну реально, мы, бля, я прям большой фоне Саранза, блядь. Ну, не знаю. Либо как игрок такой знакомый, популярный, хороший. Либо хуй его знает. Так. Окей. Окей. Судос. Через 7 минут будет, знаю. Мы успеем сейчас с катки все отыграть. Сейчас на старе все пойдем играть в этот. Ой, пойдем смотреть чем. Не знаю, весь, не весь, посмотрим. Как там 8-баночная. Там у меня Бонни, блядь. Как там их... Там лох П можно добить. Тихо. Отходи. Вот там Честер. Что-то выебывается. В 22-м году... Во, я ж тебе говорил, блядь. Я не помню, кстати, тебя вот толком. А из-за чего мы перестали играть? Конфликт, может, какой-то был? Нормально, пошмели, ебашит. Найс. Найсовочка, ребята. Найсовочка. Так, нам осталось еще один раз отыграть. Полетели. Хз, почему? Вот я тоже не помню. Ладно. А вот сейчас снова играем, будем с его пушить. 20. До скольки еще не играть будешь? У меня в плане 1300 кубков сегодня запушить. Если ты со мной, то пиши, будем вместе ебашить эти кубки. Иксвар не спит? Как там? Так, нормально. Как там это, блядь? Окей. Куда? Весь день могу. Ну все, отлично, пушим тогда. Ладно. Ага. Что джин въебывается, бля, дохуя. Через стенку стрелять можешь же, да? Это дура, блядь, своим гаджетом не поможет. Ну, не знаю, как они 10 банок, наверное. Бля, что по ему? Пизду, блядь, хуеть. Бля, долбоёб. Бля, не думай мне, сука. Ну, блядь. Вот хилиться подождать. Ай, блядь, постоянно что-то пушу, как-то стараюсь. Мифически, блядь, нихуя себе. Монеты сейчас ебанутся, как всегда, да? А, нихуя. Значок на ниту. Нихуя. Чё, блядь? Чего-чего? А кто такие мне приколы расскажет вообще? Кто мне расскажет такие приколы? Что за приколы, блядь? Алло! Можно поиграть с дедом. Тебе привет, доброе утро, дедушка, любимый. О, блядь, никто, сука, не написал, блядь, ни кус, нахуй, ни скипер, вообще охуевший. Можно поиграть с дедом. Мы сегодня целый день пушим до 21к. 2 мифика, да я в ахуе сам. Не мой день, так еще и БП не покупаем, блядь. Бам-бам-бам. Доброе утро, Игнатик. Доброе утро, солнце мое любимое. Котик на кустике. Так, значит, ребята, что мы с вами делаем сейчас? Мы не идем с вами. Мы БП будем покупать после просмотра, наверное. Ну, долго смотреть, наверное, не будем, блядь. Где-то... Ждобрый. Ну, ждобрый, блядь. Внучок. Тростячок. Блин, мне уже компьютер, блядь, начинает тупить что-то с утра самого, блядь. Поехали. Где вы звук добавите, нахуй, нет? Ничего бывает. Нави. Хуяви. Вы звук... Блять, а где звук? А где звук? Вот звук есть? Нихуя нету. Как всегда, да. Че, пойдем играть или будем ждать всех? Че не включит? Не, через 5 секунд включит звук, да? Прокомментируй, Игнат, покажи силочку. Бля, что ты Ну, я прокомментирую Нави, так уж и быть, блядь. Что они там будут скажут. Ну, они запустили, либо у меня что-то встает. Ну-ка, я включу сейчас фон, допустим. Нет, у меня все нормально. А, я долбоеб, я звук выключу. Все, я дебил, я понял. Ну, там уже был этот звук. Good morning! Мы приветствуем вас на турнире по Brawl Старсу 2023 года, второй день. Доброе утро, ребятушки. Меня зовут Арк Brawl Star. Сегодня мы будем играть на турнире. Дальше не могу переводить и не умею. Ой, finals? And this is what their entire year's work has been leading up to. It'll be one last brawl to decide it all. Who is Не, ставь энергию на Нави. Вот это профессиональное комментирование хорош. Спасибо. Все за билет на мировом финале. Я вижу. Не, ставь... Есть энергия. Итак, поприветствуем собираться нашей команды. СК Гейминг КВН. О, Нави, блядь. Хуяси. Да. А это вчерашнее, блядь. Все, это ЛВ, я понял. Бля, прикольно, кстати, да? Там песня будет? Да. Там песня будет, 100%, я отвечаю. Какой ВН, нахуй? Ну, там написано ВН у них, блядь, на рубашке, нахуй. Я и прочитал ВН. Humble. Hello, добро пожаловать на турнир по Brawl Старсу. Сейчас 5 минут будет пиздеть еще, блядь. Сегодня у нас играют две команды. СК Gaming и Humble. Погнали. Йоу. Ангелбой, да. Куб есть, да, куб есть. У деда пиздаще настроение. Деда сегодня разъеб стрим. Ты Гролскай не любишь. Я шутил.
If you guys didn't know, here for the last chance qualifier, all the hypercharged brawlers are banned, so they're completely unplayable. However, they aren't banned, and they even can't be banned for the show match, so we'll definitely see some hypercharge action over there.
Забейте, у меня комп выключился нахуй, мне электричество офнули. Я сказал СК, типа я пошутил про СК, у меня комп вырубается. Все нормально. Электричество офнули просто и все.
Shelly can't be played, Spike can't be played, because there's some of those hypercharged brawlers, so it really has shaken things up for a few of our teams here as well, and even teams who we felt kind of heavily reliant on tanks, such as Navi, really showed their worth yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a surprise, definitely, for sure, but at the same time, you know, I think the fact that teams can adapt to the sort of bubble metas that we're having right now is a challenge of its own. But let's give a look at our predictions, Trav, for today. What do we have here? Pretty much all the same except for Revenant versus Reconic. And Trevor, you're the one that's going in a different direction.
Yeah, I must say, you know, I think we're pretty similar across the board, but I've just had faith in Reconic all year long. You know, I had that absolute breakthrough prediction when I randomly just went, you know what, Reconic are going to win the final this month, and they did exactly that. So possibly we're going to see some of the same again, but I do think that is one of the closer games of the day as well. I think Revenant and Reconic are very, very evenly matched. Honestly, I hate to say it, but I think it depends on whether Sergeant shows up or not.
I was about to say, I think it's going to be the Surgeon show again, and I'm hoping it is. I want to see some crazy plays from him. Across the board, I mean, we are pretty much on the same page, but that really doesn't mean all that much, because yesterday we agreed for tons of answers, we got so many of them wrong.
Well, looking at this first matchup, SK Gaming versus Humble, and as I said, European showdown. Yoshi, OP, and Chaos on the side of SK Gaming. Really strong roster. Everybody in this competition came into it thinking they were probably the favorites alongside Reject. They proved a point, and Reject have still got their point to prove. But SK Gaming have been playing absolutely amazing throughout the later portions of this year, and I think it hasn't stopped
не продают. Скажи деду, блядь.
Yoshi and Ope, two Spanish players. Ope, the only French player remaining in the World Championship. Together, they do have a top 8 in the World Finals 2022, a top 8 in 2021 as well. Their opposition, though, is definitely fierce as well. Coming in as the ever underdog, it's going to be Team Humble, Luki, Cyclone, Tomzy, and Kanan. A 4-player team with some big achievements this year. They managed to make 2 top 4s in the monthly finals, 3 top 8s. Consistency was their path to success. Let's see if it can still be here against SK Gaming in their final match of LCQ.
I mean, that's the thing, you know, Humble, they're always there, they're always present, they're always consistent, but they haven't had the higher peaks like SK Gaming have. You know, SK have had 2 seconds in those monthly
Humble позорится.
top
Если Humble выиграет,
3/4 getting to those semi-finals. So I do feel a little bit worried for them. But at the same time, if they can bring some better games, because they're still
противоположная команда.
Desired yesterday, Humble. Whereas SK, they came out and they left it all on the floor.
Yeah, I think experience here, as much as like we'd love to just compare their achievements, I think experience is what makes a big difference between those two teams. As I mentioned, we have some multiple-time world finalists on the side of SK Gaming. For Humble, this was their first BSC LAN. They have some LAN experience, but within the Brawl Stars Championship, it is their first year at LCQ, and that is definitely a big challenge for them. And I think that was probably the root of some of their problems yesterday, just struggling to find their feet a little bit. And I mean, there's so much going on, you know, in a LAN event, so many factors that you're not necessarily prepared for if you just don't have that experience behind your back. So they've had day one to iron those things out a little bit, and I talked to their manager just minutes ago, and he said they were confident. He thought it was going to be a great day, and that's a one-on-one quote.
Потому что, типа, вот этот он здесь, а это типа OBS, типа, чтобы расширить. Типа вот. Так вот. Да, сказать, что хуёвое. Короче, он типа делается вот так. Так вот. И типа вот так вот.
Yeah, last stop, not necessarily a fan favorite amongst pros just yet, but it is going to be a very fresh match.
Короче, здесь надо захват экрана удалить. Просто на сцену другой переключимся и все. Еще по качеству BS, все нормально. А ты гений, да. О. Бля, ебани сетов играют нахуй. Это пизда, ебанешь.
SK are favorites, and that's just the way it is. Humble, they better have come incredibly prepared for this matchup because it might just be their last in the Brawl Stars Championship 2020.
Бля, прикиньте 5 сетов отыгрывать, ебанешься.
You know, obviously people are going to predict SK Gamer right 89% to 11. I don't think it's that far apart, but obviously
проход вернули. Оно сейчас есть в ШД, проход.
In my eyes, I'm giving it like a 70-30 in favor of SK Gamer, and I think that's a pretty
На 3 матчей играют.
description of how each team's chances are, because SK Gaming just coming into one a massive favorite. Genuinely, the start to the year for both these teams was pretty comparable. Neither of them had a very good start.
Что будет, если они выиграют.
But SK just
Кстати, я думаю тоже, что будет.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that for SK it was a worse start and a bigger like pickup as you
Там чела не кукол нахуй. Кукол. Шучу.
The incredible year, but it can still be.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing, right? Humble always, you know, they were just always getting that quarterfinal and losing. They obviously made it out a couple of times to that 3/4 spot, but at the end of the day, you know, if you're not getting further on than that, then I don't know.
Эти вот бабки поставил чел, блядь, вот на Humble, нахуй, если не выиграет. Он такой, блядь, кэшбэк, блядь, это пизда. Прикинь, сколько бабок он слутает, нахуй, это ж пизда, блядь.
Yeah, they definitely have. I think one of the big challenges here for Humble as well is that if they were facing each other online in a monthly final, I wouldn't go 70-30. I would go like 55-45 or 60-40 at most. Problem is, we're at LAN right now, and LAN, that is the domain of SK Gaming. When you have an iChaos on stage, you better be scared because he is going to be yelling, he's going to be confident, he's going to be celebrating after every victory, and that can take a little bit of a toll on the mental of your opponents when they don't have that sort of experience, when they're not necessarily like emotionally as immune to the BM and trash talk. So I think that might be a little bit of an intimidation factor that I would definitely not count out as something that will be affecting Team Humble because they just don't have that sort of experience just yet. They're a young team with very young players, just like literally in age. Those guys, some of them have only been eligible for competitive like for like a year, you know? And that is always something to keep in mind, but that does bring some freshness as well, and maybe a side that SK Gaming hasn't seen from Humble just yet.
Можно мне быть тренером, просто кланясь бабки лутать. Я тебе скажу так, блядь, тренером быть, не так просто, это большая ответственность, нахуй, и ты не будешь кланясь бабки лутать. Сейчас сложно СБЛ. Типа, чел просто советует кого пикнуть. Нет, нет, нет. Говорят, пока можно пики на сикзелфон Скипа голоса нету, блядь, он как спайк, нахуй. Короче, тренером быть это очень большая ответственность. Это больше ответственности, чем ты, блядь, играть будешь. Во-первых, должен смотивировать игроков, дать им установку на игру, блядь. Короче, там пиздец. Так а что, может мы БП купим сейчас? Что, как думаете? Может БП сейчас купим? Какие вообще планы у вас? А где звук куда делся? Блядь. Че, ребят, БП может? Блядь, пиздец будут 1000 лет нахуй. Перс средненький, если хочешь покупай. МБП, МБАП. Чё, блядь? А мне выбора нету. Я по-любому следующего ПВ не куплю. Почему перс средненький? Нормальный перс, типа. МБП. Вы дебилы? Что вы пишете, блядь? Давайте, ладно, хуй с ним поставим этот. Ёмку, нахуй. Бля, заткни ебало, нахуй. Я вас пока вырублю, пока вы там пиздите хуйню. Поехали, запись стоит. Поехали, поехали, помчались. Откуда куста ВП? Он задонил, блядь. 5000 гемов. Бамс! Ай-ля-пота, ай-ля-пота. Погнали забирать награды. Какая ляпота, я вам отвечаю. Если это я все сейчас хаваю. Ляпота. Возьми.
А до какого числа он действует?
Я не знаю. Мамке позвони, спроси.
Позвони.
Ну позвони, спроси. Я занят. А не думал, сейчас себе купим 5 блингов, ты чё? Так, ну мы, смотрите, получается, забираем же, да? Новый спрей. Ау. Ау, мама, какой мальчик. Шпальчик. Мальчик. Это плюс квест, кстати, еще. Мы только на 37-м, блядь? Что-то хуя. Там иконка еще, я знаю. Опа. Сюда. Сэнди, шпенди. Дай мне хоть куда закинуть сейчас. Дай мне хоть куда закинуть, хоть Артура, блядь. Где Артур? Раз. Погнали. Артура позакидываем пока что. Погнали этого, блядь, открывать. А у икон какая охуенная. Я Артура все позакидываю, блядь. Смени набор, я уже сменил. Эксклюзив только у меня. Реально. Эксклюзив только у тебя. Это все? Это все, что мы залутали, блядь? как-то маловато. Ёпта. Ёптель-моптель. Ладно, нормалек, думаю. Так, останавливаем запись. Давайте потом скинем Артуру. Ага. А квестов тут вообще толком и нету, блядь. Теперь надо затросить, да? Игра еще не началась. Я понял. Ага. Так а что вообще этот, блядь? Можно на Перле поиграю с Sunrise? С БП окуп, все, блин, 4К, да? Если Sunrise не против, то я поиграю. Бля, есть, короче, фон для Сигмы. Ну, так и написано. Фон для Сигмы. Там АП, блядь. Уебищная. Да, ФНП вообще хорошо покормил. А вот что, мне разрешили, короче, ребята. Сейчас зайти сперло. Все, больше нельзя, блядь. Ну, сука, есть возможность только прокачивать. Так, мне разрешили зайти сперло, нахуй. На гаджет не хватит потом. А что типа лучше пассивка для Сигмы? Для тебя и меня. Не, у меня в понедельник секс будет. На активацию запертать на 50% меньше жара. Флай защиты. Когда тебя выше 20%, получается 20. Чуть не купил на 38 гем. Да не, нормально. Приготовлено с любовью. А, нихуя. Ну тут гаджет я хочу купить 100%. А у меня на пассивку не хватает. Блядь. Пока с гаджетом походит. Бля, мне сейчас столько монет надо, этих очков силы, нахуй. Ебанётесь, вообще пиздец. Гемо. Как этот, как, блядь. Каким-нибудь, не знаю, не русский. Разговариваешь. Сорян, посоветуй. Посмотрим потом. О, бля, я за... А что это такое, блядь? Что за хуйня? Накапливается, блядь, такой не видел что-то. Сюда. Ты ЛСК смотреть будешь? Да. Так они еще не играют, ты сказал. А что это за хуйня, не пойму, блядь. Вот это вот зачем? Чертовщина, нахуй. Объясните, что это такое? Я не шарящий человек, блядь. Кто играет, объясните, что это такое, потому что я что-то, ну, не бум-бум. А, не пизда, да? Бля, Бравл похоже на хуйню страшную смешно. Кстати, да, это хуйня, блядь. Я не помню, как его зовут там. Найс. Мы его убили. А, тебя не убили, блядь? Хули ты, блядь, мертв был? Воскресился как? Бамс! Бамс. Ну, кстати, Перл имба. Имба, ничего не скажешь. Хороший персонаж. Не значит, ты говорил, что он средненький, блядь, мне зашел. Хороший перс. Хороший, на самом деле, персонаж. Чем больше накачивается, тем больше урон. А, все, понял, прошарил. Сторон, объясни, дедули. Я уже объяснил. Я сам хз. О, Макс. Что, будем все скринить Артуру кидать, нахуй, потом в чат кидать, блядь. Итоги стрима, так скажем, потом кинем. Что за лола? Здесь рофл был? Что за лола, блядь? Действительно. Кто это такая, блядь? Какой редкий, блядь, хуйняка. О, блинги, нихуя себе. Что, значит, начался, нет? А, все, пошлите. Пошлите смотреть дальше, блядь. Потом пушить будем. Пятибан уже пошли. Все, увидел. Сряд как лола. Пикибан, потому что матч начался. Игра приостановлена. Реально. Чуть да, прима не пикните какой-нибудь. Гейла, блядь. Ну я прима сюда пикнул или розу бы. 20 минут пиздели, согласен, вообще охуевший.
They are looking to go in aggressive, and I like what they're going for here. I like that they want to just kind of, get in there and be aggressive and not play the slower play. We kind of know it, but just intimidate Humble, because they know that if they're winning in this set, they're gonna be like, winning in an aggressive fashion, winning in a dominant way, and that's what they're looking to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, I like the Squeak pick. It's a very good pick, but Fang and Stu into it is going to be dangerous for that Squeak, and they've got to compensate for that. That's why they're going to pick up that Otis. Bit of a tank counter. When Fang's going to come in, that mute's going to be placed onto him. Still going to do damage when he bounces, but at the same time, at least he won't be able to follow up with, a roundhouse kick to stun them out, or those follow-up shots that do a decent amount of damage. Humble, now for their last pick, then SK Gaming will have their final one afterwards to be able to try and counter out the whole Humble comp. But at the moment, I'm liking that SK Gaming composition just that little bit more. But Sandy's
Разубание. О, Сэнди нормально.
Fang down as well, and I kind of like it. The Sandstorms here are so strong.
Yeah, they really are. I think that, it is a little bit scary still as a Sandy. You're not gonna have a massive amount of burst DPS.
Несколько ПМ. Давай приятно.
No one really has on the side of Humble. It's gonna come down mostly to team play.
Нормально, напарник умер. Напарника жил.
So they have ways to shut down the Fang, but mostly when it comes to just taking him down, they need to play together. They need to not be too spaced out from each other, which is sometimes a little bit counterintuitive, because you also don't want to be bunched up together against the Fang, or he's going to be cycling supers against you.
Каннибал, реально.
Final pick here for SK Gaming. Not a bad one. Carl just a little bit more off meta now, considering Carl has kind of always been meta. I feel like right now he's in the weakest place he's been in a long time, but he's still very much decent, and in the right matchups, they can make it work.
Which he does have as well, because all three of them are going to be dominating Squeak, putting it that way. I think Squeak's going to have a very hard matchup with how aggressive SK Gaming they're going to be coming here, but it's a matter of whether he can deal with it or not. Four sticky residues, sorry.
Уже играют, нормально.
Brings Yoshi quite low and pitches OP, and it's just a matter of how it's played. Already some charge for Tomsy as well. Fat splash from Cyclone onto Chaos, and he's so low. The dash, but the roundhouse kick doesn't work.
Нихуя себе, блядь. Хамбл уже забили.
But it wasn't necessary anyway.
Ебать.
Trying to bring speed and aggression on their side, but so far it is Humble.
Он не отказался.
Was a very, very early game goal. And another kill there from Luki. Super well connect onto Ope. And that should be a walk in the park here for Humble. What a way to start. Humble taking game one.
38 seconds as well, bear in mind. That is absolutely rapid, and that's going to give them some confidence as well here. SK Gaming just seemed, like they weren't ready to start playing today. It was really disappointing start for them. But then again, that could just be down to the comp. The sticky residues early on was so strong, and he's going to place another one there as well. Not going to get as much value this time, but Yoshi does eventually walk onto it, and Humble start to establish control again.
Yeah, another rough start here for SK Gaming. A player goes down.
Иди нахуй. Ёб твою мать.
Trying to push forward and create a little bit of space for SK to just start taking some map control. So far, in this set. They've only been fighting on their side of the map, but a chance here to push forwards. Yoshi goes in, doesn't manage to get out, but it's gonna be a double kill. Make it a triple here for SK Gaming as they lock in the goal.
Yeah, there you go. That's SK answering back, and that was absolutely beautiful as well. Down comes the sticky residue once more, and now the Sandy going back onto that stew. Slowed down and not really moving too much, but 3 supers on the side of SK Gaming. That is just an aggressive push waiting to happen. Tom's getting hit as well by both the Fang and the car, which brings him going as well. But still got a swim in hand if he wants to stop Yoshi from going for that lunge. And now Lukey moving over with some decent HP and a super available too. Chaos going to get hit by that as well. Starting to push out and finding some room.
Oh, the Carl Super. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade there, but there was another kill actually, and Chaos closes it out. That is the game for SK Gaming, and we are all even.
Да, забили. Раунд выиграли.
Once you start to iron things out, realize the mistakes you made in the first and how fast it was for Humble. There was obviously a lot of mistakes to iron out for SK Gaming, but they managed to do it anyway. Into this third game should be going shortly, and this is going to be the decider of who takes this first set.
Yeah, it is one of the aspects in which SK shines the most. Just adaptation mid-set, making sure to make the right changes just about in time. Aggression there from Obey.
Блять, сука.
Still able to get some nice tags from afar.
Иди нахуй.
A bit on everyone there. Has super now as well. Is going to be looking to heal up and potentially going aggressively.
Да блять.
On one of the lanes.
Сука, ёбаное управление просто нахуй дебильное, блять. Сука, я нажимаю на... Бля, это из-за блюстакса забей. Я бы их выебал двоих. Забей, это, блядь, управление-то ебучее. Конченое. Нажимаю сюда, блядь.
The answer going to go in for the stun there, but the reverse stun from Tomsy as well. Sweet Dream sends it to sleep, but now in goes Ope, and Tomsy's not in a position to get that stun down either. Cyclone's going to fall too, and now it's Tomsy versus Chaos for this mid, trying to retrieve this ball. Good shots from Tomsy coming through, but Yoshi searching for another super. Another Sweet Dreams used by Tomsy. Through comes Yoshi yet again, but the Sandstorm is there, but Humble just can't creep far enough forward into it.
Yeah, they don't have the most range here either. Ope gonna get the kill onto Cyclone.
Нажимать постоянно.
Sticky residue was nice, but it's gonna be gone now. Tomsy still very low HP and he's getting shot at from all directions. Eventually falls to Ope. What can Humble do here? 50 seconds left. They started off the set so well. But right now, they're on the verge of losing it.
Еби нахуй.
Yeah, well, the mute was there onto Yoshi.
Даёшь.
Desired target either, but SK just keeping control, and why not? 35 seconds on the clock, and they've got a goal in the bag. Lukey trying to push this around the left-hand side now. Tomsy's very, very low. Carl going to move over to Lukey as well. Dash coming through from Chaos. Gets one, gets two. Surely Yoshi going to come in. The mute's there from Cyclone, but the kills are from SK Gaming. Surely a goal. There's the trade. The super in.
Nice, СК, красавцы.
A reverse sweep here in our opening set.
Что СК начал сомневаться, когда они там, блять, отдали первую катку, первый раунд. Сюдос нахуй. А где, блядь, третья команда? Ладно.
You can count on SK to make the right decisions.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good look at SK as well, especially after that first game. If you kind of disregard that, where Humble dominated it in, what, 38 seconds, I think it was, then SK Gaming looked phenomenal. As you said, the adaptations that they made were really, really nice and managed to claw it back bit by bit. And then, you know, after that first game, they just started going aggressive, and that's what their comp was built for. Flying hooks to other sides to catch people off guard. Good lunges from Yoshi as well, as Chaos just going aggressive with that stew. And I think overall, they just played the comp exactly how it was meant to be played in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, they really were. Looking at the stats here, it is fairly even across the board. It is going to be Ope and Cyclone top fragging for their teams. Very similar DPS on their ends as well. Lukey on 5 as well. Tomsy on 2, a little bit On the lower end, there are Yoshi and Ikeos, 4 and 6 kills respectively. So across the board, very much a team effort here for SK Gaming. Right now, I mean, I feel like we can see a little bit more individually still on the side of Humble as well. But they're gonna have to just focus, get that mental reset getting into the second set here, because you don't want to start off the series being 2 sets behind. Last stop, one of the most recent additions to the BSC map pool, an all-new map, so not just new in the rotation, it is literally new. It's been a bit of an interesting
мне похуй на эти копейки.
Some launch pads as well, so it can be a little bit chaotic. I'm not gonna lie, Trav, I'm not entirely sure what to expect here picks-wise. But maybe you can enlighten me on that.
I mean, to be honest, I think tanks are going to be very solid thanks to their grass on pretty much both of the sides. But then again, they could be banned and tank counters could be the way forwards as well. Rosa going to be SK as well, so Fang, Rosa, Nani for SK, and the Rosa 8-bit and Otis for the side of Humble. Maybe that's, you know, Humble wanting to go aggressive still, banning out the Otis might be the answer to that. SK Gaming going to take this first pick. I do think this kind of gives Humble a bit of a lifeline. Buster's going to come in, which is obviously very, very strong at the moment. A lot of people would argue the best brawler in the game. But I think a bit more of an unknown map might help Humble be a bit more unpredictable.
I think this is the sort of elements that can really benefit them. If they did manage to prepare it really, really well and have some nice strategies in store, this is your time to go all out. In a group stage, I can understand if you might not even want to necessarily use like your crazy tactics and comms. Here, you want to use whatever you got in store. It's going to be a cruise first pick here for Humble. Let's see what's going to join its ranks. They will need something good here. Meg, okay. We'll have some good damage from afar, some decent burst from up close as well with the super. Not necessarily the biggest fan of Meg's right now, but it's definitely not bad. Definitely not bad.
Басер твой любимый из нас. Я знаю.
I'm not really the biggest fan of Meg in the meta at the moment, or really on this
Такие сволочи, блядь, а. Сволочь нахуй нам. Вилки это ебучие.
Does scan a really nice amount of it, but at the same time, it's not going to do that much damage, to be honest. And Lola's definitely going to do a bit more damage and still cover that area. So I do like that.
Айкос на бастере, блядь.
Something they're lacking a mid, maybe, so that's something that they might reach for now.
Мы бастера не допустим. Че, блядь, еще надо Перла, Сэнди, бастера пушить, это ж пиздец. Я вам отвечаю.
Could be to just go for a little bit of a more poking game with something like a Gene. So there are options for sure. I'm really curious what the
Какой Айкос? Айкаус. Айкос. Я его Айкос называю. Ничего не знаю, блин. О, Амбер. Что уебаешься, блядь? Да хуя выебись, ты чел.
So I don't mind that pick from Luki, and it's been a while since we've seen some Amber, to be honest with you. It was quite the pick on open zone, on hot zone, and that's where we mainly saw it.
Кубанок, блядь, это все мне нахуй.
Let's get ready
here
for set number 2. Player focus players are ready.
Детрайп. Не знаю. Умер.
Go all even or SK might go the distance and start really separating themselves in this matchup.
А еще, блядь, легкая.
And he has control. The Amber didn't quite have the chance to burn down the bushes just yet.
О, поехали. Ебашим. В этом бастер, блядь, выживает как может, да.
He's patient though. I like that he's not just burning the bushes and he's waiting for a push instead. And he's gonna go for the burn on the bushes of the mid instead. And actually doesn't even get the connection.
Бастер си скину такой еще хочу, пиздец.
Ikeos does not have ego to work with, and he will end up falling to the poison of Luki.
Повторится вновь история. Иди нахуй. Вы мать ебалой. Нажми на кубок. Какой? Чё, суки? Еби их. По-китайски, нахуй. По-бразильски, блядь. Найс, нахуй. Да, блядь. Мне 5 очков дают. Я уже нажимал, нахуй. Еще раз нажимать. Нормальненько. Красавцы. Красавцы, скот, да.
I mean, that was really nice from SK there. The buster positioning that they managed to have was very, very solid. And I think that was a wonderful position that Ope managed to slide into, you know, right at the top behind that wall. And then he can just pinch across. Unless Tomsy comes in from the right-hand side, which he couldn't do because Lola and Eve were going to be spamming him down if he did choose to do that, then he couldn't really make any moves. We're going to see the same approach again from SK Gaming. Maybe Humble will change something up. But they did have a decent start. They got down Ope really early by that pinch. The pull-in, though, from Ope is going to be a bit of an issue. Cyclone might be able to cycle quite nicely, though.
Ope gonna go down. Cyclone probably not all that far from his next super, so really wants to get back into his Meg. That is why you bring Meg to the table.
Ну, за него тут дохуя очков надо слил. Ладно, давай потом тогда, блядь. Уж так неудобно играть, нахуй. Посмотрим турик, блядь. Блядь, мне отключили нахуй. Блядь, вот реально, вот что вы сейчас хотите? Посмотреть турик на СК, блядь? Или поиграть нахуй? Где ты успеваешь вернуть на скримане? Да. Успею. Left-hand side as well, but Cyclone doesn't want to overextend in this mid, drop all these gems that he's got, and on the other side, Luki's going to drop a couple back in spawn, and Yoshi's pushing forwards. This is not the position that Humble want to be in after the successful run. Все успевается. Ждем до Нави. Турик посмотреть. Pushes forward, allows him that bit of room, but the toolbox is there. Double slow from Luki. He might choose to make the move, goes towards Chaos, gets the kill, and that's 4 gems dropped.
Luki is playing out of his mind on the Crow. Play after play. That's the countdown for Team Humble. SK Gaming. 5 seconds left now to interrupt it. Yoshi coming in for the ride. Ikeos pushing up as well. 1 second left. Cyclone. Блять. Почти. Почти скайбанули. Похуй на эти команды. Мне не пох. А, вы видите, ты не вы не экран, я понял. Вот. Амбастер почти забрал, кстати.
Cyclone getting some good shots, and I believe there was a bit of a swap there. I think Chaos went to the right off the start, and Yoshi was playing through that mid, but now it kind of looks like they're both quite heavily in spawn, and a 4-0 lead is what we have so far. Nice break there coming in from Tomsy to not really have OP under the grass's visibility when he does jump in, but good shots coming through from Luki to pinch as well.
Никоса нахуй слили. А, это Никос был. А чё, Хамбл выиграли? Да.
A little bit of an early lead and Humble managed to have gem-wise. Tomsy, low HP, goes down. Cyclone out of mech as well. Not ideal here for Humble. They've lost control, and we saw in the first game that it really wasn't easy for them to take.
Без голи. Согласен, без Ульяны, без голи. Но я согласен со скипом. Давай, Кос, еби. И косик, котик, еби их. Давай, вот так. Ча. Еби меня. Итак, Айкос забирает 10-й гем, уходит на базу. Но Хамбл пытается что-то сделать, но у них ничего не получается. Айкос начинает крутиться минимально. Бастер защищает команду. И Айкос выигрывает эту карту. Конечно, правильно, не Айкос выигрывает карту, а СК Гейминг. Йоши. Ёжик. Ежи, бля. Так. Чё их? Третий сет ебут и все, блядь, они все выиграли.
As you say, Humble aren't playing bad by any means. I think they're actually playing some of the best Brawl stars we've really seen for them, especially in this competition. But against a team like SK Gaming, as I said off the start,
Йоши пизда, у него им крутой, вывыш.
But I think that's exactly what's going on here. Everything's going right for Humble, but everything's still going right for SK, and they are just a better team.
SK Gaming in a terrific spot right now. Looking at their stats real quick. 2 players above 300 damage. That's Stormzy for Team Humble, of course. iChaos for SK Gaming. And yet quite a bit behind when it comes to kills. It was Yoshi that shined the most, 11 to his name. SK Gaming are 1 win away from making it to the World Finals.
I mean, this is the position they wanted to be in. 2-0 up against a fierce opponent like Humble is definitely quite comfortable for them. We're on to Kaboom Canyon in Heist next. And as you say, 1 set stands between SK Gaming and retrieving their golden tickets to the World Finals in late November.
Я ебу, сука, не выиграли, блядь.
For the past few years, and that's where they do deserve to be. It's just quite sad that a team as strong as Humble is going to be going out in the process.
Блядь, не угадал, суки. Ебаные нахуй. Или угадал. Не угадал. Похоже. Ноль. Лохи они. Кус ультанул, кстати.
And Lola and a Cordelia's first pick. That is quite interesting because Cordelia is definitely in a good place. I think they were probably expecting a Daryl or something along those lines, or a Buzz. I feel like Cordelia's is going to be the main counter to those brawlers. Struggles a little bit more against regular meta, which might potentially leave some openings here for Humble to play around that. But
операторы переобулись.
one of the most important things on this map. You need to make sure that you are tank proof, because if there's a Daryl, if there's a Buzz coming through here from SK, I don't know if Humble can stop it with a Buzz.
Кстати, сколько на фанпее?
How well that Luki was playing on that Crow in the previous game. I definitely think they've got a bit of a chance here because he played that very, very well. Obviously, even in the Buster matchup last game, the Crow was doing quite a lot of work when they did. It was kind of beyond repair that Tom didn't get that. But 8-bit comes in, and that is a gorgeous pick from SK Gaming. How strong 8-bit is at the moment. That might have just tipped it over the edge for me, and I think that SK edge in the comp so far.
Yeah, I love that 8-bit pick. Really, really solid brawler, just reliable, old reliable.
Я пока что с ЛШД пойду играть, когда будешь играть, позовешь. Хорошо. Так а тебе написать куда-то? Вдруг ты в сети не будешь? Или что? Делю жесткий, я знаю. О, Пайпер, блядь. Я на стриме буду. Хорошо. Я тебя услышал. Амбер Соло. Да?
So I think that evens things out, at least in my book.
I think Piper's a good pick. I really do. I don't really mind Amber too much, but against that Piper and 8-bit against the Piper as well, it's going to be very difficult for them. But at the same time, how many players can the Piper juggle before getting overwhelmed? You know, that's the thing. If they're all pushing up, the Piper can't really do.
Подожди, то есть игра сейчас они, потом следующая команда, и потом Нави, потом... Ай, блядь, это же дохуя времени, нахуй. Блядь, это же дохуя вообще сейчас. Нихуя Корделиус сразу ебанулся туда. Хуя там Корделиус валит, блядь. Все, Корделиус, до свидос. Пираты забронировал место. Нави последний, да, я понял. Это ты кому скипер? Кстати, кто с нами третьим пойдет пушить потом в трио? Скипер же хотел. А, с Ренчику. Я. Нихуя вчетвером пойдем. Я первее написал. Так он еще до этого писал, Куст. Артур еще до этого писал. Ну ты можешь Артуру уступить, потому что, типа, ты с нами пушил, блядь, сколько, а Артур вообще ни разу. Четвером. Ну да. Легко. Я оформлю.
Getting a couple connections now, and a 6% lead. Really not all that much. Ope gonna get sniped again. Luki has been performing on that Piper, and that is what Humble need in this set. 45 seconds left, and it is still Humble in the lead, but such a small lead.
I mean, I question if Luki was going to be able to juggle that many players with Piper, and he's doing it very well. Nice jump coming in from Tomsy. Got to make sure he doesn't auto in that turret, and he does get it down very low.
Быстро рано ступит, не знаю. Экспортер иконик. Ой, может мне поспать чисто на кресле? А вот тут, блядь, смотрите этот стрим. И не ебите мне головы, блядь. Поспи. Они что, проебали СК? Чебанулись?
If they don't pick up the set.
I mean, the thing that worries me is they looked like this in the first game of the first set, and SK bounced back really well. And I think
ёбнулись, блядь, проебали?
They can definitely win another 2 sets in a row if they manage to win this one. Throw SK off a bit. Great slow there by Cyclone. Going to follow with shots along with Tomsy as well, and Luki hitting some nice taps on the left-hand side on Yoshi, pushing him.
Ладно, если что, если не будет отвечать, то я усну, наверное.
It's just not possible.
Ope jumped back into the mid now. Cyclone has a lot of space to navigate through, but Ope's gonna get in range and take him down. IKEA's a bit of a problem there as well. Tomsy will manage to take him down at last. Luki opening up the walls now as well.
Если бы у меня был, я бы пикнул.
Ope low HP. Luki snipes off Yoshi. Luki needs to be a little bit careful. Ope still might potentially come out of the shadow realm eventually there, but he will fall as soon as he does. And it is SK Gaming with a 7% lead, but we saw earlier how little of an impact that tiny lead can have.
Yeah, Humble are on point here, breaking up that wall as well to get rid of that damage booster. And now Yoshi not in the best of spots. Great tap coming in. Jumps there as well from both Tomsy and Cyclone on the opposite sides. And they take the lead once more. This time in an earlier position though. Need to hold this out for another minute and 10 seconds instead of going for that last ditch push.
Yeah, that's a good bit of early damage here. 30%, they're going to be very happy about that. A minute left on the clock now as well. Ope, bit aggressive on the left-hand side, gets punished for it. Tomsy connecting some nice snipes on the left too. IKEA's willful. Yoshi behind his damage booster, but damage booster is going to be out of the way now. 45 seconds left. SK Gaming are gonna have to start making some plays here, or they will concede this set to Humble.
I mean, Chaos is having such a tough time against Cyclone, and now he's kind of put Yoshi in this 1v2 that he can't handle too much for Ope there as he takes Tomsy into the Shadow Realm, moves up the map and actually might find some damage. Cyclone pinching back and he has to. Good jump coming in as well, gets the kill and gets him out of position. Tomsy goes forward as well, finds Chaos, but now it's Yoshi getting some damage. Still couldn't get short though. Base race is on, but a good cleanup on defense from Ope gets nobody in the Shadow Realm at the moment and 12% lead for Humble.
Final countdown here, 12% is still doable here for SK. They have this final push.
Решил спать. Хули мне делать, блядь? Что мне еще делать, нахуй? Я спать, так мне охуенно, у меня тут, знаешь, типа подушка, блядь, под головой на кресле положил и зафиксировал ее, охуенно мне спать. Чаек попиваю, так быстрее усну. Пусть спит. Играть. А хули играть? Вы же хотите, блядь, посмотреть, нахуй. Я разрешил, нихуя себе. Поебать на этих команд. Да заебали, стрим будет долгим, блядь. Все будет окей. Я высплюсь, блядь, и проснусь. Я не хочу. Пусть хочет там, блядь, остальные хотят. Я проснусь и будем пушить, блядь. У нас столько персов, блядь. Которые на низких рангах. Но он начнет потом сказать всем пока. Да не, нормально все. Ну вот. Но что делать сейчас, турик идет?
Gets the follow-up onto Chaos too, but not quite enough to take him down. In the meantime, though, Tomsy has been dealing so much.
Завтра утром стрим акции не ждите. Будет вечерком. Потому что завтра я буду... Ну, ко мне завтра приезжает девчонка. Отдыхать с Киев. Давайте все поспим нахуй. Я даже погромче турнир сделаю. Could potentially go to the Shadow Realm and try to make a push for the save, but he goes down as Luki shuts him down. 30 seconds left on the clock. Ну 20, да, может их.
And 11% is separating SK Gaming from making it to the World Finals.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think Luki could miss even if he wanted to, but OP's got this Shadow Realm, and even if he wants to just go up and get some damage, he can. Cyclone's still here and still alive. The damage starts to rain through. This might be a base race, but it's actually Piper trying to defend. We're going to see him go down, but Humble do actually have the lead. Good shots coming in from Luki to get the kill. Needs to get him down, but Tomsy's going as well. They're tanking well. Really nice stuff, but Chaos...
Завтра отдохнешь. Это да, завтра отдыхать буду конкретно. SK Gaming!
No matter how rough the sets start, they are able to turn them around. No matter how hard the year started for them, they were able to turn it around. And it's gonna be GG's well play, Trav. We have a new world finalist, and it's gonna be SK Gaming.
Ой, бля.
I mean, sad end to the year for Humble, but for SK Gaming, they're on top of the world at the moment as they claim their golden ticket.
А можно эфир? Сейчас, да. Конечно. Если хочешь, меня заблокировали, конечно.
Beautiful stuff from SK Gaming. We'll see them next month at the World Finals.
Again, what a journey this year.
А чё за тикеты, блядь?
Wasn't sure a couple months ago if they would make it to.
К сожалению, эфир нельзя, там, где я отдыхаю.
But they did. And they fought so hard to make it happen. They never gave up, and they are rewarded now with those tickets to the World Finals. It's a beautiful thing to see. Obviously, a little bit sad
О, Импер прислал. СК Гейминг против Humble 3-0. Тикеты на мировой финал.
Bit of adjustments here and there. It could have been a 3-0 the other way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I feel really bad for Humble because they put on a beautiful performance. But I think that's SK qualifying to World Finals without even dropping a set across the entire LCQ. And I think that
Yeah, boy,
that has to be mentioned. Let's go over for a chat with our Pedro.
Thank you, Trav. I'm joined by Pedro. Pedro, first and foremost, a huge congratulations to you and all the boys. What a stellar performance. I want to start first and foremost by just asking you, this is by far SK's toughest year in Brawl. Just describe for us how deep you
На
have
буще запустив.
to get this result here today.
Порнохабе.
We had to work really hard. The win today means relief for us because we make the homework and now the real goal is up there. So we know that we belong there. So yeah, it was really tough. We worked hard to do it and we did it.
It was a grueling few matches, but Trav stole the words right out of my mouth. You did make it through the entire competition without dropping a single set, which is phenomenal. How did you make it look so easy?
I think yesterday was a combination between a good draft and good team play, but today I think we were not good at drafting, but the guy did it possible. First and third set we didn't have the draft for sure, and they did it possible, so congrats to them.
It was a slow start to the year, it's fair to say, for you guys, but bring us back to those most trying times, and how did you all ensure to keep team morale and focus high, in those moments of potential?
Там можно, да? Конечно, легко. Хочешь покажу? Не покажу. Заблокировал.
We were a bit down sometimes, but we managed. It's hard, competition, we all want to win. Losing is hard, especially when you know that you are good enough to win, but yeah, things happen.
Well, you've made it to Worlds, which again, congratulations to you all.
Кус срочно. Что? Чё? Ничего, блядь. Под диалог, нахуй.
Which teams would you also like to face potentially?
I would like to face Crazy Raccoon on finals, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, Europe is super strong. There is not that weak. We saw it this weekend on LCQ. There is not
Это скип.
weak opponent.
Хуящий ты ультуешь. Про гаджет не забывай. Я сейчас этот...
Thank you very much, Ark, and really great words from Pedro there. Yet again, a massive congratulations to SK Gaming on making it to the World Finals next month. It's a big achievement for them, and quite frankly, it's where they belong.
It really is. They have made it there so many years already.
Это куст.
It would not have been
Ой, я слон.
but they did manage to make it through. No matter how hard Humble fought through this match, having some opportunities here and there to do some real damage to SK. SK, they just stood their ground. They made the right changes every time the set just wasn't quite going their way. When the wind wasn't going in their direction, they were able to just change and set sail exactly where they wanted to be, and that's going to be in the World Finals 2023. It really means the world to them. This year felt like a very quiet year for SK Gaming, but they still have a final month left this year to make a stand and make the noise they want to make on stage.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. It's unfortunate for Humble at the end of the day, looking at these statistics.
Котом буду. Вот кусты, лягушка, обезьяна, петух, жук, блядь, моль какая-то, паук, короче, блядь. Это куст.
Yeah, especially in heist, like every shot you're shooting at a player is a shot that's not going on the safe, and it is a little bit more complicated than that. But sadly for Humble,
Медведь.
again, I can't stress it enough.
Кто это, блядь? Ледниковый период этот долбоёб? Че, долбоёб? Я вот первые два смайлика, всё, на. Ты кого, блядь, прислал? Ты ебанутый, третий смайлик, посмотри, да. Это дед. Я негр. Я не негр, я дед. Что-то вот я. Вот это я. Мамонт, нахуй. Пизда, он охуенный. Вы дебилы, блядь. Вот Чекус дебил. Какой мамонт, нахуй, ебанутый.
asset to the SK Gaming roster, because in reality, he's a huge reason of why they've qualified to these events.
Yeah, it's been years of success for him, and I think that you really stole the words out of my mouth, because he's been so consistent across not just like a season, across years, that is truly impressive on his part. And as you said, I think that himself, but the rest of the squad can be just so incredibly happy that things went as they wanted here at LCQ. It could not have gone better, really.
Yeah, it really couldn't have gone any better. Let's take a little bit of a look at the bracket, see what we've got coming up next, and see that SK Gaming have obviously advanced into that qualified position over Humble, who they did just beat 3-0. Up next, we'll have that STMN versus Reject match, Revenant versus Reconic up after that, and then finishing the day, through these qualifying matches at least, on the Navi versus VN esporting match. There's some bangers coming up, Teddy.
Absolutely so. The next match here could honestly be a World Finals Grand Final, and it's happening here at LCQ. The worst part is one of those two teams is not even going to make it to the World Finals. LCQ has been a true spectacle so far, and we're only one match into this day 2. I cannot wait to see what happens next.
Well, we're going to watch a quick video on one of the teams that we're going to be seeing next.
Okay. He's shy. It's a boy.
Shy Gus.
Yeah. That's pretty impressive.
This guy, you can identify it by one pin, the most famous pin in the game. You know what it is? It's like related to this brawler.
Surge.
No.
No monkey pin.
One of the best showdown brawlers.
Showdown.
Like NPC. Like
NPC.
Almost
Shelly?
NPC. No.
Primo. Oh, Edgar. It's a guy, he's like kind of muscular, but not that muscular.
Sam?
No. He's your skin color.
Primo?
Close, kind of, skin color wise. He likes to be outside. Deep voice.
Deep voice.
Like deepest voice in the game.
The only brawler that likes.
I don't want to give it away.
One more.
He shoots arrows. Yeah.
There. It's a pirate from the pirate gang.
Pirate Gene?
No, that's his skin.
Oh, pirate.
Like the pirate.
Penny.
Oh, that was too hard. That was too easy.
This is gonna be bad. He's like one of the coolest brawlers in the game.
Coolest, like.
Coolest.
I mean,
like he's got like.
There's a lot of cool brawlers.
He's got like swag, kinda. He's
swag.
One of the
drip.
I wouldn't say drip. He's got a lot of skins in the game.
Brock.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna put it really easy. Mexicans one trick.
Sandy, Poco.
No.
Spike.
You took too much.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Last Chance Qualifier, where we are one match down. One golden ticket has left the trophy. We have still 3 more to distribute to our winners here today. I'm back with Trav, and we've got another banger matchup lined up very, very shortly.
It's going to be absolutely incredible in reality. STMN versus Reject, Sans, Bobby and Zara versus Levy, Sharpie and Menmi. Let's focus down on STMN to start things off, though. The day they had yesterday was pretty much unparalleled. SK Gaming have claimed their ticket. I think it's going to be STMN's turn.
I've got to say, STMN, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again, are looking like the team to beat at the moment. They've never looked better, and I said that to Bobby last night. They are looking so strong at the moment. Very, very scary stuff. Yesterday was a fantastic result for them, but today it's going to be a tough one. Yet again, Reject, if they can pull something out the pocket and bring us a little bit more than we saw yesterday, they do still stand a very good chance of making an upset here.
Well, let's focus on Reject now then. They really did have a bit of a difficult day yesterday. Not the performance I expected out these, East Asian beasts, to put it simply. Like, they've got world champion on their roster, a 2-time world champion of that, I believe. So it's slightly worrying that they didn't do as well as we expected them to do. You know, they were probably the favorite or one of the two favorites coming into this competition, and they were quite frankly underwhelming.
A little bit. It did feel that way. Maybe some nerves to set things off on day one, but nonetheless, something that they have to have left behind coming into today. I mean, on paper, these two teams, they are so identical. They are both the number 2 seed in their respective regions. You know, there was actually just 2 more grand final appearances for Reject. Other than that, exactly the same numbers of, you know, 0 quarterfinals exits and all that stuff. So I feel like this is the perfect matchup to put both of these two teams to the test.
I mean, they're just consistently good, both of these teams. It's surprising to see a team the level of Reject and STMN here, but you've got to think, STMN lost out to Luminosity in their region, absolutely incredible team, and well, I think it goes to say Reject against Crazy Raccoons, not the easiest matchup, and they still did brilliantly throughout the year.
Yeah, but STMN only lost to Luminosity. That's the crazy thing. It's the only team that's been able to beat them this entire year long. And you know, when you look back historically through the kind of history of STMN versus East Asia as a region, it hasn't always been fruitful for STMN. But going back to the SPS Masters, we saw in the group stages a sweep of Crazy Raccoon. But that did come back in kind in the later stages in that matchup for third place where Crazy Raccoon swept STMN. So there is that kind of more recent interaction with the...
Алло, сынуля, сфотографируй себя и вышли мне. Бабушка хочет на тебя посмотреть.
Ну, сейчас вышлю, давай.
Давай, она спросила тебя.
Ой, блядь. Что, скипидил? Дочь башка в стамине дед капитан, что ли? Дед Вену попался. В смысле дед Рапид, вы ебанулись?
But they're the favourites coming into this one in my eyes. Their performance yesterday was it was a much higher level than what Reject brought to the table. And obviously being the favourites, they're going to have a bit more pressure. And not that they're not feeling pressure anyway, because this is the game for World Finals against, you know, some of the best players in the world. It's not the position that STMN thought they were going to be in when they guaranteed their first seed yesterday. They expected to be coming in today against Navi. So it might be something that they hadn't prepared as much as they'd like to for.
I think they were looking at how Navi performed yesterday. Yeah. They might well be thankful for the matchup, actually. Yeah, I mean...
Что, реально ебанулись, блядь. Я никогда не храплю, нахуй. Проснулся завод для тракторов, не дают поспать, спи, Игнат, не сри.
Single team that has taken to the stage, and you know, I feel like they're so close at this point in time, and you know, it would be a disaster for them to not make the World Finals. But again, for Reject, from a region that we've always considered the very top of Brawl esports, either way, whatever team does take the loss here, it's gonna cause shockwaves throughout the entirety of Brawl esports as we go into the first set of this series.
Цепочки, блядь. Пизду нахуй. Блядь, хули меня будет, нахуй. Сколько? До финала. 0 нахуй. Хуящи не 2 въебали. Ебанулись нахуй. Смотри, когда спишь. Я так не умею, блядь. Сейчас на подушку принеси еще одну.
The best Brawl Stars that they've played, then they're more than capable of beating STMN by all means.
Положим подушечку нахуй. Не, это хуйня. Одеяло у меня плед.
But it's a very strong first pick. I mean, Buster at the moment is just in such a great place. Squeak gonna come in.
У меня плед вместо одеяла.
We've mentioned Gale a couple of times. It's not necessarily just kind of like a clear, hard counter idea that is just thrown around in every scenario. But here, I think it will.
Не спи, надо пушить, спи. Попушил еще, блядь.
Bands-wise as well, I do like where Reject are thinking with this, and I think that STMN's competition expand as well does scream a great deal about, you know, what this region like to bring in, especially on a map and mode like Brawl. You know, it does, you know, cater a lot to that aggressive playstyle. Taking down the speed and eradicating it is smart. Cordelia's coming in for Reject and Stu, so they're still going to bring in some additional speed, and that's always an exciting thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see that we're going to go for a tank to start things off with the Battles, as you mentioned, but Sandy coming in as the last pick from STMN. We did see Squeak and Sandy alike on that Humble comp already on this map today, so they were very solid brawls. They kicked things off with an absolute bang, but it's just whether or not this Gale's going to be, you know, adding that thing that they were missing to keep the momentum going.
Well, here we go. There's so much tension. You can just feel it in the air on the stage as both teams are about to lock horns and kick things off. Set to be a fantastic matchup, and whoever comes out on top in the early stages might be able to bring that momentum forwards, but I think nonetheless a back and forth affair as we go into things. Memi going very aggressive on this left-hand side, dashing from Levi. A great stun from Sans, the sweet dreams there, just absolutely deflating everything, and now a counter push.
Yeah, 3v1 here as well, and lucky for Levy, these people are respawning a champion Memi back in the mix. But Sans was looking for the triple stun there in the goal. Very bold play to make, but I can't blame him for it. Nice super from Zar there to get the guaranteed kill. He's not using the stun. He's going to be playing that slow it.
Well, a nice pinch between Zara and Bobby, a takedown of a Chappie. And now the respawn in place. And Rejects, rightly so, just slowing down that pace to ensure that all three members of their team can go on the aggressive. Memi pushes then Zar into the realm. He's going to be out of it shortly and maybe in a compromised position. Sans is there and all three members, yet all hunkered down together. But this is looking like a good push coming in from Reject. They're taking it slow and steady, but the positioning is power.
Yeah, that realm as well available, stopping Sandy from being able to stun this one out. This might be the push they need, but Gale doesn't have super either. Really difficult for them. Now the pull comes in from Buster, but Bobby's on the line and Charpy gets the ball back. Oh, Sans is there for the defense. Levy can't grab it, and now Sans is the one going.
Unbelievable stuff. What an incredible defense from STMN. That was looking like a surefire goal. And now a chance to reset. STMN, though, may be shaken from it. Let's see how they do recover. Big taps from Memi onto Bobby, but Bobby finds the angle around the wall, back into the round, past the levy on the right-hand side. It'll be a straightforward goal for Rejects with 1 minute remaining on the clock.
Yeah, as good as that defense was, it ended up being all for nothing as now Rejects are once ahead, and obviously with no stun, that didn't mean as much for the super. Now a Chappie's going to get super down by Sans, but he's still got a stun. This is the position of dreams for STMN. He gets the stun, but the save! They're still going to push it in, but the defenses are on point.
That was almost unreal scenes. But the goal stands. We are tied up 30 seconds until overtime. And Chappie just trying to create some space on this left-hand side. Pushing the ball forwards to the right, straight into the hands of Bobby, and a good connection there as well from himself. 80 HP, and Chappie just falls there, just by a slither of a pixel. And Levy in the middle, just trying to just buy that valuable time that he needs. The ball, though, needs to be pushed forwards, and Bobby knows it, getting it towards Sans. The walls are about to go down.
What a position for them in going into overtime. Bobby's got the super as well. Chooses to use it early. Levy's actually going to get hit by that, and he's using the slow. Love that from him. I absolutely love that star power slowed down. Has to force a dash, and now the Sandstorm's there. Beautiful stuff. Memi's got that realm, but he misses it as well. Shots onto Levy. He goes down. Knockback from STMN, and it's a 3v1. The goal's forced in, and Reject fall behind.
A very methodical ending by STMN there. They knew they had to get that ball forwards and just ensure the takedowns. Didn't want to take any chances by going for shots and trying to squeeze the ball past players. That was strong, and against a great deal amount of pressure, as it was Rejects that opened things up at the beginning initial point. Now reset, but one game ahead are STMN.
The absolute W key from Reject here. The pullback's there. Can they get it off? But Bobby's in on the defense again. They know how to defend these. Twister being placed down as a defense, cutting a Charpy off from the rest of his team, and now he can find that pathway through. But I don't think there's much of an attack coming here for Reject at the moment, but he's still got that pull. Sans is going to get the ball out, and I can't blame him for it. Good defense once again from STMN.
All three members so low, and Chappie was looking so dangerous there. Bobby will take his own life there as a result there of the shielding. And a very much required Sandstorm is going to help out tremendously now, as Reject can't really push into this, not that much, not without knowing where everyone lies. Bobby full HP at the back of the spawn. He's the best person to be able to get some pressure on, and Levy is the first to get hit down to 200 HP. But a Chappie going super aggressive on the right-hand side. Memi jumping in as well. He's there for the support. It's Sans all alone, and Levy's able to seal it. Another first early goal for Reject.
I mean, these defenses are so good, but that one just wasn't quite enough. Another Sandstorm coming down from Sans, though, and that's going to help STMN. Going to place that sticky residue down and just hope someone doesn't see it coming. Sands looking for the cycle. I don't think he's actually connected the shots inside that Sandstorm. Going to be a long way away from another one. And that wasn't really communicated. The knockback from Zard didn't help out any of his teammates, but eventually they're finding some kills. Levy should fall, and it's a 3v1 against a Chape.
He's looking very tanky, but all three members have found him, just whittling him down now. And STMN have actually got more time than they did previously, and they were able to find the goal. Sands pops the gadget, gets the stun. No save is there from Menmi, and STMN tie it up yet again.
No save this time, but I thought it might be there. Beautiful from STMN to bring this one back. Slow's going to connect onto Levy there, and that might help. Great knockback, and Sands' value comes through. Menmi gets hit hard. Residue onto him, and that's in the goal now, surely. If the gadget actually wasn't popped. Beautiful stuff. It popped a bit early there, I think. But now, Bobby just going to throw down the super. Levy gets hit by that. No gas heal to keep him alive this time. And now, still 1-1. But this time, it's Reject pushing out.
That was feeling like some good momentum, potentially even a goal-scoring opportunity. But again, 20 seconds until overtime, and it worked out well for STMN last time. Why not try and get that positioning power yet again? Levy has super on the left-hand side, might just choose to go for the ball and try and get it clear, but now going back towards the defensive position. I'm not sure about that myself. Sandstorm is down. Sands, though, in the realm. It's just going to be Zar and Bobby in a 2 versus 3 for now.
That's a beautiful connection from him as well to bring Sands into that. Completely gets rid of the Sandstorm value. Bobby has this super though, and it's STMN starting to push up. The slows are going to be so valuable at getting Sands in range. He gets that beautiful. Super comes down from Bobby, but no connections this time. Shots for STMN. Down Chape goes. Levy's the last one alive, but he can't do it alone. And STMN takes set number 1.
What a starting result. That really was for STMN on the back foot on both games, and were able to bring things back. What a Sandstorm. What a timing of it. The positioning was perfect, and it's just so difficult to work with, and you don't know where your opposition lies. Rejects were not able to defend despite some valiant attempts. I mean, some of those, Cordelius jumps in to try to save the ball from memory were absolutely on point. They really, really were. But that is the first starting set that STMN really would have wanted. They can bring this forward, and that confidence, which they're never short of, though, is going to be in a good place.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time as well, STMN had some brilliant defenses. That one from Sands especially, it would have been a quick 2-0 game if he didn't manage to get that, and Reject would have had the game. But overall, this is such a close affair at the moment. Look at that save. It didn't mean a lot in the end, but just to go for that and manage to save it, he went for it towards the end as well. And it was so close. I mean, beautiful, beautiful image of Arcid slid in there as well.
I mean, when you look at the caliber of gameplay that Reject are bringing to the table, it is world class. That's the heartbreaking thing of this matchup. It really is worthy of the World Finals. But that's what STMN at the moment are just one step ahead with. And it's just unreal to see these two lock-ons. It really, really is. And statistically as well, look at Sands. I mean, 14 takedowns. That is unbelievable. 376 DPS as well. An absolutely stellar game from him.
Yeah, I mean, what's that, like a shot with Sandy every 4 seconds or something? That's not bad. That's not bad in my eyes. But I mean, at this point, it's just such a treat to see these two teams go at it. How evenly matched they seem to be there. But it was just STMN keeping composure, keeping calm, knowing they're going to have the advantage in overtime, especially when Sands is playing as well as he is on that Sandy. They've always got a Sandstorm.
It was a fantastic draft. I mean, I wasn't too convinced on the Squeak first pick. I mean, it's never a bad thing, but it's hard to defend with it, and it was played fantastically also. But obviously, Sandy really did land the mark for Sands. Last stop will be our map for Gem Grab up next, and again, I don't think we're going to see any kind of outrageous ideas. I think this is going to be very traditional stuff from both sides. It is a new map, though, to the pool, competitively speaking, so there's definitely going to be room for it. Is it just like, is it the right time? We got the best of 5, best of 3s. It does open up the possibility of some adaptations that you may find working in your favor. For Reject, they really do need to tie this one up here. Mortis ban, Crow ban, a first pick of Squeak for STMN alongside the Meg ban. Bans of Rosa, Crow, and Buster for Reject. I mean, again, for STMN to pick that brawler first in this particular map as well, I'm quite sold on that as a starting hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's STMN exuding confidence there, doing the same thing as they did in the previous set, and hoping that it'll work again. Maybe Reject will have an answer to it this time, but I really like that. We saw some highlights. I believe it was Menmi playing it it was one of the Reject players playing it on some of the highlights we saw yesterday, shooting Star, and it was popping off so hard. But that's what we like to see from East Asia, the max coming in, and that's definitely a speciality of the region.
Yeah, they banned it out in the previous set, and now with it on the table, Reject don't hesitate to pick it up. And it is going to provide so much over in terms of aggression, in terms of ability to juke those shots. And for STMN. They'll be brainstorming now as to what they want to do to counteract that. But one final pick still to come here for Reject. It's going to be that insurance policy that we've seen a great deal over the last chance qualifying stages. Otis just in the eventuality that STMN want to try to overthrow with tankiness. And the question now is, do they want to stare down the barrel and do so anyway? Or try and avoid it and work around?
Ой, хуя не служит. Один сет въебали, блядь.
Pretty much at all costs now, but I mean, Rosa and Buster are banned out. They're the ones that usually reach towards. But I mean, they've got a mean Sam on their team. Let's be real with that. So.
Сука, я спал вообще, блядь.
See what they do choose to go though. We did see.
А, нихуя хуйню поспал, блядь.
I mean, it was a pretty good pick overall as well. I think that was a good answer from STMN there. Was played through the mid in the previous game, and intrigued to see if they're gonna, you know, play that same idea, or they're going with the Gale again. And I mean. There's going to be a lot of speed, and he provides that slow.
Пизду нахуй. Утамоха лахал. Пиздёж какой-то, блядь. Че по микрофону, блядь? Может мне эту заглушку ебаную снять? Как она снимается, блядь? Или вот так вот сделать, блядь, хуй его знает. Чтоб именно микрофон, блядь, именно вот такой вот был, блядь, чтобы там слышно все было. Я так думаю, будет лучше вам слышно, чем, блядь, с оборванным нахуй. Не спи, нет, не пиздешь, пересмотри стрим, ой, блядь, мне там страшно смотреть, на самом деле. Пересмотри стрим. Пизду, не... Блядь, на стриме нельзя спать, нахуй, ёбнешься. Пока, пупсики. Давай, пупс.
Memory from going down as now Bobby and Zar do respawn back in. And Chappy now though has super, and he'll be looking to try and get the most amount of value that he possibly can for it. Speed now from Levi, and now the Chappy is in even more of a dangerous position, trying to connect the boots to just whittle down Zar to ensure that when he goes in, he's able to.
Да надо разбудит, спи. Ну это понятно. То мне уже никто не донатит. У Бравла зайду. Ну пусть посмотреть хочет.
Stans's positioning there as well, just knowing that he could continue to push forwards on that top left-hand side. Full HP, if Memi came around the side, he would still be able to deal with the situation now. STMN taking a firming role in the mid with 5 gems in the pocket, all tied up now. Speed though from Levy will be able to just deflate this somewhat, but a good connection. Phase shift away to cancel it out. Memi's going to fall here on the left-hand side now. That's going to place some pressure onto Bobby. Low HP.
Он спать хочет. Это он такой писал.
Did miss his knockback, but still managed to get it done. Remi's going to come back in and not really get a lot of value there, but the Fang has this lunge and they have to be careful. No twisters from Zara as well, bear in mind, none left. He gets the dash onto him, and this is Reject's reclamation of the control, now starting to push forwards. The Muse available as well, and Sans, the only one from STMN, holding his ground.
Sharpie going in, but Zar there to clear things up, does secure the takedown, and meanwhile Sans does fall as well, and there's more speed for Levy, coming in shortly with the whole squad pushing things down, but Memi Low being tripled down there by Bobby. He's in a great spot though. If he gets the mute off onto Sans, he's landing a lot of taps, but what a connection from Sans. He instantly goes down. 9 gems.
Может такой купить, кстати, тему. Типа за Нави.
Choppy going towards Sans, gets the trade, but connection onto Levy, survives on a slither of HP. Mute on the right hand side as well as Menmi gets him low, but scouted out by Bobby, and he just survives.
Throwing over the ego as well just to secure the kill, but Memi is shooting pretty nicely. He now will fall. It's just Levy in the mid, and all 3 members of STMN are hunkered down. The second gem that they need for the countdown to ensure it is there.
Го спать. Давай, я не против. Nice.
They had faith that there was going to be another gem from the mid, and they held off a bit instead of the max just going forward, but it just never came for them, and STMN moved another game up. 1 now off being 2 sets up.
Сиди сам спи, блядь. Туда его.
Reject have got to turn this around. It's very, very vital at this stage that they do so. Sands already popping in early, Gadget jumping straight in.
А почему скипер удаляет все сообщения?
If Levy wants to aggress to the left, and a Chappie there with the damage gear still very much a threat, but trying to earn his super. Landing 3 taps onto Bobby, he's already got it.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Почему скипер удаляет все сообщения?
Chappie's going to choose Sand's right option as he doesn't really need Bobby at the moment. Only 2 gems, it's not worth his while. Levy, though, is brought very low by Bobby and his ego, and Zara over the right-hand side seems to be struggling this game.
3 gems for Bobby. Sands might be able to find a Chappie there, but there, I think a Gadget is not the greatest. It will force.
Что за хуйня? Он сам это удаляет? Ладно.
With the support there of Zara. But Levy there, 3 gems from STMN into his pocket, 7 to nothing. And STMN haven't really had much of a look in as the aggressiveness of Reject is starting to bite.
Кстати, а Чапи знакомый чел.
Sands trying to make something happen down the left-hand side, but now it's Menmi pinching in. Zar has to claim those, so they can't be left on the floor for a reclaim. But he's done the super too late early. I mean, and he's not got anything from it. The dash again. Phase shifters on point.
Бля, как они так быстро все алмазы собрали.
Can't be too hard to grab.
It was a great phase shift. It had to be there because Sands would have got the slow, and now Reject with a countdown of their own. And Chappie though will instantly go down. He's still.
А, ну Максом надо убить.
He'll still be in a good spot. Menmi finds the connection.
А Чапи чем выигрывал? А, да? Я понял.
Now in a fantastic spot to start to try to even out this set.
I mean, it's the same as what SK were doing. They lose the first game, they start to, make a bit of a change, and it just works for them.
Нихуя там китаец в маске спотел, пиздец.
Get that early lane control, 'cause Sands
Охуеть.
been that for all of the previous games.
Yeah, I think for me, Chappie really started to shine a lot.
А чё он в маске, блядь? Типа, блядь, больной приехал сюда или что?
Let's see. STMN are gonna be
Я одного не понять не могу.
the left-hand side, but Chappie's gone back to the right as well. So he's placed down the sticky residue for Sands there, forcing him back into the mid. As now it seems like both teams are starting just to slow the pace, but Levi very low here, has to phase shift away, so 1 less for later.
Yeah, force away, but Chappie's going to get his lunge as well. Nice stuff from him. Now Levy coming back through the mid, just surviving on 32 HP, and Menmi not
Всё, го спать.
almost gets the trade with Sands, but that's gonna be
Думаешь?
here come Reject though.
Да, бля, мне как-то особо спать перехотелось, так выспался минимально.
Electing to use it.
Yeah, Sands playing a risky game, now very, very low HP, and then Chappie goes in. Bobby will pick up the scraps. Zal though low on the left-hand side. Levy can't really go into things into the mid yet. He's got to get some HP and goes on the aggressive, brings back some speed for his team. And now Chappie's dangerous. He goes in, but instantly taken care of. STMN with a good defense there. 6 gems to the 2. They got a healthy lead.
Yeah, beautiful from STMN here. Mute's available, but he needs to make use of it, just going down over and over, and this is so tough for Reject to make something happen with. Now knockbacks there, straight into the hands of his teammates. We're going to have to see Otis claiming these gems. And Chappie goes for the jump pad in, but meets a lot of squeeze shots as he lands. Levy needs a super. We need a Fang super, but he's got no phase shifters left. Slows there, and Menmi with another super, but hasn't even used one this game.
Maybe though has the mute. Not really a position for it. The slow from Zara is going to be keeping him back. The trade.
Забей, Артур, короче, обиделся. Ну, блядь, на обиженных воду возят. Не знаю, блядь, но Артур какой-то долбоёб. Он какую-то хуйню творит, нахуй. Нахуй он удалил все сообщения, не пойму. Не объяснив поступок, ушел куда-то, блядь. Ну и хуй на него. Ну, блядь. Психанул, нахуй. Что хочешь, пусть, блядь, нахуй ливнет, блядь, с канала, из группы, нахуй. Я тогда, блядь, вообще орать буду с него, нахуй. Хуй поймешь, блядь, всех людей, нахуй. Артуров, хуй Артуров. Че, ладно, блядь. Не пойму никогда его этот поступок.
It's not that Reject are playing bad. There's certainly some things that they can start to iron out. The second game with Gem Grab was far more convincing, and it does display exactly just how dangerous they are. But STMN were the team that were able to turn things around. They made that lane swap, and they obviously had some discussion along the way to ensure that set went their way. Otherwise, it would have been all tied up. Instead, STMN have got such an affirming lead. I mean, potentially 2 games away from making the World Finals.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, for me, it's like Reject, when they went aggressive and when they just went for their usual game, their usual play style, just as all these agents so aggressive, they do well. But when they don't use those Fang supers in risky situations, when they don't just throw a mute out there, max speed towards the opponents and get the job done, that's when I feel that their downfall starts.
Sands yet again, riding high on the takedowns, bringing such value for his team. Bobby there with a slightly higher DPS. but it really is so far STMN that just had the control.
Все, геймграп остался, короче.
Just to focus up on the world
Ой,
stage, make
пиздец,
those
что там
plays
с НРС.
count, ensure that
Хуя с НРС с кем
always
ебашит.
to be more or less in your favor, or at least
Начал
a
шедешек, я
balanced one.
понял.
You can see what it would mean to them. Focused up, raring to go into Kaboom Canyon. It's going to be high.
Невский куда-то пропал, бля, опять, кстати.
Not over yet for Reject.
Поймешь,
This is where
ты
they have to
просышь.
start their reverse sweep, and it is obviously in heist. So a game mode that does occasionally need some aggression, which they will thrive off the back of. But I just feel like STMN are so strong on maps like this, like Safe Zone, like Kaboom Canyon. Their controlled aggression is just such a good thing to have.
We've heard a lot over the weekend about 8-Bit. We saw it there with STMN. It brought them their golden ticket. Kind of wonder whether that might be high up on the bands. I always kind of wonder.
Отдыхаем, Игнат, выходной. А у меня похуй, у меня отпуск. У меня похуй.
To see a couple of players sort of gravitate towards it. I think Crow here, a very worthy ban. Bell, always very versatile, and it's not always the worst of first picks to consider just because you've got some options there to be had. Cordelius as well, as we know, can really cause a problem, but does have its flaws as well. Very much a defensive idea. Bonnie, Crow, and Nanny for Reject. 8-Bit, Crow, and Gale for STMN. I mean, Gale, as we've seen already, some decent play rates, and it has that ability to get very quickly onto the map, so I do like that idea from STMN. And
Я отдыхаю. Стрим для вас запустил.
It always has been, and it still is.
Не могу, я отпуска в стримы не запускал.
From STMN, they're the ones banning it. You know, that's the weird thing. The same with 8-Bit. NA love to reach towards that brawler. And I mean, yeah, the East Asia region do it well, but it's something that STMN and the NA regional like have been singing the praise of all weekend, that 8-Bit pick. So clearly didn't want to reach towards that as their first, so got rid of it in case Reject wanted it their second or third. But the Colette, I must say, I really do like. It covers a lot of grounds.
Cordelius is going to be the first pick, actually, for Reject. Like I said, it can be outranged, but nonetheless, a very good, safe pair of hands to have on the defense, especially in the eventuality of some of the tankier options to come in, and Squeak going to be combining with that. You know, that
Да не думаю, что они камбэк сделают.
in both sets to date in this series, and it has brought them victory now in the hands of Reject.
Ну, я так не думаю, блядь. Без шансов, мне кажется.
How to play against that very brawler as well. I wouldn't mind seeing some other options in terms of range, a Brock as well.
Ну, типа, они могут, да. Ну, не знаю. Киберспорте можно ожидать все, что угодно.
Next brawler will show its face very, very shortly. Buster gonna come in. I mean, that's an interesting place for it. I know, yeah.
Does it have that DPS needed for safe? That's the thing. I don't know if they're just going to use it in this grass and try use it for control. But it feels to me like that's just a bit of an oversight on the actual damage you're going to need to get. You know, Colette obviously is going to be able to do that, but they haven't got any tanks to feed all of these Colette soups. They haven't got anything that Colette's really, you know, getting the supers off, and I think that's a bit of an issue. So STMN need, I feel, something with a bit more DPS, a bit more range.
Что ты, Гус, планируешь, типа, лечь поспать, пока турик не закончится?
It can absolutely shred through a save, but you know, Reject are not the team to.
Я теперь спать хочу, Игнат, спасибо. Пожалуйста.
But for STMN, they're basically saying we're gonna be able to get a team wipe and then just end the game immediately. Jesse is gonna be a tough thing to make work, but it is very much a common staple diet in North America region.
Да хз. Ты же хотел на турик посмотреть. Зачем тебе спать?
Kind of many kind of maybe sneer at first. There's the Brock that I kind of felt was a bit more of a safer option, but I like this though from STMN. They're taking risks. I'm not necessarily too sold on things at the moment, but if they make this work, this could be a very quick set.
It's bold. It's very bold. And as you say, you know, if they can get that control, if the Buster can, you know, have that explosive start, get Jesse into the position where he needs to be, same with Colette, then the safe can just disappear with a click of their fingers. But if Reject get control, if they hold it, if they play slow, composed, then I think they might have this one.
Well, in we go, and what could potentially be for Reject their final matches of the day. They'll be bringing everything out now to try to prevent that from happening and to give STMN a bigger back and forth. Levy already into the mid. He's going to find Bobby. Bobby already gadgets, and look at that. How quick was that? I mean, what a takedown, and until the Brock gets some kind of, value, also he's got gadgets to use and break open the bush, but that's a very good, strong start from STMN.
That's the thing, Buster's got a great matchup against that Cordelius here, but Mem's going to go up, and I mean, ooh, cheeky from him, going to go forwards and use that nicely, but you did bring him into the Shadow Realm. San's going to survive this one out, and STMN aren't getting that much damage on the safe, but Reject, on the other hand, are doing quite a bit. Bobby now getting the kill, surviving it out, but they've got no turret, and Buster's got no damage, so they just can't, do what Reject are doing.
Yeah, Reject knew that it was the time to go forwards and get that early damage, because if Sans doesn't have super, he's not nearly as much of a threat, and now STMN starting to pick up for lost time here. Levy on the right-hand side is going to require a pinch. Zal goes in and does actually get put into the realm, and he stays alive, my word. He's going to be able to heal up now, and more pressure coming in as Memi is able to clear house with a Chappie. There's a lot of damage about to go down, and it could even be over right here if Reject continues to land these shots. 2%, one rocket finds the angle, threats the needle, and Reject get a game.
I mean, it snuck through somehow right in between, threaded the needle between those two players to find the rocket onto the safe, and this is what we want to see from Reject. The aggression. This is where they thrive. Just going forwards, getting damage on the safe, leaving a Buster, leaving a Jesse with no super. Why not?
Very nice judge of awareness there from Reject, and I thought Sans might have actually been able to obtain a turret of the shots that he was able to land on the top right prior to it, but he was probably just one shot away. Look at this, Memi and Levy already pushing up. Gotcha gadget for Zar, the jump over the wall, and the tap is there, but he's still 905 HP. It's got to go down. SCMN taking no chances. I'm not sure though. I would like to preserve that Colette super, but clearly SCMN a little bit flustered here. Probably able to shoot that squeak shot, but Sans couldn't say the same, and they're definitely not looking as comfortable at the moment as, again, Levy on the right-hand side finds Zar, and now Reject taking an affirming role in that mid area.
Yeah, Bobby's trying to come from now, and actually Levy's going to get a kill there as well. Missed the thing onto Zar, though. Can't get him into the realm, but Memi's here again, and he's the damage dealer. But Levy survives too. They're going to let him heal just to get the Brock down. 3 of them focusing on him, and still 41% taken off the safe.
Just small, very small margins of error. That last shot from Zara, if it connected, would have helped, but now Levy is a problem. Sans clears up that problem. A Chappie in the mid, very exposed here. Memi as well on the right-hand side low, but the damage still continues to rain down. 37% left on the STMN safe, and they've only been able to scratch 10% themselves.
Beautiful from Reject, really. They're playing this so well, but now they're on the defense. We'll see how this comp still fares against the Buster. The Colette's actually going to go in and actually miss the super. Doesn't get any value off that. But the shield, he's shielding the turret. That's beautiful from STMN. And now their damage starts to come through, but Memi's trying to run for it. He might get a break, but he's cleaned up by Zar. STMN take the lead.
Look at this, the damage is extreme. It's 80% left.
Нормально их пропушили.
Wondrous work. What a great strategy. Bobby goes in, Stars with the shots, 1% left, and this game is done. STMN move on to match point with a moment of sheer genius.
I mean, shielding that turret.
Красавцы, красавцы.
Absolutely genius, as you say. That was incredible. I hadn't even thought of that. Machine gun turret coming through with a Buster shield in front of it. What do you do?
Unbelievable stuff, but it is still a risky comp. Let's not beat around the bush. And Reject now be very much attuned to the mistakes that they made to allow that turnaround to happen. Levy low, Zar going in, secures things. It's a 3 versus 2. Bobby's just going to heal up now. SCMN will take it a little bit slow. Just get that utility down. Once Sans has turret, then they're going to focus on securing those takedowns and getting that damage.
I mean, this is match point for STMN. This is the World Finals game for them. Sans trying to get on the edge of that grass, try and fly under the radar past that squeak shot, but so many STMN shots are connecting onto the Reject players. Down goes a Sharpie on the right, and now the turret comes in. No shield from Bobby, though, so it doesn't really get much done, but 28%, you can't complain that early on.
Bobby does find the connection there from a Chappie, but did a good job to try to bait it out prior to it. Sticky residue into the mid is going to force the hand at a little bit of STMN. Gotcha gadget there from Zar. The pulling from Bobby. Oh my word, the aggressiveness is really starting to pay off as he pushes now down the right-hand side. Healing up very, very quickly. There's little trickles of damage. It's not quite as flashy as we saw previously, but 41% already dealt by STMN and nothing from Reject so far.
That's the thing, if it works, but now they start to fall, trying to leave Bobby unsafe. Gadget back, but he catches himself on the wall and they clean up as well. Great stuff from Reject to bring the team play together, but still no % on safe, and we're looking at about 42 from Reject, from STMN.
Yeah, great, fantastic rocket laces there from Memi, and you know, that's the sort of thing that STMN have got to really be a bit more patient with their shots for and make sure they land. It wasn't the cleanest of sides in that left, but now Reject, hunker down on the right. Bobby will win that as well, but then missile goes down very, very quickly. The jump from Levy does again get those shots around the situation because STMN should be landing those takedowns. Damage now coming down, and with 40 seconds left on the clock, a bit of a perilous position for them to find themselves in. This could be a reject set.
I mean, Sans just going to leave Levy there and try get this defense, but Soup comes in. Sans, he finds the gotcha, but the shot still hits. Almost even now with those Brock shots. Reject take the lead. Bobby can't push it with any help. He's in a tough position, 2v1 on that left-hand side, but Sans, he just wants to go. Levy needs to find the damage, but the defense are Charpy super. It finds Sans and Bobby, both of them, but Turret, can Vemmy find the kill on Jesse? Because that's what they need.
Turret is down, Zara's going in, the damage is coming down as well. Oh my word, STMN are absolutely destroying the set.
Красавцы.
It's done. STMN take the set and will claim a golden ticket to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Doesn't get much better than that for STMN.
Молодцы.
A world champion on the opposing side to qualify to the world finals. Massive, massive stuff for STMN in a matchup they never even expected to be in. They win it in convincing fashion.
Heartbreaking stuff for a Chappy, a 2 times Brawl Stars champion, and he will not be able to see a potential third. But STMN were the deserving winners, and rightly so, as the performance of yesterday was astounding, today was no different, and they claim their golden tickets.
Я знаю.
Rightly so as well, because that performance 3-0ing an East Asian team, and at that, as you say, a Chappy, 2-time world champion. And let's not cut anything short either. The 2 players that surround him are so good as well. Disappointment for Reject, but they just weren't on form over this weekend.
It just wasn't quite the same squad. You know, these mistakes start to stack, and when we looked at yesterday, we were hoping to see a bit more of a reformed Reject coming into today, and that was not what we tended to see. They got some good games in the sets, but they were not able to claim a set, and that is what counts. If they were able to get a game, it may have been a different story, but STMN were able to sweep it convincingly, and that is astounding stuff as we head over to the stage and get that player interview.
Bobby, what a journey to get to this point.
Бобби нахуй пусть будет.
On top of the world right now. I mean, we had the hardest group 1.
Sans.
We had the hardest matchup day 2, and we only dropped a set. So I think we made a statement.
А не Бобби.
I was about to say, you guys went
Сколько доступно, заберите в игре.
first seed just to face Reject, and yet you guys managed to do that in such an incredible way. How is that possible?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, not everyone gets a free ride. They say the toughest soldiers get the hardest battles, and they gave it to us.
Бобби красиво, понятное
You did
дело.
mention in the beginning of the year that you thought it was actually better to qualify through LCQ rather than directly to Worlds. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, I mean, look what we just did. At the start of the match, you said, you know, this could be a grand finals match in Worlds, and, you know, we swept them. So it's going to be a good confidence boost. We're going to feel good, and we're going to be ready for Worlds.
Well, last but not least, are there any teams that you want to face at Worlds in particular?
SK. Give me SK, give me Luminosity, give me FUT, China, please. But yeah, those 4.
He's ready to take them all. Well, one thing is for sure.
Типа они хотят встретиться в финале с Sky Gaming или что, блядь?
You really turned up the heat, and what we know now is that Worlds is gonna be on the menu for STMN. Casters, take it away.
Fantastic stuff there from Bobby. Great to hear.
Японский это понятно.
It's a great thing to hear as well that they can now finally discuss the world finals, you know, getting them on the world stage. And I think their performance today was absolutely stellar. It really was. They didn't miss a beat.
It really was, and I mean, they had some moments. It was the exact same as the SK Humble game. Reject, they're getting games, but they're not getting the sets, and the sets are what win the overall match. It just seems like they just started too late. That first game in Heist was incredible from Reject, but we love this. When Buster shielded the Jesse turret, pretty much takes the whole safe.
Yeah, it was something that we were just kind of a bit unsure of whether the Buster was really going to be that safe pair of hands that you do kind of need to have in Heist. But again, STMN taking risks, bring a great...
Сейчас посмотрим, что будет с ними.
That is what makes them such a dangerous, such a great team.
Yeah, I mean, what Bobby said there as well, how he wants to face the best teams in the World Finals, shows you he's just exuding confidence. And that's what we like to see. That's what a team like STMN does so well in comparison to these introverted teams. Stats-wise, though, 8-5 and 6, 7-2 and 6, so not too far off each other. But at the end of the day, damage on the save's what matters.
Yeah, Zara coming out there strong in that third set. We'll get to the MVP shortly as well. I kind of feel like Sans was deserving of it. We'll have to see how that goes down over at event.brawlstars.com. But, you know, I think for me, you know, just the caliber of gameplay that we've been able to witness over the past 2 days has just been astounding. I think that actually, ironically enough, many of the teams that have already made the World Finals are watching from the sidelines and quivering somewhat.
I mean, I wouldn't blame them either, because I would be if I was them as well. Watching STMN, watching SK play, 2 teams who have already qualified. They could be the best at Worlds, and they're coming through the LCQ.
I mean, it's crazy to think it that way.
Интересно, еще блинги дают тут.
Of course, was surprised by STMN, you know, because of how frequently they went up against Luminosity and just came short of the World Finals themselves. We go to our MVP. Who is it going to be? It is going to be Sans. I think rightly so. Those first
Sans MVP.
Paved the way for STMN to gain that confidence boost that they needed to have. Not short on confidence, but certainly momentum is a valuable thing when it comes down to one best of 5, best of 3, and Reject, if they've maybe been able to gain a set themselves, we may have seen something more of a back and forth, but again, Sans so instrumental to that early start.
Yeah, Reject just never got started, as you say, even a set, and it could have all spiraled out of control for STMN, but Reject, they just never got that set. They probably should have in a couple of those games. I feel like Gem Grab, they were all right if the Fang just went a bit more aggressive. In that heist, they started so well, but it's these adaptations that the teams are clearly making today that SK did the exact same against Humble. They lose the first, and then you win 2.
Great composure being shown there as we start to gear up for our third matchup of the day. It's going to be Revenant Esports versus Raconic Esports. And again, what is going to be a very interesting one. You know, speaking with Sergeant yesterday, you know, he was saying about how free he felt his group was. Well, now he's going to be put to the test because Raconic caused a huge upset yesterday.
None of us expected what Raconic did, and I feel like it's really nice to see one of those LATAM teams, especially from LATAM West, who are pretty undervalued when it comes to
Не знаю.
Nobody's really seen too much of.
Может, они сейчас усилились, нахуй. Хуй их знает, блядь. Кто-то вылетит. Хотя, может, Нави, нахуй. Вылетят, блядь. Откуда ты знаешь?
I'm with Raconic, you two are with Revenant, and I do think it's a 50-50, but I just think Revenant relies so heavily on Sergeant Clash making those pop-off moves, and I feel like Raconic across the board, they're all good.
I do agree. I really do agree. I feel as well, like, regarding that side of things, that it is that 50-50. I think for me personally, maybe I'm predicting with my heart a little bit, because I feel like India deserve a place on the world stage. I think it's been a long time coming, and they've kind of been kept in the shadows by some of the community and regarding their skill set in question. But I think that for them to be able to prove those people wrong and come out strong here today, I think it would mean a great deal to the overall health of the Brawl esports scene.
Yeah, let's take a little bit of a look at the matchup then, closer look at it at least.
Посмотрим.
Revenant Esports versus Raconic, Response, Sergeant Clash and Prashant versus, well, I guess it's RJ and Christian according to them, but it's Rees JCR for us. But Revenant Esports will take a little bit of a closer look towards them because they are a very special team.
Coming in as the #1 seed in India for the APAC region, Revenant Esports, I've got to say, have some very healthy stats to their name. Ranked in at #2 for set win percentage in the entirety of the 16 teams that made it to LCQ. Always attending a monthly final.
Нормально.
87% win rate for them is very strong stuff, but they've got to bring their A game today, as we saw yesterday, in fact, with the EMEA region specifically. They had some very abysmal stats. It did not translate to the stage, quite the opposite. Let's take a look now then at Raconic Esports, because we already discussed yesterday, caused a huge upset.
А почему за синих так мало голосов, нахуй? Ну, процент более наименьший, чем на ту команду красную. Что за хуйня?
Their best performance to date being that in July against Datus FA, who they faced frequently over the course of the season, 4 times in total. Were unable to break them 3 times, but then they broke through towards the end of the season, and I think that says a great deal about themselves. They were able to grow alongside the competition and just continue to bring their best and just persevere through everything that Starс were able to throw at them.
Коротко и ясно.
This is a team that was practically scouted by Trav at this point. We did not see them coming in so hard for the rest of the season, and yet they managed to come seemingly out of nowhere and perform.
Сержант, я знаю сержанта.
To make it as far as they have so far.
Посмотрим.
Either, and now they are just a singular match away from making it to the World Finals. This is a story that I feel like is applicable to almost both teams as well here. You may argue that, you know, this final here or this final match is not necessarily like the two biggest teams out of the LCQ.
Мне почему-то кажется, что они все 5 карт будут играть, чисто по одной выигрывать. Не знаю. Артур, объясни свои действия. Меня это подбесило немного. Я не сплю, блядь, я смотрю, комментирую, нахуй. Я выспался. Специальные фантазии кончились. Понятно. Свои действия, блядь. Что тут поудалял все сообщения.
I think says so much about themselves and stand a very, very good shot here today. I think Revenant, though, as well, equally as strong. It is going to be that kind of 50-50 matchup. For me, this was the hardest one to predict on event.brawlstars.com. You know, I do feel like, you know, again, as Trev mentioned...
Не, ну просто это не ответ, зачем ты это сделал. Для чего ты это сделал?
They're not afraid to bring in Piper in places where Piper realistically more often than not shouldn't be played, and he is very, very dangerous. I mean, I think he got like 18 kills.
И что? Может, я пошутил? Сейчас я объясню, подожди. Алло. Что? Ты хочешь?
Котик, сходи в холодильник, посмотри, сметана есть у нас.
Сейчас, подожди.
Still would be great to make it to day 2, but they would have faced SK earlier, and that probably would have been quite brutal. Right now against Reconic, by performing yesterday, they're giving themselves every chance for success, and that is absolutely huge for them. It really, really is, and I think that just shows how important seeding can be in the first day, because now the matchups, they are much crazier than we expected, and I love the fact that one of those two teams is going to be making it to Worlds. You talked about it earlier, Revenant, Indian team. India has been prepping for a big World Finals appearance. No one really believed...
Вы же просто взрослые парни. Почему я как с вами, как с детьми должен, блядь, носиться, блядь, с кустом, нахуй, с тобой, блядь. Вы ж не дети уже, нахуй. А нахуя ты просто бы ушел? Зачем надо удалять сообщения, бля? Мне это вообще напрягло жестко. Блять, я скоро просто, блять, человек, который меня выбесит, пиздец, пошлю нахуй, заблокирую. Вообще не впущу в стрим вообще никогда. На чем вы хуйней страдаете, блять, оба? Вот что кус, что ты, блять. Он, блять, колу закончил один, блять. А мозгов нахуй 0. 0. Без палочки, блять. Ну вот серьезно, ну нахуя так делать, блядь? Я не понимаю, блядь. Только настроение, блядь, портишь, Артур. Сейчас ты не страдаешь. Я тебе в общем говорю про прошлые моменты. Действительно, что-то я пристал, блядь. Че, блядь, с трансляцией? Все нормально. Бля, тяжело, нахуй. Мне сейчас честно, вот, блядь, хочется просто закончить стрим, нахуй, пойти, блядь, уйти в тильт. Потому что, блядь, нахуя такую хуйню творить, я не понимаю. Вроде друзья, блядь, а вроде нахуй какие-то враги, блядь. Хуй пойми вас. Мне закончить стрим и уйти нахуй или что? Я сейчас так и сделаю просто, и все. Я просто сейчас закончу стрим, пойду спать реально, вот на диван нахуй, и до 6 до 8 вечера. Потому что смотри, блядь, какую хуйню ты разгоняют Сирен, нахуй. Мне закончить стрим и уйти.
And right now, I mean, the first thing I thought about when I saw that there was a fourth gadget here, I was thinking, oh, Squeak is going to be so good. And he really is in such a good place. We'll see the Gale again. We saw it brought in by Stamina earlier today.
Люди, блядь, вернитесь на землю, опуститесь ногами, походите вы по этой земле, блядь. Я не понимаю никого из вас, нахуй. Почему постоянные конфликты, нахуй? Почему мы не можем, блядь, нормально, нахуй, общаться? Почему некоторые, блядь, закидываются, нахуй? Блядь, ноги кверху и начинают удалять сообщения, блядь. Другие начинают, нахуй, что-то еще делать. Ну почему так? Почему нельзя, блядь, нормально, блядь, пообщаться, нахуй? Постоянно какая-то хуйня. Люди, блядь, очнитесь. Нормально, давайте общаться, блядь. Давайте турнир нормально досмотрим, нахуй. Пойдем пушить вместе. Там попушит Куст, я Сарен, потом Артур попушит, либо наоборот, либо Артур попушит, я Сарен, нахуй. Давайте, вот давай сейчас договоримся, больше без конфликтов каких-либо. Если что, не удалять сообщения, какую-то хуйню творить там, блядь, не выходить из чата. Просто разобраться, нахуй, с какой-то конфликт. Ну, блядь, чтобы удалять сообщения тоже как-то, Артур, я тебе так скажу, это неправильно. С твоей стороны, ну, это не очень. Также та ситуация, блядь, с батьком, нахуй. Ты нихуя не узнал, ты, блядь, сразу все шутить, хуячить. Надо понять, где ты шутишь, а где ты, блядь, это. То есть ты в обществе пошутишь хуёво, тебя просто ебало набьют и все. Я не хотел... Ну ты его начал, ты просто удалил сообщение, при этом, блядь, сагрил меня, нахуй. Я не говорю, что ты хуёвый человек, я тебе хорошо отношусь, просто зачем ты эти сообщения поудалял? Вот ты меня заставляешь сейчас, блядь, кричать на вас. Понимаешь или нет? Разве это сложно, блядь? Это сложно, бля, ребята, нахуй. Ребята, очнитесь, блядь. Пожалуйста. Давайте досмотрим турнир, нахуй. Без всякой хуйни. Потом пойдем пушить. Ай, блядь, сука. Прошли уёбки. Смайлик кидают. Лови, хорош. Я не слышу ответа вашего, блядь. Хорошо, мы договорились, все, блядь, без всякой хуйни. Вы меня услышали?
Jacer, and that is gonna be the goal.
За спинами их выебут.
Somehow, in a game that looks so dire,
О, бля, зря покрутились. Ага.
they are able to bring it to
Все, блядь, думаю, все меня услышат. Такая хуйня повторится, я вас двоих перебаню, на. Разбираться не буду. Блядь. Все, я думаю, все друг друга услышат.
And some overconfidence for sure in that last game. The Revenant are going to have to shut down faster because they are not looking nearly as strong at the moment. Back on the back lines again. The heals quite crucial to keep response alive here. He'll actually follow down as Christian really landing this B pick. Ball back in the corner. Trishant will need to get super to stand a better chance of being able to defend this situation as the respawn now coming in for Revenant.
Pass, response loses a ball. I know. He's not able to shoot it in time. And instead, it's going to be Revenant building up some control again. And their counter offense has been quite good. Let's see if they can lock in that goal. We saw that they were able to do so earlier. Once they get towards that higher positioning on the map, Response is going to start shining more and more on that barrier. There's no wall destruction whatsoever available for Reconic, so they can't easily get him out of position, but he is leaving himself exposed in the mid, and he will fall speed up by Surgeon. Is that going to be enough to score, though?
Nice.
Double actually here, and that will be the goal from Prashant. Revenant find the first goal again, but can they defend this time?
Sergeant taking a lot of shots. It's going to fall very, very quickly. Reconic Esports are responding incredibly strongly as now Christian tries to find Trishant. He pops super on the left-hand side, does find the trade. But now Sergeant in response is still going to have to deal with this situation. And that shield is so strong. The amplified shot will secure a very swift kill. And Response being the last man alive for Revenant just trying yet again to bring his teammates back to life.
35 seconds left on the clock here for Reconic to turn up the pace. Christian is low. Surgeon finds him. Jacer has super. Gonna try to get some damage onto Prashant. He will take him down, but he will be low HP in the process. And actually, he's not gonna commit. He's gonna wait for his teammates to come back. And honestly, I don't blame him, but he does get caught by the super from Prashant. And now Jacer is exposed. Goes down to Surgeon. Rez, nowhere to go for him either. And that is going to be a Revenant Esports striking back a bit more cautious after
Молодцы, 1-1.
and that is going to be massive for them as we are all even arc.
What team spins there for Revenant? It's a game. It's not quite a set yet. It's still just a game, but definitely a better one for them. And clearly looking to try and get inside the minds there of Reconic. Try to get a little bit of taunting flowing, as they feel it could have that bit of a competitive edge. But I feel like Reconic are that team that could stay very firm against letting it get to their heads, and that I think is going to prevail at the end of the day. And we look at this as a start. Christian low though, Sergeant does manage to connect it nicely there, and that is a very important takedown as Reconic off the bat always looks so strong and so daunting as a prospect. Reese there popping the gadget there. This is going to prevent really anywhere for Reconic to go back when it comes to their defense. For the most part, Revenant have been pretty decent on the defense, but Reconic are that persistent problem. Response for that connection is going to be low HP here. There's connections from Sergeant as well. Oh my word, both fall! And it's going to be an easy walk-in in the first 40 seconds.
Бля.
I love the jump out play as well, just in case, you know, to land right next to the boulder without taking any damage. Beautifully done by Reconic. First time they actually managed to get that opening goal. The positioning now is going to be perfect for Revenant. Response is going to get jumped.
Я думаю, они сейчас их зажмут.
Not quite able to take him down, however. Christian goes for super, does not get the connection onto Surgeon. Solo super there for Surgeon. As Prashant falls on the left-hand side, that is going to be a push.
Или нет.
Quickly gets pushed away. As Reconic now have full on map control again, and this is where things can get troublesome here for Revenant.
Yeah, Reese has played that squeak to absolute perfection as now continue pressure. Christian on the jump, Jaxio absolutely still.
Да ну нахуй.
What a play! And Reconic Esports take the first set in spectacular fashion.
Out of all the trick shots you can do in Brawl,
Серьезно, блядь.
Pad 1 has got to be one of my favorite ways to go. Brawl. It's a Gil is not even a meta brawler. He's playable here and there, but he's not a meta brawler, and they brought him in, made him shine. They tried a trick shot earlier, but this time around it actually works. I love it. I absolutely love it. Beautifully done there by Reconic, and a well-deserved opening set going their way.
Spins and pins don't always make the win, you know? It's as simple as that. But flashy plays, calculated ones at that, showing great skill along the way is what makes the memorable set, and Reconic know that that is the case. They are looking so strong in these opening moments, and realistically now, it's down to Revenant to respond. They're the ones that are on that back foot, and they did have some good moments, but they can't let their overconfidence shadow their flaws, and that's the thing that Reconic at the moment, they're looking so good. And on stage you can see as well the team morale is absolutely there regardless.
Set 2 is gonna be a fresh start. The trick shot again here. I mean, I'm calling it a trick shot, but the jump out trick again, that was magnificent. And I'm assuming something that was prepared, something that was practiced, not just coming out of nowhere. Surgeon Clash to 15 kills, and this is what is a little bit scary, you know?
Ну, сержант он самый, типа, сейчас нормальный. О, привет, Несквик.
He's doing phenomenally well, and the team just doesn't quite manage to follow at the same level. And right here, this is what we're seeing in the opening set. That's a bit of a scary prospect because, I mean, he is performing, which is great, but the rest of the train needs to come with.
It does beg the question, doesn't it? Like, how big does his backpack have to be here today to be able to come out with the goods? Going in to gem grab then.
Завидую кусту.
To make another return, and the newer map to enter the gem grab pool, bringing out a lot of really interesting brawlers, in my opinion, to the table for potential bans. Rosa has to be there. It really does. Buster as well. And others. Piper ban, they're worried about Sergeant, and that shows a great deal of awareness from Reconic actually already in this draft. Banning the Buster as well. Again with the Macy, I'm not sold on it. I'm sure though it's kind of up there in terms of the ideas that Revenant might want to bring in. On Revenant's side, there the Otis, the first draft of Meg, which I do like on this map, the Fang ban, and the 8-bit as well.
Yeah, I love how you call it a great deal of awareness to ban the Piper. I think it's just like, you know, thinking about your matchup,
yeah, I know, right?
Wanting to win. I would call it wanting to win, because if the Piper is not banned, I would not rate their chances high, but it is going to be out of the way. As you mentioned, Surgeon Clash phenomenal on the Piper. They will have to Nani on Reconic Esports. One of the best brawlers at the moment, really, especially on those more open maps like this, and it is such a threat. Can deal so much damage from afar, from up close, somehow still quite bulky, able to withstand some close range fights, and the super is, well, we know exactly what that can do. But Amber, it's going to be brought into the equation by Reconic Esports. We did see it played earlier. I don't think it's an easy brawler to play on last stop. Now, sure, you can burn down those bushes, but Amber just doesn't have a ton of great matchups in the current meta.
I do agree. I think that, though, visibility quite key. Can be outranged as well in the later stages. Let's see what Revenant do decide to add to this Meg. Wouldn't mind some healing qualities, actually, just to keep her very thoroughly in the mix. Squeak, as we know, worked out incredibly well for STMN on this map. It's a very, very solid idea. Cordelius for that aggression. Going to be like range, of course, but that jump can get quickly into the battles, and as we know, a great evasive maneuver at the same time. Reconic now with the third and final pick to round off this comp, and it's an aggressive idea. It's Carl. I really, really do like that. And I hope that
Кстати, на Сква мы уже купили БП. Уже видеозапись есть. Мы его купили. Поиграли за нового перса. Открыли... Запись стоит. Открыли этот... Короче, открыли ВП. Это. Получили стенди. Получили перла. Поиграли за перла. Вот. Видос про БП обязательно будет. Немножко позже его сделают. Фотошоплю, хуёплю. Вот, ладно, там идет катка.
That wasn't a dominant start there from Raconic Esports, that was a slaughter, and already Revenant on those back lines, Rashant is going to fall, Christian going in yet again, and confidently so, coming out with the gems. Sergeant is going to have to try to shut this down, but it's instantly burned down there by Reese. It's looking like it's getting easier and easier here for Raconic to hold form. Raconic seem to be able to get the
А Несик Модера заслуживает? Заслуживает. Что таки олд канала? Сказать. Зачем ему? Он не просил. Бля, я вот с Нани в ахуе. Нани это вообще пиздец. Как будто, блядь, отдельная нахуй. К этому, блядь, не знаю, как сказать даже.
Still fine here for Revenant, able to retake the mid again, and gem-wise, Arts were all even.
Yeah, one gem though in the back spawn side for Revenant, which they chose wisely to leave and get immediately back into the center of the action response. Though, it's got to heal up here. They'll get a gem on the way back. They need one more now, potentially here for Raconic. Christian going in, Revenant now pushed back so far. They bought some good time.
Ну, в принципе, один гейм сыграть нормально будет. Было бы приятно, наверное. Не знаю, но он не просил.
Yeah, all they need is the two next gems, and they will be able to reset. Bonus gem spawns on the side of Revenant. Response is going to be going for it. That's 11 now. Jacer that tries his best to make some sort of a play, but he's missing his shots. Oh no! Whoa, that was actually close.
Nice, красавцы.
Yeah, exactly. He was in mech, so he would have just dropped out of mech. So a bit of a false alarm there. Regardless, I mean, that was still dangerous. That was still scary. It looked like Raconic were gonna take this one away, but Revenant playing really, really well and able to just make sure they lock in the games that matter here. Let's see if they can keep it up like that, or if Raconic are going to be able to just expand some of the greatness we saw in the early stages of the previous game.
Yeah, Raconic for me just gave up a bit too much positioning power. They looked relatively healthy in terms of HP, but Trishant did a great job in that left-hand side lane. He really did, and just created the space, landed the shots onto the amber. Christian, though, for me, is playing so well for his team for the side of Raconic, and is still dangerous. He could absolutely turn the tides of any game. He's found now, though, protected pirouettes, keeps him in the mix. Sergeant, though, low, secures it regardless. 5 gems for response. One now as well in the mid. Sergeant going the aggressive. I don't mind that at all. And it's looking like a different squad so far from Revenant, but they cannot drop the ball here.
Response out of mech. That is going to be a little...
Если на скре надо будет так модер, я ему дам. Модера.
Regardless, Revenant now was double the gem count. Beep is not going to be tanked just yet, but a gadget from Response will do the job. Christian going in, Christian gets the kill, Christian gets the gems, he will fall though to that squeak shot. But is that enough for Raconic to steal any of those gems? I don't think so. They do still have some control, and gems-wise we are all even, but a bit of a scare there for Revenant.
It really was, and I was saying just prior to it, the Christian is fully able to come out with that kind of steal, and that was a very close shave there for Revenant. Now pushing back on the mid. Response needs to get back in mech himself. Great burn here from Reese on the left-hand side as the peep is available there for JXCR. Waiting on it, holding on it, but these shots from Response are landing the mark. Christian will like to get his super quickly, but now low HP, protects a pirouette, they're not going to be enough for him, and he's bringing gems over. Response will pick them up, and it's a countdown.
Response красава.
11 in the pocket. If Surgeon were to go down there, that could potentially have helped, but he's still up. All right, now Raconic need to push downwards. They need that kill onto Response. He's taking some damage, but not enough. Time
Отлично.
out, and Revenant will take a set.
Well, Revenant, this time around, much more quietly kept, it's fair to say. Keeping those celebrations for later, no doubt. as that first set really did turn nasty quickly. We know Reconic are dangerous. We've seen it. We almost saw the steal there as well. But we've got a back and forth now for the first time today. We are all even in sets.
It was a great set here for Revenant. I felt like they had the draft. It's just the first game. They didn't really apply themselves too well and struggled a little bit here and there. But then they were able to just really turn things around and show why they went for this comp, why it was working so well. And Revenant Esports now all even against Reconic.
Yeah, that was that beautiful play there from Christian. And you've got to give a lot of credit to Trishard there to land those shots. Such a crucial moment in order to do so and make the save happen. And Reconic were just not quite able to muster something up enough to escape with the majority of them.
2000 дают этих, блядь, монет на прясе. Помогается. А я модер заслуживаю? Заслуживаешь, конечно. Только зачем он тебе? Хочешь, могу дать, ну зачем, я не знаю. Типа 2 модера у нас.
How big does Sergeant Clash's backpack have to be? He cannot keep carrying his team in every single instance.
Ахаха, повелся. Я скип. В смысле, мне несколько написано. В смысле, блядь? Так это Несквик. Вы ебанулись? А, блять, по Ави там видно, нахуй. А не, кстати, не видно, то же самое, блять. Это если вот тут смотреть видно. Чек на скворик. Если вот тут смотреть видно, если там смотреть не видно нихуя. Потому что у меня тут черная фея. Ой, фея, тема.
Specifically, but it is an open long-range map, so Piper obviously can do some work, and if you play like Surgeon, it's gonna be deadly. We'll see the 91st pick though for Revenant, and that can do pretty much just as much damage as that Piper, as we will see a collab as a response for Reconic. Always been a staple of Kaboom Canyon. It's just really good because you don't have to commit to deal damage on that save. You can stay around the mid, go for a super, maybe even catch someone on the way and get that shield as well. So overall, really great pick. Really good synergy too with that Carl because you don't really want to be facing a Colette as a Carl. So Reconic just locking it in with that Colette simultaneously. Carl here as well can get some great positioning in the back line and then be really annoying to deal with. Obviously, Flying Hook helps you get into those deeper positionings behind enemy lines.
You're completely correct though in what you say regarding the Piper ban. Yesterday, teams were just not prepared for it. It doesn't take an analyst to see, looking back at yesterday, that is a necessary ban against this team that is Revenant Esports. But in the previous set,
блять, мне 1% на телефоне
haven't just necessarily put all their eggs in one basket on that particular brawler, on that one man of Sergeant.
А все, телефон выключился, заебись. Чата видеть не буду ненадолго. Тут с компанией минимально читать. А что у нас тут, кстати? 7.
Extra credits will shred through. There is no doubt about the power of 8-bit with that gadget, with that damage booster. It's just susceptible in the meanwhile. But if Revenant Esports don't keep a firm eye on things, and the range, of course, quite difficult to deal with at the best of times, it can really turn the balance just in an instant. It could be a game turning quickly into a set.
Блять, этот Нани калечный, нахуй. Бля, что такого Нани себе купить, нахуй? Сколько он стоит будет? Подожди, блять. Его можно так купить? Это пиздец, блять, я отвечаю. Нельзя так. 200 гемов. Бля, ебать ты Нани, нахуй. Банешься, блядь, да? Ебать Нани какой, блядь. Пизда нахуй. Пизда, она не страшно вообще, ебанешься.
I don't mind it. It's going to leave nowhere to hide for the damage booster. And now look at this with the team wipe there. 3 versus 1, trickling down in the damage as Revenant start to close themselves in. Now Peep coming in yet again. It is going to find a connection onto JXCR there, but he will still survive. Nonetheless, Revenant are firmly in this mid now. And Sergeant can just creep a little bit further forwards with a singular takedown. Those 90 shots in the safe do count. A waste to sue there from Christian. A spinful response. The return from the Colette is sealed in kind. And now Revenant can get even more damage to add.
You mentioned it, but the problem with the Apex is when you don't have mid control, it is so hard to take it back. And a nice double there from Surgeon as well, absolutely playing out of his mind, as we expect from him, ready to greet JXCR on landing. And now, Reconic are getting more and more desperate to push out of their spawn, but every single time there's something heading their way, whether it's gonna be a Nani head or just a super from the Griff, there's always something ready on the side of Revenant Esports to great Reconic.
I'm enjoying this Griff pick. It's got great healing qualities, and you do need that in Heist to be able to go on the aggressive as quickly as you can. But now Reconic, for the first time, starting to show something of some worth. JXCR, though, 128, he can't join his team for this push. It's a tremendous amount of
Сильверситика видел, а Брок вроде нет.
But it's going to be done in perfect synergy, and there's the damage booster down.
Потом как-нибудь.
Reese falls as well. It's just JXCR on the right-hand side who's realistically...
Так нормально, они выявили.
Christian, though, he does actually fall in the final seconds. It's going to be Revenant Esports taking that game.
Красавцы, что скажешь.
For Revenant in defense from the start on, but later on we're able to build up that mid control, slowly creep up the map, and then just never really give it back until it was already too late. That's when Reconic were able to take back control. It was already too late. There was already a 70% lead nearly, and at that point, Reconic, they just couldn't get through the defense of Revenant. Jacer was an early gadget, but he is very low HP now. Surgeon is going to be able to find him. Surgeon's getting so many connection in. It's so easy to hit an 8-bit as well because he is so slow right now. Oh, a nice super though from JXCR. Is able to chain that if he wants to, but he's a bit low HP to commit.
На Грифа скин прикольный, кстати.
You know, there's so much splash area to have to work around, and look at that. Christian on the right hand side will do his best, and he will fall equally quickly. It's just been the Revenant show so far. We haven't really seen Reconic able to really work their way forwards up the map to assert some pressure, but Reese now placing down the damage booster, does land some connecting shots, some good landing shots onto Shant. JXCR there as well with a pick up onto response, and now they're starting to push forwards. Extra credits there for Reese. Great stuff now from Reconic.
This is the positioning that they needed. Another extra credits as well from Riz, and that's going to be some good damage from 34% pretty much single-handedly on that save. But it is still just an hour lead in favor of Reconic, and positioning is not perfect here. The damage booster is available for Riz if he needs to. Christian goes for the super, actually gets away with a kill there. Revenant could probably have prevented that if they wanted to, but a bit of a misplay perhaps. Nevertheless, it is a trade at the end of the day. Let's see how this middle fight, how this middle battle is going to go down. As we do get a kill, we get a second going the way of Revenant. They're still behind damage-wise, but they do have some access to
Игнат, что?
8% separating both teams.
Keep coming in, just going to go for the damage and stay in the mid as Christian there with the flying hook comes into play. Forced down to the left-hand side, protected pirouette as well. Keeps him alive a little bit longer. Sergeant with the TP in now. I'm surprised he didn't use it on the safe previously for damage, but they obviously wanted to try to stay in formation. JXCR finds Rashad finally there.
Я говорю, потом чекну.
A great connection from Sergeant, but will he be able to peep in time? He does get behind it. He gets the kill. Sergeant could be on the save, and he could be getting damaged. 1% is all that's in it. He finds it in the final seconds.
Бля, пиздец. Красавцы, нахуй.
Oh my goodness me! What did you just do?
1% соса. Я говорю, потом чекну.
ridiculously clutch. Ice cold in the veins as well to go for that play. 600 HP. He goes for the super. The collapse.
Oh my goodness. Это настоящий? Это не настоящий.
My goodness, that was truly incredible here, and everyone doubting about the level of those two teams. If you guys don't remember the trick of the jump pad in Brawl, now we have this. This is an incredible match here.
Just some insane mechanics. Such a daring thing to do, but this is where you do need to dare to dream on the world stage, right where it matters most.
Осталась только зона. Мы зону берут сейчас красные. И синие берут нокаут. Чекайся.
What a matchup that really was, but Revenant East will take the lead. 17 kills for Sergeant, and Response has joined the party, yes! 10 for him. Again, Prashant with a great last set now on the shorter side of things for the kills, but the DPS to match almost 400 for Sergeant Clash. He really is a killing machine.
Yeah, Prashant might be last.
Интересно, блядь, Netflix подписался Артуром нахуй. А, это, блядь, другой скипер. 17 килов сержант. Нормально.
Really well. We wanted to see that. He's been too quiet this weekend. Surgeon, I mean, just bringing out those monstrous performances, and he truly is that X factor, that extra that they have on the side of Revenant.
And the irony is that the maps where Revenant Esports would absolutely have picked the Piper, they've just proven that they don't need the Piper now, and that was our question coming into. Got to be said, the strategy of aggression that Raconic have been implying ever since the first set has not been working out as well. That Carl pick, Christian for me has been playing really well, but in those later sets it's starting to dwindle a bit. The bans are in for Ring of Fire. Buster, Gray, and Carl for Revenant. For Raconic, it's going to be Colette, Piper, and Cordelius.
Piper ban again, and as much as it is an incredible, strong ban against Revenant, it is also just a brawler that like gets banned every single time now, and it's kind of like an extra.
Что мне сделать?
Not an extra ban, but it's like they have one less ban. You know what I mean? For like other very meta options like that now, that probably like is one of the biggest or most banned brawlers on Complete Canyon. And then you have some of those brawlers that just escape the banning session because there is that brawler that's just dedicated to a Piper, because Piper is not necessarily deep typically on your fire either. Nevertheless,
Пизда сразу.
I like it, alright. We've seen plenty of Bell action, quite shiny Bell action throughout the weekend with some great trick shots as well, but I do like to Pam a little bit more personally because
Нет, ты свои карты оплатил.
being able to get those heals down as well is going to be very valuable on a map open like this.
Может, бесплатно тебя подвез. Может, бесплатно тебя подвез.
I think it's always going to be good, especially at land, to have some safety when it comes to tanks. Make sure that you have that.
Что-то на такси ехал с Чижовки.
For some of those.
Алло!
We'll see the loot brought in by Reconic.
Что-то на такси с Чижовки ехал. Что-то на такси с Чижовки ехал. Ну, ясно. Понятно.
So I like where Reconic is going, but it better work. Because otherwise their journey in the BC is going to be...
Но. Там не ходит так, 20 может. Покажи.
Stu going to bring that same level of aggression. I really would like to see Atara here myself to be able to have those shadows go in and clear up house, get
Почему ты меня не
the... very quickly to the map to get back into the swing of things. There's eventualities of death, but this is a set that Raconic Esports cannot afford to lose. I like the Lou. It's going to have some denial of position on that mid, and of course, most importantly, with that the objective. This Bell could really start to pop off and cause the Pam a problem. I don't mind the draft here for Raconic. It's just hard for me to side against the Pam.
Let's see how the early game goes. Speed boost always going to be nice, but not quite as effective when there is going to be that squeak, sticky residue down in the mid. Despawn now, Christian aggressive, great connection, gets the kill, and this is looking fantastic for Raconic early on, getting lots of big kill. Right inside, Surgeon is in the back line.
Это вот это настоящий дисква, это не настоящий.
That's going to be an easy takedown for him.
Вы приехали 1-4, вот я не знаю, чья это карта.
Твоя.
80.
Это не моя.
80.
У меня 22-38.
For me, Raconic Esports have the better draft here, and they are starting to play much more like their former selves, which gives me a great deal of hope as they approach 50% mark.
Посмотри, может, там минус на карте. Может, все так сняли, что у тебя минус на карте. Это Несквик. Сейчас я подпишусь Несквик. Почему мне не идет? Несквик я, короче. Что?
The moments count will burn down now to the poison, and this is the time the Revenant Esports have really got to embrace. They've got to get back in this game and give a bit more of a match.
Короче, у фейкового Несквика ава немного больше, у настоящего Несквика ава немного меньше.
Sergeant doing his best to dance to the right hand side, but they have caught up. We're now even in terms of the objective.
Вот, сейчас написал не настоящий Несквик. Как я понял, если по телефону отслеживать. А вот сейчас настоящий. Вот это настоящий, это не настоящий. Это не настоящий, написал Несквик. А.
Карта получителя 8048, значит, маме.
Предотвратить будет. Где деньги, козёл?
Дебил, бля. Я, блядь, работаю на такси, разъезжаю на деньги.
Не говори только. Сейчас позвоню.
Не звони, не надо. А как ты позвонишь, если у меня телефон?
Я тебе дал по 200%. В смысле? Я до твоей не позвоню. До твоей не позвоню. В смысле по 200? То есть если возвращать должен 160, 1500? Я Несквик. Ты не Несквик, я вижу сразу же. Несквик написал, типа, я тебе дал по 200%. Сам такой. Вот это Несквик написал. У вас авы немножечко отличаются. Если ему одинаковую аву поставил, видишь, у тебя больше, а у него поменьше. У него с такими обводкой. Вот. Он настоящий, настоящий, настоящий. А сколько стоит? Куда? Знаешь, сколько на молодежную будет стоить? Тебе сказать? Сейчас. Это сейчас. Короче, пинская. 13 рублей. Конечно. Утром по 20-ку будет. Ну да. Что происходит? Да я не знаю, что у меня в чате происходит. А что, не въебали? Ой, не выиграли, на? Я себе. Ебать, там ПМ задержал нормально. Беги. Сейчас. Да, почти.
Ты этого не ценишь. Папа же тебе думал.
push forwards, but he's taking so much damage. Reconic so close to the finish line. Christian low HP as well, but Surgeon not able to find him just yet. Percentage-wise, it's about 20 separating both teams, but Reconic is getting so close to locking in this game. They might just run away with this one. They need to get rid of Surgeon. They will do just that. And Reconic not out of the running just yet. They will
Очень такое классное мороженое в Беларуси, кажется, называется. Постоянно ем. Я фейковый. Ты фейковый, да. Вроде. Да. Таблетку выберешь. Кинь.
Discussing their strategy and what went right in that game and how to replicate it once more and survive on, take it all the way to the fifth and final set. Revenant have had notoriously bad starts so far in this set. Jashan going in super aggressive, but not really going to connect too much there with the scrap sucker. Again, those bell shots ricocheting between Response and himself. But look at this from Sergeant. Aggressive plays. He's able to juke his way around and stay in the mix here. Fast pattern from Response as well, just keeping that pressure on. Is that much better start for Revenant?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of confused how Revenant were able to make this happen after they had two miserable starts in the first and in the second game.
Сделано в Беларуси. Шоколадный каштан. Да, такой вкусный пиздец. Мне кайфует.
Which is pretty much how the previous game went, and still it was close. This could be huge for this Indian team because the lead is going to be back in their favor now as they are in control of the mid. A couple percentage. Oh, and the advantage with Surgeon is playing.
Я кайфую ловлю от него, реально.
And he's been doing so much for his team. Revenant so close to the finish line already. And Rez is going to be desperate here to try to find Surgeon, but they just can't take him down. Christian pushing forward, but Prashant is just so tanky.
It was a beautiful mark there from Response. But Sergeant is so slimy, he's so sneaky, it's just wondrous to watch how he plays the mind games with Reconic. Once he's on the left, then he's on the right. He's all over the matchup and continuing to do so, finally taken care of. But it is then again, still Trishant on the mid. Revenant only need 9%. Reconic have got to fight, and they have to fight now, or they will be going home.
There's no more gadgets really available besides for that loot. So Reconic, it's all going to come down to aim. Hitting those shots is going to be massive, but a triple push onto that zone. A couple percentages left. Surgeon is still alive. He's going to be so low HP, and it's secured. And it's going to be Surgeon, the man himself, that locks it in for Revenant. They are going to the World Finals.
What a back and forth. The first set really wasn't to be for Revenant, but the ones that followed up showed the learnings. A valiant attempt from
Несколько могу тебе 500 рублей вернуть. Пацаны сейчас с нами будет. Сейчас с нами, короче, будет. Хуйге. Ну, вас цыш. Хуеть. ДНС, ну... Прокси. Вот эта команда. Напиши ДНС по-братски. Уже написал. Вот написал вот эту команду, пиши. Ладно, нормально.
I wanted to see India come out and prevail, but they had to bring the plays on the day, and that they did. We've got an interview on the stage now. Let's head it over to Trav.
Thank you very much, guys. I mean, first of all, I have to say a massive...
Сержант, наверное, мне кажется, или нет? Или траншакт этот. Как он называется? Ладно. Не вычитал.
Okay, first of all, I didn't carry. The team played very amazing. Like, I think we performed the best we did today. We did a lot of chokes. The pressure was immense, especially after I called them a free win, which they were. The first one was just a donation, I think. Yeah, nothing more.
I mean, that was going to be my next question. You know, you called him a free win. You said your group was pretty free yesterday. Do you still feel the same way, or do you have something to take back? Because I know there was a lot of trash talk across the stage, a lot of spinning as well. You know, is there actually bad blood?
Okay, just a tactic to make them play bad. I mean, they're already bad, but like, it's just a tactic to make them play bad. Okay.
I mean, you heard it here first, guys. Absolute trash talk being thrown across the stage, but at least they don't have the chance of return.
А, вот тут точку забыл. Вот тут точку поставь.
You know, I think as a final question, how are you feeling to be going world finals, and how who are you fearing the most there? Because obviously you guys have performed so well.
ДНС. Точка.
Okay.
Nulls. Proxy.com.
So like, they're
Чё?
biggest threat. Other than that, I think we're pretty confident going into it because we've been improving, especially with the roster addition.
О, ТГ пойдешь, Куст.
Yeah, you definitely have. And again, a massive congratulations, guys. Is there any final shout-outs that you want to give?
Смотри.
On your road to making world finals.
Еще раз сейчас вписываю тебе. Вот тут где ДНС. Точка должна стоять. Вот так. Какой ты говной? Проверяй, Куст.
The shade being thrown. Oh, they've got a member of the squad called Trashad, but the trash talk is all coming from Sergeant at the moment. And I mean, you've got to bring a bit of that to the BSC, a bit of confidence. You know, it really does add to the narrative.
It really does, and I feel like it's something that a lot of teams are embracing at the moment as well. You know, build up those rivalries and make sure to intimidate your opposition as well when you can. But man, I'm becoming, honestly, one of the biggest Surgeon fans. This weekend was truly a revelation for me. I feel like I have been missing out on one of the biggest up-and-coming players. Not that he doesn't have, like, past experience and all that. He really does. He's not a newcomer. But I feel like he's coming from being, like, a regular player to really becoming one of the fiercest players in the scene. Look at the stats here. Actually,
Ну ты что-то типа сказала, мне б завтра с температурой не слечь. Что-то такого, я не помню. Прослушай вчерашний ГС.
All depends where those fights are taken, and if it's Revenant in the zone while you're fighting, it's Revenant getting percentage.
Funny story and true story yesterday prior to the interview with Sergeant. I did say that I'm his biggest fan, so you have to take a second place to me. It's already locked in. But we did say in that matchup, didn't we, that it had to be a case of everyone coming together as a squad. It couldn't be the Sergeant Clash show. And great to see towards the end the response to pick the mantle up as well. And everyone doing their bit, and I thoroughly deserved victory. I mean, I felt that Reconic could definitely have taken this. In that first set, it was looking very convincing to me that they would do. But again, it's that Indian spirit, isn't it? To really just never lay things down and just always come back fighting hard. Gonna check out our MVP as well, surely from event.brawlstars.com. It's probably gonna be Sergeant, let's be honest. I mean,
I will riot if it is not Surgeon Clash. Thank God, I really did not feel like rioting today. But Surgeon Clash, you're MVP. And by the way, Ark, this is proof. You said that you thought that surely Reconic could win as well. I didn't think so.
Как мама Ава на YouTube.
Free for Revenant, because I'm the biggest Surgeon Clash and never stopped believing. What a performance from him. What a performance from his team.
А, я что-то не видно, блядь, с хуёв я тут не видно.
And it's what they needed here to perform at their best.
Вот она, короче, тут.
Players needed to have their A game and just play on point here. And I love that they were able to find that success. Reconic played great too, dude. That Brawl set was honestly legendary. That goal with the jump pad, not something we see very often. And
не применил, значит, еще. Скипер в сеть зашел. Охуеть. Спустя 50 дней, да. Он давно еще запустил. Час назад где-то. Я сейчас скажу. 42 минуты назад. Что за хуйня?
tickets. We've got to find that last team to add to the mix. We've already had earlier today SK Gaming, the only team so far to go forwards and not drop a single set.
Ну все, Нави остались. И там уже будут решать. SK Gaming будет играть с Тмином, с ТМН нахуй. А Нави, либо Нави, либо N Sporting. Сейчас узнаем. Наконец-то мы дождались, блядь. Нави, нахуй. Нави, СТМН. Я натурал. Окей. Ребят, мы дождались Нави, нахуй. Сейчас увидим Петю. Я Петю не видел вообще давно, блядь. Я вчерашний не смотрел полностью этот, блядь, турик, нахуй. Я Нави вчера не видел вообще состав их. Мне прям интрига для меня, это будет прям интересно узнать. Кто там в Нави?
They are here in LCQ, one match away from the World Finals. Two teams that have had some experiences with the World Finals as well. So they're definitely hungry to get back on that stage, back at the highest level. But yeah, I'm completely with you. Angel Boy, I think my favorite moment so far in the entire event was him celebrating, I believe, their first win against... in their opening match. I don't remember exactly, but they were just so excited, just so happy, and that just made me so emotional as well.
О, бля. Мама нахуй, ля какой. Гилбой, мама, куб нахуй. О, бля. Охуеть. Петя. Такой, хопа. Привет всем, нахуй. MMA. Опять все додики, нахуй, их вчера видел уже. Давайте в Нави, я в вас верю, блядь. Ну, да, ну, блядь, я в Нави больше. Ангелбой там вообще такая туша, блядь.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of these teams are so strong at the moment. Navi yesterday, I think that might have been the best they've played all year long, and especially Angel Boy himself as well. That was a really special performance from him, and you know, being humble is, well, you know, one of his main traits, and he was very humble after that.
С Японии, может, какой. С Китая. СНГ команда сейчас, да. А я его не заметил особо. Сейчас скажу. С Украины? Или с Узбекистана? Узбекистана.
Not even qualifying for the monthly finals, and the end of the year was still scrappy too, but just about enough to make it to this competition. Now they're here. They had yesterday to warm up, bring up their A game.
Не знаю. Тогда откуда? Кто держал на... Это был апрель. Я точно помню, это апрель был. А это же был апрель. Сюда.
Personally, I'm kind of siding with Navi at the moment. I think they are just that tier above quite a lot of the teams in this competition. And you know, I said that about Reconic as well. I said Reconic were probably going to beat Revenant, but I was proved wrong. And I was quite pleased I was proved wrong because it was a great performance by them. but I do feel like Navi have just got what it takes to take some.
Yeah, I think that if you look at experience, you can but only sign with Navi. I mean, they have 3 players
Сейчас Робовека будет, да?
that made worlds before. They have a player that went
Пойду поешь что-нибудь, возьму себе. Вот такую за Робовека. Я считаю, не грех.
I believe 2021, sorry, which is quite an achievement in itself. And yes, it's been a while. It's been quite a bit of time now, but nevertheless, that extra experience in LAN, especially playing against international teams, and just this overall setting is something they're a little bit more used to than VN Esports. Now, it is a matchup that they know. They have faced each other countless times in the last year. They know each other well, and they are going to be using that to their advantage, and I mean maybe to their disadvantage as well. I really want to see what both teams have cooked up for our drafts here, because I think they are going to be crucial to those teams' success. You got to try to play to your weakness, play to your strengths, sorry, and to your opponent's weaknesses. That will probably be smarter. But yeah, this is a matchup we've had a long time coming as well. It's all EMEA again. On the one hand, very good for us EMEA fans, because we know there is going to be yet another EMEA team making it to the World Finals. On the other hand, there's one less, because one of those 2 teams will be going home empty-handed.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now 5 teams in the World Finals are going to be European, because it's guaranteed from this match, right? Like, it's no longer an international match. This is, you know, home region on the home stage, and I think, you know, both of these teams have what it takes to be able to get this spot, but it can only go to one of them, and that's the sad thing, because I feel like both of these teams, with the years they've had, especially with how consistent the teams have been after those first couple of months, at least for VN Esports, and they've been back and back and back again. But Navi, they had that win, and that's what propelled them into that. I believe they came in at 7th seed, so they only just snuck it even with the
Philippe.
Navi we've seen all year round.
It really is, and talking to both teams off stage, they both
Филипп.
really confident.
Сейчас будем есть и
Now, it's always so hard
палочки.
to tell, like, if
Ой,
the confidence is
вафельки.
actually warranted, like if they should be confident. I remember talking to Navi at
Классом.
last year. They seemed really confident too. It didn't really go all that well, but this is gonna be a huge matchup
Спасибо.
for both teams, no matter what. Open will be where we will start things off, and Brawl is going to be quite the heated game mode to kick off this.
Ну, я выбрал Brawl вообще и будет.
Brawl definitely one of the game modes we do like, especially when it's aggressive teams like this who like to hop on those tanks. Angel Boy hopping on those quite frequently, and on the other side of VN Esporting, a lot of these tanks come through as well. So it's intriguing to see what this draft is going to be entailing for us, because I feel it's going to be an absolute slugfest, back and forward, a lot of tanks, a lot of speed, a lot of mobility, and I think that's the Brawl size I like to see.
Navi looking focused, and they want to be focused, because this is.
Я бы на месте Нави пикал бы. Сейчас. Уже глаза мозолит, да. Гейла. Обычно не Гейла пикают. Ладно, окей. Кстати, а какой сейчас у нас карта в Бравле? Кипер приглашает. Привет. Ежа, бля. Ежа, бля. Ежа. Бля.
I like the Otis pick all right, not necessarily my favorite, but it does all right. It does all right. That's kind of the gist of it, right? That it's gonna have.
Чё они там пикнули? Кончо. Конус карта в этом, блять, Бравле. Пингол. Нам посмотрим, потом где пушить будем. А Нави играют уже, да? Ежа.
We're going to see Crow come in though, and I think that's pretty good. Through this mid, especially where the grassy area is, down the sides where there's some grass to hide. It's good to scout them out and get a bit of tickle down damage in there. You can never complain about being
Артур проснулся.
vision geared or something pretty similar for quite a few other brawlers as well. But we are still with Navi for their second pick now. Overall, I think the Otis is pretty solid first. But you know, if you're in doubt, go Otis, because as you said, it's good against the majority of things. Crow, a lot of the same, to be honest with you. It's pretty much
Ежа, бля.
Now we're going to see Sandy coming in for what is that, the 3rd time on this map today. Very strong brawler with the Sandstorm, and it's just more scouting ability with that as well.
Yeah, I like it for sure. There's a lot
Возьмите не Гейла, они сейчас Гейла пикнут, блядь.
from great place possible as well, and some win conditions for Brawl, whether it's going to be putting your opponents to sleep as you're trying to score, or just in defense as well, right? But also the Crow that can jump in if the ball is placed correctly, and that can be a goal that happens even though things were not really going your way.
На уровне Uncle Boy.
Can be huge, especially in a game like Brawl. Squeak is going to be the follow-up pick here for VNE Sporting.
Ой, бля, Рама жесткий чел, кстати.
One of the biggest winners here from that new gear, able to just shut down locations of the map, and
Сколько я знаю.
here we go. There's going to be the aggression.
Ноб. Этого взял.
Into the mix by VN.
Yeah, I mean the Fang is what they kind of needed there as well, and Navi didn't really.
Рама на сту жесткий. На сквике тоже он неплохой.
Slow it down. They've got the Sandy to stun it, but they haven't got much DPS. They haven't got much damage to be able to deal with when it actually finds its way through. And I think that's something they might need to, think about for this final pick. Squeak-wise,
Гейла, пикни сюда, блядь.
throughout today, these maps.
Услышь меня, пожалуйста, Гейла, пикни.
As you said, the sticky residues, having 4 of them, it's brutal.
Долбоёб.
I'm surprised to see that fly straight through the bans and all the way through the draft process.
Yeah, that's right. It's still a brawler, as much as like I am aware of how strong it is at the moment. Sometimes I just don't think about it, because we see Rosa for so long.
Да они очень норм сюда, блядь.
But it is there, and it is very strong. Now, is it gonna have the easiest time against the Fang? Not necessarily. I think it's gonna depend a lot on how much utility they have. I think the gadgets are gonna be massive for the Fang in that matchup, just like the shield is gonna be massive for the Rosa. So it's gonna be a bit dependent on those.
Короче, посмотрим.
But besides that, the drafts are locked in, and we are ready to jump into.
Только против Панка норм.
Already some great tags from Nob early on onto both MMA and Angel Boy Rama.
Давайте Нави. Вас вся страна верит.
Because if he gets too close up, he will get himself in danger. But a big kill from the Rosa shield as well, I believe, whilst he was still.
Nice.
And look at the Fang play. Rama clears
Бля.
shot and is able to secure that defense here for VN. There's a defense they really needed.
Yeah, it was a nice slow there by
Рама, сука. Заруинил все.
reveals where Nob is even more with that Sunstorm on top of it. Sticky residue thrown down into that as well. Will be showing up Cube and whilst he is in there, but Angel Boy getting hit hard and no real use out of that Sandstorm after the first use. Obviously, Angel Boy's going to grab this ball, trying to go forward, but Rama has another super to be able to play this defense. Stun comes through as well. He does go down, but Cube still remains to defend.
Push slowly coming through here. Nob might try to score this one. They're gonna play it safe. They're gonna wait a little bit, but a jump from MMA coming in the back line. Rama going for a play. He's able to find wood as he was dashing back and forth. But for now, it's gonna be the
4 гаджета.
as Navi have positioning.
Он тут взял перк или что там.
I feel like that was a bit of a walk for me rather than just a super in and try and get the job done. But now it is Navi with the control and ball going to be passed forward. Actually, a little bit missed pass there, passing it to himself down this left-hand side, wanting to move this forward yet again. Throws it to the right because we know that Cube's got that store. Oh, the super couldn't come any later for Angel Boy there. Beautiful. Rama goes past, can't get it, but maybe it gets the ball, passes it to the right-hand side, but it should be a 1, 2, and 3. Then should be a goal.
Nice.
Navi, almost intercepted by
Туда.
Nob, but a great start for Navi.
Composed from Navi, patient, calculated, making sure that there is no room for mistakes here. I'm playing with their win conditions. I like it. A jump in there, a bit of a well play from MMA, a bit optimistic as well, but a follow-up jump in, and actually that might be.
Нави, ММА, блядь. Ой-ой-ой, ММА, хорош, Петя. Петька, лучший.
And got a beautiful landing directly back onto one of the other VNE Sporting players. And I mean, that was genuinely an incredible play.
Yeah, I mean, I call it optimistic because I didn't think he would have another super that quickly. He did. He uses that to kill the remaining players.
Нашел, да.
Somehow, that worked out fine. MMA was a big performance here in this.
Не знаю.
Yeah, Rama trying to move forward again.
Маленький говорит.
After that Sweet Dreams, MMA did hit Rama quite fast and undid what was done by Cube. Trying to push forward now. MMA flying under the radar. Not going to get the heal off in time. They're going to fall. Super and the shots following up from Nob do manage to clean up Cube as well. Now passing forward. A little pass off the wall and a mute might have gone quite a long way, but now he can't get rid of the ball. Has to kind of retreat all the way back to spawn and he's low. And maybe it's
А когда он под ультой этого, вот этого Отиса, типа, он тоже снимает с ХП?
as they have lost a good bit of control. And now with the sandstorm as well, you don't really
Или
know
как,
where they
просто
are coming
что-то
from.
провтыкал.
Right inside, going for the wide flank, and he's gonna go for a sleep onto Rama. Doesn't really find much from that, in all honesty. It was a good attempt. Angel Boy has super as well, so be careful with their placement. He is gonna be huge with that. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 kill after Rama goes in. The trade is gonna be found. And Busto in a good position to take down that Rose. Actually, Angel Boy will survive with 1 HP. Not the best gadget from Mabius. Angel Boy still alive now as well. And things
Куб, блядь, похую, знаешь, типа.
very even in this game.
То играет, то не играет, нахуй.
But no
Кидает
pressure
пины.
yet. Rama will go down to the sandstorm damage. And Angel Boy is pushing 40. He has super now as well. He's gonna pop it. That's an easy kill onto Nom. Mabius gets the ball away, and for now, VN's still able to defend.
Yeah, pass back into the corner then by Mabius. Rama trying to defend this one out now and still has some of those roundhouse kicks to get.
Рахую.
They do choose to go aggressive.
Ясно, он опять куб кидает пин, нахуй. Сука, я такой щепин хочу поставить в этом. А у меня такой сейд пин же. Видишь, куб похую кидает чисто. На расслабоне тупо играют, пацаны, вот реально. Бывает у них так. Гилбой. Сейчас забьют, прикинь. Опять этот смайл кидает, нахуй. Ой, блядь. Купон, блядь, похую. Типа вспотел, знаешь, типа потирает так лоб. Типа вспотел.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I feel like it was very back and forth. There were opportunities on both sides, but at the same
Куб угарный, нахуй. Ну я знаю, блядь. Унижает куб, доедает.
They might lose this game or they might lose the set. Despite the game being like, you know, close, it was more slow than close. Navi were just playing so calm, so collected, so calculated, and making sure that they were not giving anything away for free. And eventually, we're able to take the upper hand pretty much every single time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It never really seemed like they were in much of a bad spot. I mean, yes, they had their moments, but overall, they just seemed.
О, кулачки нахуй туда их. Я знаю, что он с Молдовы. Хуй Ангелбой сделал кило, блядь. 10 кило больше вообще. Бил 100 кило, нахуй.
Quite a wild stat here from Mabius. Don't necessarily think that, you know, that he was like the problem or something for VN. I was trying to phrase that in a friendly way, of course. But at the same time, yeah, it's a bit tough to say. It didn't feel.
Все 0 килов Mabius, ебанешься.
He does have a lot of damage behind his name, so I think it was just generally as a team that they kind of struggled to find their pace and to get the big plays in. Last stop is where we are heading next, and this could be a chance here for VN, although in all fairness, Navi, I feel like they often have some original ideas, and on a map like
0 килов, пизда. Кринж нахуй. Кренжик. Ешь хуй.
Maybe it was Navi who played on this map yesterday. I've got a feeling. I've got a little bit of a. Well, I think it was actually VN who did. I can't fully remember, but one of these teams I believe did play on this map yesterday, and I think it worked out pretty well for them, all things considered. So we'll see if they're able to bring that same energy.
Иконка, блядь.
About Humble, who came onto this map, a bit more unknown, so it might help them out.
Сэнди, кстати, пины появились. И скины, кстати.
In this game than what VN Esporting have been. Piper, Colette, and Rosa are the bands coming out. And Navi, Tara, Crow, and Buster going to be the bands coming out of VN Esporting. First pick was the.
Кстати, я бы такой скин на Сэнди, кстати, купил. Лампу, КЗ. Вот такой бы. Кстати, это же этот олдовый скин. Оператора. Пушка поехала. Сэндико. Ну, тут скин тоже прикольный.
Cheat cartridge is one of the best gadgets in the game for any gem carrier, as you can just get back to safety without taking any risks.
А что за скин? Даже на Перл. А Перл это девочка, типа? Сейчас пойдем, я просто ненадолго зашел. Нет, подожди, сколько у него скинов? Здесь 59. 34 минуты осталось. Ну, типа, блядь, этот квест мне тут... Ну, я могу купить, ну, я не хочу скины покупать, не знаю. Да, на самом деле.
The Daryl comes in, and that's a bit of a rarity, but pretty good against that Fang, so I can't really blame them for it.
Yeah, I'm so curious about how those interactions are going to be going. I really can't wait to find out as we jump into set number 2.
Дальше гемы. Натуре чека.
Quite a bit better, but VN, they had their chances. They had some opportunities here and there. I think they just need to commit and be able to close out those opportunities.
Накачай ВП 30 дней. Вроде как. 28. Ты пики пропустил. Да похуй, еще посмотрим. Квикси прикольно, мне нравится. Ну, бит. Ну, куб за него разъебет, думаю. Забита. Пэнк, Отис, Дэрил, кто там? Кстати, у них пик хороший, у наших. Ну, Нави. Я ж тебе говорю, пик у них хуйня. Nob's going to come in for the roll though, going to get the kill, but going to get traded out by Cube as well, who's going to start picking up his 4th gem now. Maybe it's going to be jumping over to that right-hand side. He can deal with the Fang on himself. Мебиус опять 0 киллов мужских сделает. Блять, губ такие смешные модики дает, я ебал. Я сейчас все время успею за 30 дней. Ну, так и все. Отлично. Куб как всегда. Куб, блядь. Сейчас кинет эти очки. Смотрите. Не кинет? Блядь, жалко, нахуй. Не, ну Куба я всегда знал, такой смешной, блядь, позитивный типочек. MVP матча. Понятно.
Took a lot of early damage, and MMA is able to get the kill at the end of the day. Kill onto Angel as well here for VN. Well done. A gem onto MMA. Not gonna be ideal, but better on him than on a VN player.
Мне теперь не волнуется. Ну да, бахую буквою. Куб злится, блядь. Я бы на месте Куба закинул бы туда нахуй эту хуйню, пропушил бы немного. Пока не лоу хп были. Вы заметили, один куб кидает пины, один куб, больше никто. Ангелбой, иди забирай гемы. Ангел соло. Ангел сольет, шучу. Второй сет тоже въебали. Вы выебали.
And Navi, they are just a single set away from making it to the 2023 World Finals.
I mean, this is genuinely incredible from Navi. Some of the gameplay that they're showing us today, and yet
Голубой принесли воды, нахуй. Заебись.
you know, I mean, commendable performance there from Cube as well, holding those gems as successfully as he did, because just staying out of the wrong situations. But it's about Angel getting in the
Пиздец, за что так Ангелбоя не любят. Я в ахуе. Ебанешься.
They probably lose that game, but he is there. He makes the plays and he makes them beautifully.
Nom rolling in that play, and it was just such a big opportunity there, but it was so hard for him to close out.
Ангелбой соло, соливая фильтры. Усиление. Нахуй мне это усиление, блядь. Усиление. Ангел. О, хуя. Мивил сейчас 3 килла ебанул. Кубик 2 килла. Кубик тот, который, блядь,
But VN, this is going to be their last fighting chance, and they've got to give it everything they got, because their entire year has brought them to this point.
I mean, it's not looking good either, is it really? They just seem to be a bit off today. I don't know if it's just Navi being completely switched on, the best they've played all year, in my opinion, and maybe even the best ever they've played for the side of Navi. But VN Esporting just don't seem like themselves. I feel like after that first set, they definitely took a bit of a tumble, and there were certain moments where they had gems, but even when they have gems, I never feel like they're safe.
I'm with you there, and I love how you're talking about the form as well of Navi, because I think this is the best form they've been in ever. I mean, last year was they were really not in the best spot coming into Worlds. The year before, I mean, they did amazing, but the skill ceiling has increased so much, and especially the skill floor has increased so much. The worst teams that are playing in the biggest tournaments are so much better every single year. And right now, Navi, they are looking so fierce. Looking at this draft here, first is going to be Cordelius. They banned out Griff, as well as 8-Bit and Nani. Griff is an interesting pick here. It was banned out, it was played out by Revenant just earlier. But again, I wouldn't necessarily consider Griff as like such a major threat on the Kaboom Canyon. Regardless, we have the Colette ban for Navi, as well as Crow and Tara. Tara are a little bit of an interesting ban as well, I think. Like, it's not terrible just because Tara is a pretty good brawler, but I wouldn't say either that it is really a big threat on Kaboom Canyon.
I mean, personally, I kind of think it is very, very good, because, you know, once you get up to that safe, and it's not that difficult to do so with Tara, force support from Beyonds. I mean, they shred the safe completely, and on top of that as well, just force support from Beyonds genuinely in a map, and I think it's one of those gadgets where it's kind of amplifying a bit more after that fourth gear gadget, whatever it's called, came in. But Gale's going to be the return pick from Navi, and they did this in FPS, right?
Вот очень нормально, кстати.
And we laughed and we asked for an answer, but now I don't mind it.
Interesting. I mean, just talking about the Tara, just finalizing the thought, I just feel like at a pro level, it's so hard to get to that safe as a Tara, you know what I mean? And I actually popped that gadget. I don't know, that's how I feel about it, but...
Алло, Гейл сейв? Я тебе о чем, блядь, тоже? Какой Гейл сейв? Ура, за наших, за правду. Да, за наших, за правду. Слава России.
Especially when the launch pad would just make you jump much further than it does now. It was really easy to get in a lot of control, but it's not as strong anymore, but it's also something that most teams don't really expect either or are prepared to face. So I really want to see how that pans out.
I imagine they'll still be using that launch pad just to get into that mid, and I think that's the thing, you know, you can't do it too much, or as it becomes expected and they start spamming that as soon as they see the launch pad or hear it starting to spring up. But Lola's going to be the last pick along with Bonnie for the side of VN Esporting. I like that kind of range. They've got some good DPS there as well. Jump in with Bonnie. Damage from Cordelius is massive, and obviously Lola as well puts out a lot. Otis on the other side does just that as well, but it kind of seems like Navi were heavily anticipating tanks, and they haven't come. And Daryl is going to be their final pick. And against Cordelius, it's not a match that's favored.
Какой-то конченый. Оригинал на эску, я вижу. За наших, за правду.
they must be confident they can still make it work. It will be harder than if there was not that sort of tank awareness, but I mean, it's in draft. You always are gonna have some sort of anti-tanks options in place, because otherwise you are setting yourself up for failure, and all of those teams want to do that here. As we head into set 3 here, and the jump pad are ready to get that control, but the Cordelius was there even faster. However, he does go down. Nice dodges, but it's quite low HP across the board, and maybe this is going to reach that safe and cause a lot of early damage onto Navi's safe.
Yeah, he's going to go towards that right side as well, and just sit there. We do see it was Daryl going in onto the other safe, but not a lot really coming out of it so far. Now the damage starts to come in, but that actually is Cordelius cleaning it up nicely, and this VN Esporting damage is just unmatched by anything we've seen from Navi so far.
Yeah, this is a bit of a massacre so far, as VN Esporting are getting so much damage on safe. It's just everywhere. There's someone just dealing damage on the safe, and Navi just have to run after them to try to clear it out, and that safe is only 50% less healthy than VN's.
I mean, it's nothing they can't come back from with Cordelius and Daryl, but it's not the start they will have wanted. Slow being used there by MMA as well. Not going to have that stunning blow. So we need to see if Angel Boy's going to be the man to get the damage, or if it's going to be up to Cube. Nice roll coming in there, gets the kill as well, and he's actually not going to waste his super on that. But Nob holds onto it, wants to use it on someone else, and actually misses it entirely.
Yeah, that's not going to be ideal here for Nob. Knockback from MMA as well. They managed to catch up quite a bit. It's only 30% different, but maybe this is going to get some more connections onto that safe. He will get cleared out by MMA. And now
MMA.
the defense is MMA here for VN, but they do lose Rama. Angel Boy back into the action as well. Doesn't have a roll just yet, so he's going to have to be a bit patient before he can make a play.
Yeah, looks like they're just sitting around the safe waiting for Daryl to go in so they can melt him. But if they do a nice synchronized push, a mute, a pushback and everything, Daryl might be able to get some damage in. Nob's got to be fairly close to a super though, I feel, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting this far back. He'd be wanting to go up and get it. It is a 22%, or actually 32% deficit that they've got going on at the moment, but Navi are in the 2-set advantage. They've still got time to come back if they do lose this game, and even in this one as well. But 3 supers now in the hands of Navi. It's a dangerous prospect.
Я тебе 4 скинул, что черт. Вылез.
Jumping from Mabus, he gets the kill. That's huge because now someone else needs to defend, and he will survive the kill super as well. That is pretty much going to be checkmate here, as Rama will be able to close it out with the final spray. And finally, something seems to be going the way of VN. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, Trav. I don't really get the kill here. It's not really doing much for me. I mean, I think the jump pad is cool, but at that point, you might as well just get a Brawl that opens up the middle or something, you know?
No, I agree, but I think they were heavily anticipating tanks as well. I think that's the thing, you know, it gives the jump pad and you can just deal with tanks quite well.
Да, легко тут надо. Я записал раньше свои стримы. У меня самый популярный стрим это 700 просмотров. Но есть там побольше вроде просмотров, просто я поскрывал. 600, 400, мы тогда раньше по 7, по 8 часов стримили. По 11 часов.
Trade on the left lane, but Mabus is low HP and eventually does get cleared up by Angel Boy, an 8% lead in favor of VN. They're gonna hold on to their positioning in the mid, and so far it's quite the fight for it, but it seems like despite MMA getting a kill on the left side, he will be traded out by Rama, and so far they're just going in one by one. That's not working out the best. Angel Boy will get the kill on the right side. I don't know if you needed that super at that point, but for now, things are still.
Там не 24 часа было, там было часов 15.
If the Daryl manages to roll through, he's gonna deal a lot more damage than that.
I mean, he's just going in over and over and over again and not getting a lot out of it. But Mebius is here with his super. Rama's going to place that ego down and get some damage along the way as well. Cube, super in hand. MMA got this defense as well, but they can't play the same game VM were playing in the last one. They can't stay passive. They are behind.
Бля, прикиньте, 24-часовой стрим провести.
Because he knows Nob's just going to bring him into that realm, and now he starts to make the move. Rama pushing forwards, adding some more damage to the safe, and Mebius just waiting for the opportunity.
Чисто целый день сидит за компом, блядь, и пушит. Это вообще
пиздец. Aggressively, is that going to be enough? Yes, Nob gets that kill. The roll from Angel Boy gets one. It's going to be looking for a second, but I don't think he has the HP to make that happen.
Там больше 24 часов было.
VN in an excellent position with 25 seconds left.
Они вообще пропушить не могут, блядь. Вообще нахуй.
Nob is gonna bring him with him. And Rama is still on the blue save, getting damage consistently. And I don't see a win con here for Navi. I think that's gonna be a set for VN Esporting. Nothing that Navi could have done. Just
Их в ноль нахуй.
in my opinion. And VN Esporting making sure to capitalize on that mistake and secure their first set.
Yeah, no, I do think it was poor draft in the end. I think they compensated for too many tanks too early on and then couldn't really retrieve it after that. Notice they didn't have that many tank counters, but you can't play a Daryl into a Cordelius, can you really? It's just never going to work out like that. It was just a respawn point, which is not something that Navi will have wanted.
Yeah, I think the Daryl pick was very, very bold. I still didn't love the Gale pick, in all honesty. I think it would have been better to maybe keep that for later on in the draft. Don't really know. But regardless,
как сказал Нет, дали фору. Так надо.
Up 2-0, you can afford to take some risk, go for some wacky comps. But you gotta make sure though that you keep your eyes on the objective, because now VN is only trailing by 1 set. And as we saw here in highs, sets can go by really quickly. And if Navi is not careful, before you know it, we're in set 5 and we are all even.
And that's especially if Navi continue not drafting well and VN draft pretty smartly, which you kind of come to expect them to do at this point, haven't you? Really, Navi are VN are a very strong drafting team. Philip obviously does help out a lot with that. Nob.
Подожди, а если вот мы будем пушить Сэнди, у меня кого будет? У меня какой силы? 6-й?
But as we always say on Heist, it's not the kills that matter, it's the damage on safe, and that VN Esports is dominated.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on. Let's see how this next set is going to be going. As Navi, they can taste victory already. They know how close it is. They know that there's only one final step here required to qualify for the World Finals, and that's winning one of the next 2 sets. For VN, I know they need is 2 sets as well, you know, so really not that far behind. Ring of Fire for Hot Zone. It's going to be coming up next. And this is another map where draft is going to be very important. Navi might want to be a little bit more cautious with their approach, not try to go for anything too wild this time around. Or will they?
I hope that they don't go in for anything so wild on the side of Navi, at least. The Esporting, I welcome it. Go for something a bit wild. You're still trailing. Maybe you want to kind of take a bit of a risk, but at the same time, if you don't have to take risks and you can still bring the sets back, go for that too, you know? But I do find these drafts between these guys interesting. It's always, there's always a tank on the map at some point. Maybe 2, maybe 3 occasionally. But these guys are so strong with these aggressive brawlers, these tank brawlers.
Бля, вот этот скин я хочу, кстати.
Is what is coming up now. Crow going to be the first pick from VN Esporting, and I do like it. Bands looking like Amber, Colette, and Lou. I hate the Lou of this map, so I'm glad that's out of the way. Still, Rosa and Amber on the side of Navi.
I like the bands on both sides. A lot of heavy hitters out of the equation. I think the double Amber ban is maybe a little bit excessive. I mean,
Hot Zone, скипер вливает.
2
seems
like a lot of bands for an Amber. Squeak is going to be the first pick here for Navi. Definitely a very strong brawler at the moment.
Ну я тебе папу персо, добью эти блинки, сколько тут, блядь, хуйню. И все. Куплю какой-нибудь скин 75 000.
Very high performing brawler at the moment. As Navi are looking to pick their second now. Let's see what they bring into the equation. Angel Boy is still smiling, still happy, and I mean, he might as well be. He is in the lead. He is a set away from qualifying for Worlds. But they got to focus up on that draft as well, as Pam is going to be their next pick, which I don't mind here. I think that the sustain is just very valuable in the bulk too.
Great draft so far from Navi, in my opinion. I really like the sticky residue, especially when there's no Lou on the map. It's the good equivalent of it to keep people off that zone. And then Pam as well, just
Бля, Гейла пикните.
good spray, some good range as well to keep people low.
Пусть ангел бой Гейла пикнет. У них тогда пик будет охуенный. Вот и берут Фэнга, смотрите. Если они пикнут Гейла, будет охуенно.
I don't hate it, but I also think that Pam's not bad against Fang.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that Pam can do all right here.
Пускай Гейла
Pam
пьет.
can obviously still do a lot of
Я
damage.
отвечаю, нормально будет тема.
They have a final pick on their end. I would think they might actually
Или
go for some
Корделиус,
sort of
блин.
tank counter just to take it
Пайпер
away from
может.
Navi,
Не,
and
Пайпер, нет.
also be a bit careful on their end.
Корделиуса,
Extra
блядь,
awareness
тоже
towards a
нормально будет.
final pick of a tank that could be happening on the Navi side. You're gonna go Bell.
Беля.
That's
Беля.
an interesting one. Because, I mean, Bella's absolutely
Ну
fine
вот,
here.
блядь,
Fine here, but
Корделиус
it's not
или
necessarily a
этот.
last pick most of the time, because Bella is quite a generalist. It's not really
Что
a
я говорил?
specialist. So,
Гейл.
usually in the final picks, you might want to go for something that has a little bit more counters here. But obviously, I mean, the bounce can still be really good against that Pam.
Тара, ну
station.
Тара тоже
And we're gonna see
нормально.
the Tara brought in by Navi.
You know me, Teddy. I love a Tara. I love a Tara, and I love it here as well. I think it's a very solid pick, and especially against the Fang as well, which is a tank. It's going to feed her a lot. Support from Beyond's come in as well, can tank some shots when, you know, if Fang does land on her, then the support from Beyond's going to be able to tank some of the shots, stay behind it. I think it's a pretty good shout from Navi here to be able to counter this one out. And I personally, I prefer their comp, and I think they might take it in the fourth set.
Yeah, I like their comp more too. I definitely still see some win conditions though on the VN side of things, so I would definitely not rule them out just from looking at that draft.
Сюда
If
нищи.
you'd ask me, I would say that Navi
Сюда нищи.
wins the draft.
Ну сюда нищи.
Winning the draft
Быстрее.
is enough
Я
to
жду.
win the game. You gotta actually play it through and perform there as well. Sticky residue already down in the mid, and it's gonna be Navi that will take the early lead with just a little bit better positioning and more presence towards the zone. Angel Boy very aggressive though. He's gonna get pushed away from there quite easily. Maybe a bit over aggressive, but at the same time, with Tara, the beginning of the game is usually the hardest because you do want to get a super to pull someone, hit some shots, you start working towards your next super, and that really is the name of the game for Tara.
Yeah, I do really think that Crow's got a bit of a tough matchup here against the Tara on the lane, especially with the support from Beyond. Rama's going to go in, going to get the trade out there, but it was actually Angel Boy who got that return. But he's just going to be playing it a bit central here. I feel like
Ты скоро?
way down the right hand side, but
Алло!
establish this healing turret and try help out MMA here as well.
Иди ищи!
Stop Rama from coming down his side and bouncing around with his team. Angel Boy now going to push forward, get a kill. And in goes Rama, but it wasn't a good lunge. He didn't even have to use his Tara super to get him out of the way there.
Yeah, kind of crazy that he still keeps that super. It is going to be a little bit scary using that super on the Crow, so you might want to avoid that just because Crow has super and it could literally just jump out of range. Won't matter for now as Angel Boy gets taken down. Maybe he's playing it from afar, and both teams playing very composed, making sure not to make any mistakes. Rama, who's a big kill,
Алло!
ends up going down to the squeak anyways.
Не щить!
That were in a bit of a
Ты
lead.
что, лакей или что?
Ты лакей.
Я только потом не
Ставь сюда лакей.
Until VN
Всё, спасибо, лакей.
take it back for
Папа.
themselves. The healing station is still there. There's a spare healing station for Cube 2.
Помоешь
So
посуду под.
right now, Navi can't really complain about their situation,
Не
although it
будет.
is very, very close still. A one-for-one trade on the left-hand side.
Папа мне блинчики
I think that is
принесли.
favoring Navi. The trade is there, but
Буквально,
Navi
да.
is too low. He goes down. The nest eggs are still in place, though.
Блинчики со сметанкой.
But there's no shot for the Crow to contest his own.
Ба.
Just doesn't have the HP. But Rama goes in, finds two, falls to the third.
Я бы на самом деле отлучился, поел бы сейчас, но у меня
But he's
кино
gonna be
все равно.
patient. He's waiting for his teammate. Gets the connection onto Nob. Nicely done, but he ends up going down. Super will connect as well. Find the trade. A couple of percentage difference, but Navi are able to catch up, take back that lead. Is that gonna be enough here for Navi, or can VN come back? Oh, the Dashin is gonna get destroyed.
I mean, they can't do anything, even with Cube marked up constantly throughout the game, which Nob's been doing an incredible job of. MMA remains on this
У нас
zone,
дождь
now
пошел.
4% left. The turret's going to tank, actually cleans up. Angel Boy surely going to get it done, though. He does, he gets there.
О,
And
дождь
Navi
пошел.
going to match point.
Very close game,
Заебись.
but close is
Дождливый
not
походу
gonna cut it
охуенно,
here for
мне
VN
что-то либо
esporting.
смотреть.
They need a win. They actually need
Блинги
two in a row
принесли.
here
Да.
to fight off that match point and bring things back to an even match. And Navi, this is the final step towards
Заебал
qualifying
куб,
for
блядь.
World Finals. They need is to win one of the next two
Вон Нави,
games
блядь, ой,
and
мама
now be
старается, Ангелба старается.
in Sweden
На
at the
похуя.
end of the year. Navi was a good start here as well. Big kill from MMA on the right hand side. That's gonna create a little bit of
Матч
space,
point.
a little bit
Что
of
это значит?
breathing room for Cube.
Ну типа,
Nice pick up from Nob here to try to
что
put an
значит?
end to that idea as Cube is too low HP.
Это типа, блядь,
Showboy able to find some good value. Rama
не знаю, как
wastes
объяснить.
his dash as his target dies before he gets close.
Блядь, это типа, когда
No.
ты один раз выиграл, да, и остается типа решающий этот матч-поинт. Ну
As
типа,
Navi has the lead,
бля, не знаю,
there
как
was a
объяснить,
lot
мне
of
просто
wasted
объяснить.
util already from Vian.
Look at Angel Boy as well. That's got a pull right there. Or maybe
Типа матч-поинт ты выигрываешь решающий. Ты выигрываешь все, ты такой.
Nob's going to try and push through this mid as well, and yeah, he's always got a mark on him, but he does nothing because now MMA and Angel Boy are in a phenomenal position, 60% to
Чё без шансов Нави,
20
бля.
by VNE Sporting.
Нави.
are running away with it.
Navi are there to double pull from Angel Boy. Very well played
Angel
once
Boy,
again.
красава.
And I think that VN Esporting know that there's no coming back from here. They're too far behind. And Navi are gonna be your final team to qualify
Всё,
for the World
Нави прошли.
Finals 2023.
О, какие радостные. Ой, бля, Angel Boy, блядь, чуть не пиздит. С колена видели? Уебал, блядь.
But commiserations to VNE Sporting, who've played the entire year at such a high level. But today, and over this weekend, it just wasn't enough to take down the might of Navi.
Блядь, Angel Boy так уебал, он пизда, на.
It was a good year from
Там
VN.
Кубу, наверное, уебал так с колена за то, что он, блядь.
Navi, on the other hand,
Так-
are going to the World
Ну
Finals
что, видишь,
after
всю игру, блядь,
an incredible performance throughout the weekend. No
выебал
one
всё.
was able to stop them, not even VN here in day 2. We have
А
all
Кубка
of our
счастливый.
finalists.
Да похоже прям там, блядь. Похуй, течение пропало.
And the 4 who qualified through the last chance qualifier over this weekend. It really is very, very interesting to see what teams managed to make it to the World Finals. And I don't think we could have had 4
Сейчас дальше
deserving
будут
teams
играть.
of claiming those tickets.
Definitely not. It's
SK
been all
Gaming.
over the place. We had some
Против
matches
кого-то я не
we
помню.
really expected to go a certain way, went another. Some other matches where the favorites did manage to win. But hey, let's hear it
Печь,
from our
да.
final winners here. Ark, take it away.
I'm here with Angel Boy on the stage. Congratulations first and foremost to yourself and the boys. It was a tough matchup. You know, VN Esports, they did not go easy on you, it must be said. But Navi have appeared in every World Finals since
Angel Boy, он капитан команды или
2021,
что?
and it would be the same without you. How much does this victory mean for you and the boys?
It means everything for me. I think it was my biggest grind so far. I'm really happy that I achieved my goal. My goal is still winning the
Ему
world.
трудно разговаривать,
I will
он
do my
сам
best
русский
to
же.
this. Now I think we proved everyone that no matter how scrims goes, how tournament goes, it's the matter that if
И он такой, видите, у него такая
time
типа еще
comes, you play
потому
different
что он
game.
русский.
We were focused, we
Это
played our
видно.
best game, and I want to thank all our support.
Петя с кубиком там болтает.
All stuff, like you're amazing. Also my
Нет, он на русском. Посмотри, кому трудно. Смотри, обычно знаешь, как в школе разговаривают на русском, и так всегда. Что-то говорят? Вот так видишь, а там, когда эти, блядь, они без запинок. Куб, Angel Boy, наверное, блядь.
Yeah, of course, set against Reject was hard, and the whole match against VN was good, but first two sets were
Angel
going
Boy
our
на
way,
русском
and
базарит.
third set, I think draft wasn't something we expected.
Видишь, он говорит драфт.
And yeah, I think
У него как будто, ну, у него не
the third
горячая
set was
картошка во
very
рту.
good from them. Yeah, so we lost that.
And you know, you said that you were going to bring out the Fang specifically for me. Thank you for that. It did pay off very nicely for you. But you know, there has been such a huge outpouring of love for you specifically on social media.
Другие лучше
I'm
разговаривают,
gonna
чем
ask
он.
them the question: how does it feel to have so much support from the entire Brawl esports community?
Thank you guys. Thank you. It's I appreciate it. And yeah, of course, I told you that I will pick Fang, and also I told Nob that I will pick Fang, so they knew.
So they actually knew the whole time.
Yeah, of course.
Fantastic stuff. Well, again, congratulations, a well-earned.
Чат Ровер пишет.
Now go and celebrate.
Чел, хейтеры, вы где? Опять Нави вам хуйцом порту провели.
It's back to the casting desk.
I love that guy. I really do. Absolutely love him. He's so humble, so nice, and honestly, it's very entertaining to watch him play. Some of the best gameplay we've seen all year round
Yes,
comes
of
out
course.
of Man and the team over on Navi. It really is the best they've played, and I think it would have been a disservice to the community if they didn't make it to the World Finals.
Все, Нави отобрали мировой финал. Это хорошо.
We have some names that, like, I mean, we definitely knew, right? But we're coming into the World Finals. I'm expecting a lot from players like Surgeon just earlier, but also here Angel Boy. Those were my two biggest highlights when it comes to individuals that just performed out of their minds.
О, бля, нихуя себе
Look at
пошло.
him go. Look at him go, just carrying Cube. I mean,
always the one.
Exactly. I mean,
Честно, Нави ничего плохого говорить не буду. Вообще ничего
kills to
плохого.
3, carrying him in person as well. Angel Boy with just an incredible performance.
Будешь матч посмотреть?
We say
Да.
carrying, but the thing is, right, I said it to Sargent as well, you know, how does it feel to carry?
До конца буду
It's
смотреть.
not, you know, the team isn't playing badly. It's just highlighting that one specific player who's making the big plays. And usually, it's that aggressive player. It's the one who's making the flashy plays, gets the most recognition, and that's just how it works, right? They are the person who is making the plays, carrying the...
А шоу-матч-то что, типа?
Такой,
Типа, это вот эта вот фигня сейчас будет решаться, СК Гейминг, вот эта вся хуйня, да? 3 команды, типа.
Yeah, of course, it's also about like setting up your teammates for success. You know, if you're playing more supportive brawlers or more utility.
Не, так я же, конечно, буду. Мне, типа, блядь, неинтересно, чем это вообще все закончится дело.
And the Piper, those like heavy hitters, it's their job to get a lot of kills. I want to give a particular shout out as well to MMA because I mentioned it earlier that he was performing really well here at LCQ. He really is, though. There again, only a kill behind Angel Boy, getting so much value, so well. For me, he's the reason they won Brawl Boy as well, was his incredible crow play. So, right now, Navi is looking incredibly deadly, and they are going to be one of my favorites coming into Worlds.
I think so as well, and it's the same with STMN. Even Revenant were looking really good. They were a bit of an unknown coming into this tournament, but specifically in my eyes, STMN, SK, and Navi.
Типа, заберите награды, нахуй, на инвент Brawl Старс. Типа, реваться забрать.
Let's give a look at our MVP for this final match. Let's see who will get it. I'm thinking Angel
Boy.
And it is the man himself, Angel Boy, that takes the MVP. I feel like we've not had any disappointing.
Да подожди, ну шоу-матч-то, типа, вот сейчас будет это вот идти херня, там, где СК Гейминг, РН, этот... Ой, не РН, ну, короче, ты понял. Я нихуя не понял, что ты написал шоу-матч.
He just deserves it after the intense performance he's been able to provide for us throughout the entire weekend.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like whether it's his nanny, whether it's his
Во, вот эти сейчас будут, типа, имеешь в виду это? Товарка неинтересна. Какая товарка, блядь.
Congratulations to them for managing to guarantee themselves that last World Finals spot of the weekend. Let's take a little bit of a look at the bracket, what we've had throughout the duration of this weekend and who did get those qualifying.
Ты имеешь в виду, вот это шоу-матч?
Tickets. First off, we had SK versus Humble, which was a quick 3-0. Humble, they put up a big fight. It doesn't really show here on the scorelines, but it was SK who were victorious. STMN and Rejects, more of the same. Big fight, but not showing on the scoreline. STMN were victorious. Revenant versus Raconic. It was a
товарищеский матч. Наверное, нет, а зачем,
And Navi versus VNE Sporting, very close game as well, but Navi were
Пойдем играть сразу же. Когда смотрим, они минут 30 тут будут еще ебашиться.
Ends up being Revenant versus Raconic.
Еще плюс 5 минут этих нахуй.
So much craziness, some crazy comps, some incredible plays, and just shows as well that like you can't underestimate teams here in the BSC. You have to be really careful. If they are here, it's because they're good enough.
Интерес посмотреть.
And a lot of teams that had a lot to prove here were able to do so at the LCQ. Of course, there are 12 teams out of the 16 that are going home, but hey. It's brutal. Always in the BSC, and we have 4 more teams now that will be attending the World Finals from different regions as well. So that's always going to be exciting as well to just see the variety of teams for Worlds.
Yeah, that's the thing. It kind of seems like the hierarchy is changing from specifically East Asia to now almost every region being on that same level, and it's really exciting to see. And I think it's a change that Brawl Stars esports to remain as entertaining as it was, because it really is a very, very entertaining competition in all, and also I think World Finals is going to be absolutely amazing as well. We're going to take a quick look at a video whilst we get set up.
Look, eh?
Ладно. Кто там, блядь?
You have really good skins. Let's start hard. Difficult.
Your character is a short range.
Отец приглашает.
Short range. Okay.
Скажем,
You have a totem. You are very off meta right now.
Meta with totem. Your character.
I can jump and short range.
Yeah.
Jump. Okay.
Has a lot of skins. Your character. It's one of the most character with skins.
Okay. Your character can break walls.
Break walls.
Totem, good skins, and off meta.
Is Bo.
Yes. Mine. I have short range, a lot of skins.
Погнали, давайте одну карточку добьем, пойдем дальше смотреть.
No.
No? Okay.
You want the
Одну
last one?
карточку
No, last one.
пугающих.
Okay, yeah. Give me one more.
The sport. He do the sport.
Мне бойца тогда.
I'm el primo again.
It's the same, bro.
Boost.
I don't know how. Okay. I will look. This character is the most of meta brawler that I've seen, probably. Or almost the
I'm trying to
most.
guess it. Am I Jackie?
Yeah.
Okay. Your brawler is long range brawler.
Okay.
Okay. Have decent a lot HP and long range. You have a turret.
A turret.
And
Наконец-то брал хоть гульнем. И
Let's go.
Артур гульнет.
8-bit, I guess.
yeah. Okay.
No sé
Мы ж на 750 пошли еще, тем более. Пиздец, блядь.
You are cold. Cold.
Cold, yeah. I got it. You are a typical brawler, like
Режут
cold
там,
one.
слышь?
Old one. Original one. And I can break walls.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a bull?
No.
Okay. You can stun.
So I can stun is cold and the other was
You can jump.
scale.
Yeah.
Найс.
Okay.
I'm original, a break,
Tank.
I'm not bull.
Yeah.
Найс.
I have a shotgun.
Yeah.
I'm Shelly? Again?
You are the original.
I'm Shelly. I'm the original one.
Опа, давай еще. А, не убил никого. Жаль.
Lots of fun there being had with Pedro and Chaos, and we're going to continue that on as well, because actually Pedro's going to be joining us for this show match along with Oshi as well from the SK Avarosa roster of last year, which we'll get into shortly. Trev, Hypercharge, it's been out of the mix all of the LCQ long, and we're going to be bringing it back for a show match. I can't wait to see how the teams fare with regards to that new mechanic that we've not really ever seen in a competitive setting.
That's why nobody's going to have scrimmed it. Nobody's going to have seen it in
О,
a competitive
выявить.
setting. And I'm actually
Nice.
really looking forward to seeing how this plays out.
Красавцы,
Different changes to this, because,
красавцы.
You know, we've seen so much Rosa, so many tanks. Spike's been out of the mix. Shelly's been out of the mix. All these tank counters are out of the way because they've got hypercharge and now reintroduced. And also, you can't ban them.
On the side of STMN as well, we're going to be having OG joining forces with Sans and also Lukey from the Humble rosters going to be hopping in as well. Yeah, I mean, he had a great, fantastic day though. Despite the loss, I think that he really excelled for me in the way that he was...
Всё, ребят, всё на.
Again, I'm going to be looking for...
Идем дальше смотреть, на одну катку зависли уже, блядь.
Value when it comes to Hypercharge. Pearl, though, I really do enjoy playing. I think she's very, very strong at the moment. Obviously, we've had her banned out.
Бля, мы не идем дальше, алло.
They are the kind of top three for me, but, you know, Ball as well. Jackie maybe even getting a look in potentially Brawl Ball 2. And, you know, no one can ban them as well. It's important to mention that.
Yeah, it's intriguing to see that we won't be able to ban them and how they're going to play out and when they'll be drafted, when they won't be drafted, and if some just aren't in general, still aren't good with that hypercharge. But let's take a little bit of a closer look at our rosters. We actually do manage to have pictures for all as well. Ikeos, Pedro Gajara, and Oshi, Lukey, Sans, and OG on the side of STMN for this show match arc.
Love that from production. Fast fingers at work quite clearly to arrange that. And, you know, again, I think it's going to be really enjoyable to watch. A bit of fun, no doubt, to be had on the stage, but also, as we know, let's face it, SK Gaming, when it comes to show matches and when it comes
Баба,
to
блядь.
they take these moments incredibly seriously regardless.
Is that a banana?
В смысле?
I think so, yeah.
There's a banana out of nowhere.
Oh, okay. We're doubling down, I think. The shark is on the stage.
Какого хуя? Что?
In the show, that's the question.
Is that Yoshi in the shot?
It is Yoshi in the shot.
Папа Маскара. А с этим что, блядь?
Sheer madness and randomness as we bring on then STMN.
It's not Lukey at all, it's Lukey Bear.
Oh, it's Lukey Bear. Oh,
Woman.
Lukey Bear as well.
Да, woman, блядь.
So certainly going to be adding a great deal of
Без
talent
баб
to
нахуй.
the STMN
Выходим,
roster.
блядь, отсюда.
Of course, OG
Выводите
Sans
бабу.
And Lukey Bear.
Dyna, inbound.
Dyna inbound. I was going to say he's just renowned for that brawler pick, and I worry a little
Да
bit.
хуй
for
лепот
SK
тут
Gaming. I think they've got to
прикрытие.
make sure that they definitely
Позже.
consider that as a likely ban from their front.
I would agree as well, but for the sake of the show match, you've got to allow it, surely. Let him do some double jumps, let him do something else, you know, let this man have his fun. Because, you know,
А может так играть будет?
on any of these teams, it's quite intriguing to say. I mean, look at Yoshi as well.
Жеребьевка, то есть не перед ничем. Хорошо, я тебя услышал.
Is he gonna like just come over to the other side and start to mess
А
with
сколько мы уже
STM? I
стримим?
kinda wonder.
4 часа мы не хочется не сделать.
Because this is quite the funny thing seeing Yoshi in this, and obviously we saw Chaos in it as well on the SK social media, which is I was like, was this in a little shark costume? But it turned out
Что за акула?
Chaos was the one
Не
doing the
знаю.
costume at that point.
I wonder
Как
whose idea it
нахуй?
was, you know,
Это
when
ведь
someone
Лошак
said,
приехал.
hey, you know, we've got a shark costume, and then he jumps to the opportunity. But it does scream very much that kind of mentality that SK have. You know, very fun to be around, but when it comes to that competitiveness, they really do turn that switch and get on with business. But again, no, just to reiterate, just looking forward so much to seeing Hypercharge play itself out. And you know, of course, when it did introduce into the game, we saw it was just pure chaos, and I'm fully expecting the same.
Oh, I'm expecting as well. I believe we're actually going to be seeing Siege.
Подмышка.
Thank you. It's been so long. I don't think I've ever casted a game of Siege. You know, I've been casting since like 2021.
Вот же
And I don't
буду.
think I've genuinely ever casted a game of Siege. It was my favorite game mode when I was playing, and it was so sad that it came out of competitive, and you know, I've been dying to get it back. So, you know, even if it is in this Hypercharge show match, I'm pleased it's at least shown its face in esports this year.
Well, you know, as you know, I've been watching back through the VODs, you know, recently over the past couple of weeks from the World Finals, and you know, it was such
Что ты
an
плачешь,
enjoyable game
блядь?
mode to have.
Нытик нахуй, тебя и так дед воспитывал.
Picking up the bolts, and there's so many like intricacies that I feel are just really entertaining, and especially for the pro players kind of learning.
О, осады, гемы. Звезды, блядь. Пробол, потом зона.
It's like the thought process is just, it's so entertaining to like be able to explain.
You see, after all this, you know, if that's the fourth set and it's a sweep, I mean, I'm gonna laugh at your sad face. Let's see where it is on.
It's the first.
It's the first one. Yes, let's go. Travis saved.
Oh, I was gonna cry if it was a bit later on down the line, but we also got Minecart Madness as well coming in, so we got a bit of a different gem grab map that we haven't seen in a while. Personally,
Да, осада.
not a fan, but I understand that people will be.
I really like it. I'm on that front and that side of things.
Wrong opinion.
It's not for everyone's tastes, is it, really? I mean, the minecart sometimes can get more, you know, takedowns than the opposition themselves. So, you know, the minecart can be your foe, it can be your friend, and, you know, definitely drafting around that obstacle is going to be very much high up in terms of that draft.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see how it goes with that and as well, and how it's changed, because we've never seen draft Siege. Even if you think about it, it was all just Gene, Max, Pam, some Colt coming in to break the walls. We've never seen a draft Siege. I'm intrigued.
Осада, гемы, звезды, пробол, зона. Я же вам только что сказал, что осада, блядь, минут 3 назад.
I mean, what's a massive spike super going to do against that bot? It's not
Got to
moving
ban
anywhere.
Ball as well. Ball was such a heavy hitter.
You can't ban Ball.
Oh, you can't ban it. Yeah,
can't
you're
ban
not
Ball.
allowed to ban it. Exactly. So that first pick, I mean, that's got to be it for me. You're just invincible, Ball. In fact, you can
Пока мужского разнесем.
I mean, how much of a shred
О, нихуя
are
себе.
we going to do to the bot as well? Like, that's going to absolutely melt through it. And the same with, you know, Spike slowing it down. Massive radius on that on Spike Super now with the hypercharge. So I'm just so excited to see how the different interactions work. Obviously, we won't be seeing it until a bit later in the competition on now. But at least for the sake of showing it, I think it's really exciting.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, it's going to bring Siege into like a new dimension, so to speak. And will the bot even be able to get any damage on the save? That's the question for me.
Ultra defense.
I feel like when a ball goes in and you've got that support network behind it, it could be a very swift set.
Yeah, I mean, ball going onto the safe with
Нахуй ты Гитлера скинул,
damage
блядь.
being negated.
Его видно отчетливо, когда смотришь через сообщение.
Let's hope we see them defending it a bit better and not letting him get into that position where he can do that.
Of course, as well in later sets with Brawl Ball and such, you know, in those maps especially, you know, where you've got those tight constructive, or rather the constrictive corners and like corridors, spikes are going to be really deadly. Pearl will be able to break open so much of the map as well, and the more space that she has to work with as well, the better that she can really land that, you know, that souped up shot, that amplified shot to have that burn down as well. And her gadget is just so destructive. I mean, you run into your opposition whilst in a bush, you tap your green button, you tap your red button, and it's GG on that lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit sad to see, but at the end of the day, you know, I'm quite scared of how good Pearl's going to be. That's my issue. It's like, in my eyes, it's like a Pam, right? Pam shot with like cult damage, and the shots just do so much. It's really worrying. And then on top of that as well, the gadget, it just incinerates people.
Yeah.
Охуенный лес,
And
посмотри.
it's one of those things where, you know, you haven't, from what I understand, have got to pick a hypercharged brawler. You just simply can't ban them out. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether teams want to really double down or triple down on that hypercharged utility, or whether some want to combine it with others that are just very rife in terms of the meta at the moment. But, you know, Sans...
Big boy, я твою мать шатал, нахуй. Раком, с боком, подскоком.
I mean, I'd like to say that we've kind of got a shark behind the podium here, so I'm a little bit scared that we're going to be seeing him playing through this costume.
How?
Yeah, has he got headphones underneath it as well, though? What's going on?
Знаете, как забайтить чела, сейчас напишет всякую хуйню.
You can see his microphone.
But can he get any, like, grip on the screen itself? Like, I mean,
It looks like he's doing something.
How? I don't understand. How is this going to work?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a shark costume completely made out of thumb sleeves.
Nonetheless, SK Gaming always bring some great humor and some great banter to the stage when it comes to these moments in time. I mean, again, with regards to hypercharge, it's just such a strong mechanic, but it was very relieving when it was introduced. And, you know, because I'll be honest, I tweeted out and said, like, I don't like this. I don't like this. I'll be the first to say it, because it was just kind of so chaotic. And it's going to take some time over the course of its introduction, and obviously new brawlers obtaining it, to sort of even things out somewhat in regards to what those hypercharges actually look like. And it was very refreshing.
Согласен, потому что Big Boy долбоёб.
The entire pro scene were all united in saying that, don't worry, don't panic. It's not that overpowered. We're handling it fine. In fact, we're working around it, and it's not something that's going to break the game. I think that was, in the community's minds, as being a bit of a concern, but it was alleviated incredibly quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I like that as well. You know, I was worried about it when it first came out. I thought it was going to be too kind of game-breaking, too good. You won't be able to compete against them unless you've got a hypercharged brawler yourself. And I think that's just not the case, because in a pro setting especially, through esports, you're not going to get any more than two in a game. Like, that's the tops you're going to be able to get in reality. One, more than likely, is what you will receive. And at that, you know, it's like one super. You get like one super off with that special ability, and it's not that groundbreaking. It's kind of the thing that I worry about the most would be kind of the base stats, you know, like when the base stats come through, higher speed and stuff like that. That was my worry.
Certainly. So, I mean, the fourth gadget for many seems to be more of a problematic thing than hypercharge itself at the moment. Let's be honest there. But, you know, I like what it brings to esports. I like the fact that, you know, you have this now other dimension to consider when it comes to, do you just all want to obtain it at the same time and just go on the biggest of charges as Yoshi comes over towards STMN? Is he looking for an embrace? No, he's looking for a banana. He's got the good...
Чё не начинает, блядь?
His side, I'm sure. Maybe some words of encouragement along the way. It's hard to tell at this point.
Yeah, I'm really confused what's going on with the Shark, like what relevance it has to SK, you know, like, because obviously I think it's SK Shark suit. And I just don't see the resemblance with SK, to be honest with you.
I think earlier this year they were certainly not the shark. They were certainly the surfer in the water, in infested waters, and they did do fantastically well though. You know, you've got to hand it to SK with just such a dominant performance just a clean sheet over the course of the last 2 days. They really did do justice on those moments of weakness and downfall at the early stages of the year, and they've just had their full revenge arc. They've just come into such a great, fantastic place, and now they can finally relax.
ОБС. Начинать сюда.
On Sans' podium, clearly in love with that brawler at the moment. It's going home with him, going to be on his bed night stand soon enough, I'm sure. But I mean, the predictions were there. I think it was 57 to SK, 43 to STMN, and it makes sense. Here's Siege. If you've never seen Siege in competitive, you're in for a treat.
Is this the first ever Siege flyover? I think we may have had some back in the day. I think we had some back in the day, but it was like the bolts definitely being displayed is very new. I haven't seen that before. We've still got polls happening. It's SK that are taking
рекламу на YouTube заказать.
57% on their side of things. But again, it's very
Реклама.
difficult to say. We've never
Ой,
really
видишь,
seen
здесь 50
this
косабов.
like drafting element as
Здесь
you might
20
put
рублей,
it to
допустим.
Siege, and therefore it's just
Пиар
very
вашего
Wild
канала.
West.
Clearly no faith in
Вот
Lucky from the
видите?
community then. This is a perfect match
Теперь
for Dynamite
жестко.
out, I would like to mention.
True.
But they actually haven't banned it, and we're seeing a Mortis ban. We can dream that they're going to pick Dynamite and we're going to have a bit of a show going on, but it is SK with the first pick, and it's going to be Spike.
Very good on the defensive.
Братан, давай МНК.
Hypercharge Brawler instantly.
Хорошо, давай.
Let's be honest,
Shit.
Shelly is still for me, yeah, and there it is. You knew it was going to be coming. The bans really did hint towards it.
Можешь
Cole
ТикТок
could
заказать,
be
кстати.
tripling down here actually on Hypercharge. Potentially maybe the Pearl to break open things more so for the Colt to get even more value. Let's see whether they want to really go all in on things here.
Oh, Spike, Pearl, and Colt
Ладно,
defense.
до свидания.
I know.
Oh.
Это
It would be
выбирают
my
только,
choice,
блядь.
it would be my choice, but Jackie wouldn't necessarily be the worst of things either, but it's just not going to go in perfect harmony with the Colt.
Yeah, I feel that the same way. I mean, Colt can break down walls
Может,
and Jackie
Brawl
can
Stars.
rebuild them if she really wants to. It's going to be the Pearl.
Had to
There you
be.
go. And I mean,
Друзья.
there's no other option.
Друзья,
Well, Luke,
друзья.
you might have his work cut out for him here. Hank gonna come in for SK. Just the one hypercharged brawler. It's what we were saying. Exactly what we were saying
Дизайн.
coming in. What is the strategy gonna be?
Может,
To
дизайн
break down
какой-нибудь
the
купить,
hypercharge,
кстати?
just bringing the one and combining it with some ideas
Шапка
that
плюс
these
Ава.
are the meta ideas.
Подарок
Do
превью.
you take a meta brawler or do you take a hypercharge brawler? You know, like Colt
О,
alone.
бля, видали, нахуй, что он делает.
Colt's good on siege, right?
Типочек,
But other
нахуй.
maps, do you bring Colt in just because
Реально,
he's
потом
hypercharged
после
and
турика
take a
поищем,
brawler?
блядь, шапку превью сделаем.
Hank's got some great slowdown
Ну,
abilities
алло.
as well, so combining that with
Не
Lukey
буду.
on that dynamite push, it
Чик-пики,
will be
потом
Lukey
сейчас,
on that
подожди.
dynamite pick. No doubt
Что они
about
уже
it.
начали?
He's gonna be able to land
Что, нас
many more
закрепим?
shots as a result
Потом
if,
поищем
to work that
шапочку,
synergy.
хуяпочку.
The right-hand side,
Для
the first
YouTube-канала
shot
надо,
battle
надо,
commences.
ребята,
Oshi taking
надо.
damage, OG seals it. Now able to then re-blow the bubble, finds his attention to
Нихуя
Hell, he
себе,
keeps
Хэнк.
his distance.
Короче, у них
One
Перл,
versus
Кольт,
second.
у наших
There by SK and Sans
Спайк,
is third.
у противника Динамайк, Хэнк и Шелли.
To Lukey as the damage definitely is going strong with
Это
that
превью уже
gadget,
год,
to put
не
it-
знаю.
to put it lightly. But Sans already got his super as well. Let's see
Надо
how
сменить.
defense is. Chaos gonna knock
Меньше
back as well, and that doesn't do a
делаем.
lot of damage, but it's been shredded. But OG's gonna bag a kill, and a super from Sans and a clay pigeon gonna do a lot. They might actually be able to do this here. The damage coming in, and the Hank super on safe melts it.
А, всё?
The one push from STMN on just the 3 bolts and the one hyper
Кольт и
charge
Хэнк.
brawler.
Там и Шелли еще, блядь.
I'll be honest, I did not see a Hank coming. I mean, this is going to be the first time that we've seen Hank, throughout the entirety of LCQ, from my understanding.
Ну, просто въебали их
I
ноль.
didn't see.
Definitely not.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, I would never have predicted it actually working out, but work out it did, and STMN will take that first game.
Yeah, Pedro did miss that first wall break, but eventually got it on the second one. OG sliding it to the side, gonna pop the shield, and Sans now gonna go forward with the clay pigeon, get some damage done, and I mean, they pretty much already guaranteed themselves that first bot, and Chaos getting hit hard by OG, but that's a lot of damage coming in from that Pearl gadget.
Сегодня опять, сука, за 2 захода въебут,
Smelling like a
отвечаю.
little bit of deja vu. Pedra's getting some early taps though. And Lukey and OG are being kept back here by Chaos, so they can't really be there for the push. But now that Oshi falls, Lukey can come forward. He has got gadget, he has got super, and the damage now starting to show.
Yeah, I mean, Sans going completely in, clay pigeon was there as
Нет.
well, and now SK Gaming are the ones in control of the middle of this map. OG in a tough position now as Pearl uses the super on him, nice move.
ОГ соло.
Chaos, and even a spike
Буду
super
когда
from down
фит.
there. Well, since I've seen that, to be fair, a spike super.
Нереально бабу посадили, что ли, блядь, или что на? Охуеть, бабу за стол посадить. Что, не ебанулись, на?
Get ready for what is about to come. Hypercharge available for Chaos. Hypercharge available for Sans too. But no super for the side of Sante. Chaos pops his. And now they're going to try and go in. But OG melts it with the Hank super there. Beautiful from him. And Pedro's going to go down on the top side as well from being in the Ike zone.
Chaos popped Hypercharge, but realistically there, not the most amount of damage considering that the push.
А хуяли гиперзаряд, нахуй. Персы с гиперзарядом, ты сказал, их нету, блядь. Охуеть. Я в шоке.
And that's a really good way to take back control from SK. I don't think the STM have got time to really get a push here.
Yeah, Hypercharge Pedro, Hypercharge Oshi available as well for the Spike and Colt alike. OG, you're going to surely try and use a super here if you manage to put on this bot. I mean, it's a big boy coming in, 12, going to have a bit of extended speed as well. But Luki's got his super, he can deflate this push quite heavily. 3 Hypercharges available.
Шо матча можно.
Can they do the damage?
Chaos is slow, but now coming in now. Supers are landing. Yoshi in a good spot to get even more damage. And Luki falls. Now the bot connects. Pedro is still there. 26%. They need a little bit more. 22. They just take the lead. And SK Gaming.
Закомбэщили-ска.
Oshi manages to get it in the closing seconds as everybody else went down. Managed to get the final connecting shot on to get the 2% lead to take the win. And now we're evened out. Shows the power of the 3 hypercharges at the end there. All came down at once.
Ну, красиво, кстати, да?
And still was almost defended there by the side of STMN. Almost took it down. But now we're into this third game. Luki moving forwards, trying to get the same start as in the previous games.
Well, the right hand side opened up very quickly by Pedro. Luki didn't quite connect with the gadget.
Так нахуй мы смотрим дружеские матчи. Я тоже буду. Не меньше тебя.
He's warming up on his main now and he's getting going. Bolts all going to the side of STMN, even the ones after the bot did spawn in. Now we are seeing a 3-bolt lead and a massive push coming in for the side of STMN. OG behind it, trying to work on that super so we can get it down. Dynamite super coming in as well, but they're looking like they might go for it on the second push. Luki committing to it though as he's burning down regardless, and they get 54% damage.
That is a healthy push as Pedro trying to connect these shots onto OG. He did manage to land a few which will stop the healing. Sans though has hypercharge himself now on the right hand side.
Вот вижу, блядь, 2 шара нормально.
Chaos going super aggressive, already letting out some steam there onto OG. The trade is there though, Luki picks up the scraps. It's looking like though STMN are going to get another big push though, which should be enough damage if they're present for it.
Yeah, it's a meaty bot. Luki did have that damage gear activated there as well. Super comes in, doesn't connect with Pedro. Gadget being used by OG now as well. Try to make some moves happen on that right-hand side, but Sans has this hypercharge just waiting on his super. Chaos going to pop his to get this going. Oshi with the defense, but a hypercharge from Sans destroys both of them, deflates the defense, and STMN takes set 1.
Very convincing stuff, but you know, let's be honest. If there's any advocate for Siege, it's always been with STMN, hasn't it? They've always been very vocal about the mode, enjoying it, and they made it look pretty easy for the most part. Moments where SK definitely did have and did thrive off the back of, but STMN bringing it full circle in that third game to take the first set. But SK looking very good. I mean, Pedro is, I mean, for, you know, effectively a coach and an analyst, he's actually putting up a very decent fight.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that he did beat Tribe Gaming in that one final. So, like, is he a coach or is he a player? You know who you are on that Tribe Gaming roster, who did manage to lose against Pedro in a monthly final. But at the end of the day, you know, he's a very, very skilled coach.
I was hoping you were going to add to it. I say Trav, name and shame as far as I'm concerned.
I don't think we'll do that. I don't think we'll do that. let's not name and shame him on stream.
Nonetheless, though, very entertaining stuff. Some very good choices, I think, all things considered as well. And ultimately, the team that thrived the most in that set was just the one hypercharged brawler combined with 2 of us very anti-meta ideas that just by keeping cover there in the early game had that advantage realistically.
Нет, двух лаг даже, блядь.
But look at that, Chaos on 14 kills, 443 damage. By far the best stat on the board.
Нихуя не цецы высвечивают. Ничего себе.
Cooking there, moving on to minecart madness now. We're just making sure we're getting the unusual maps and modes coming out first, making sure we get to see the minecart madness. A very, very entertaining map, I will say as well. I'm not the biggest fan of the, you know, the minecart that goes around and kills people. It kind of takes, in my opinion, a bit of the skill out of the game, but also in some people's opinions, I guess it adds a bit more.
See here, do you bring in a Jackie instead of the Pearl? Because Pearl's going to be quite slow and sluggish against that minecart, and it is
Позже буду.
taking a little bit away from that positioning and that maneuverability, you know, unless you could buy it with a max.
Не, я в такой вдул, кстати, нормальная девка.
You could just not use a hypercharge brawl.
That's what I'm saying. You know, you could bring the max in as well and just add something to the equation. I think
I'm not the biggest fan of Jackie's hypercharge as it is.
I agree. I agree.
don't think it's bad.
It's on the weaker side of things.
I agree.
I would say in terms of the overall spectrum that will be.
Я бы такую, блядь, да, отжарил бы.
Crow, Nita and Tara. Crow, Meg, first pick of Shelly has to be. I think whoever's going to get that coin toss is going to absolutely spend no time at all in securing it.
Чебанулся на Паулу, это не Паулу даже.
And the squeak as well. Combining it with the Colt now. This is
Была бы Паула, я бы ее, блядь, давно уже приехал туда бы. Ее бы давно уже.
The show is over for the Dynamite, I guess, but maybe we'll still see another hypercharge brawler and have a 3v3 hypercharge as we've got the spike coming in on the other side for Roshi.
Jackie, Bull, are SK going to be daring enough to go for it? They've got the spike on their side. They're going to go with Byron, keep those hills coming in. Keeping us guessing is always a great thing. I was hoping to see a full hypercharge matchup. Doug, not sold on it. I'm personally still not sold on it, but nonetheless, that ability to stay within the mix, stay in position, revitalize yourself there and then, it is quite a strong mechanic.
The respawn is very strong, and I think that's why the rest of Doug kind of just isn't, you know?
Вот 200 рублей чел продает.
I think it evens it out. Chaos moving over to the STMN side here, having a little lead on OG and seeing what's going on over that side.
No doubt, I'm sure going to be interfering on some level. Couple of slip-ups there on the screen, and OG's match could be in jeopardy. In we go to minecart madness. SK just keeping those hills very early on as the clay pigeons are
выберем, короче, я думаю, шапку плюс АУ делаем. Посмотреть, потом посмотрим. Потом не посмотрю, может потом я вообще закончу стрим. Я устал, блядь, хуйню смотреть. Но мне интересно, типа, но я устал хуйню смотреть.
Chaos's device here, so he will be playing under the name Chaos, and Pedro getting some good connections here, but Doug instantly healing that up, and that's the power of it. If you stay there, and if you've got some good position, if you can just stay next to a player like Luki who's playing the Pearl, such a strong brawler, it's gonna be all right.
4 gems to 2, 3 with Luki, 1 with OG, and that's a good splash there from Pedro's low HP himself. OG has to come back a little bit. Sans now really giving a lot to the squad and keeping STMN in the mix. OG just evading the minecart. Now clustered on this right-hand side. And Luki with that maneuverability as well. It's such a great thing to have when you pop your hypercharge with the Pearl specifically. Oshi, yeah, gonna absolutely fall with great pitch for STMN. The spins are out, the pins are out.
Дура, блядь, правильно, тупо. Домой, нахуй.
Is it just me who loves the hypercharge noise? Like, it sounds so good when they pop it. I want to hear more of that, but now on the backside, Luki gonna try and push forward. Actually breaks the wall, and Chaos gets a shot through. Clay Pigeon says no to, says hello to the minecart though, rather than anything else, and Sans popping another hypercharge. Oshi on the defense can't really make it in time, throws down the super, and STMN take another game.
Бля, куси, типа спина.
There may have been something to be said. Clearly running the band-aid star power on that show to keep those heals coming in. STMN are looking very, very strong. Very composed, enjoying themselves, of course, as it's fair to say SKR as Yoshi will come over and have a little poke around at Luki Bear.
Tapping on Luki Bear's screen by the looks of things. We'll see if he does anything questionable, and if he does, it might just be him being awful, or it might be Yoshi tapping his iPad. Oh, the knockback straight into the minecart. Luki goes down.
Nice there from Chaos, and that puts STMN on the back foot early on. 0 gems to their name. Gadget pop there from OG, but again, these early moments are quite key for SK. They want to give themselves the best possible chance of getting ahead in this set. As the R1 set down.
Я помню, тут никто не вылетит, типа, или что?
Not really able to find anything. These tricks are really working out well as he pops there the clay pigeons and still staying alive on low HP.
Yoshi moving around the back. Already got hypercharge as well. I like that. It's clearly hit a lot of shots and managed to charge that up nice and fast, but Super was wasted just down there a little bit, and now shoot a few walls. Luke is going to go down.
Окей, сейчас никто не вылетит. Ясно, блин.
Before he did fall. So, oh, nice little goal. Sands is cooking. It's still going. Still going super hits as well. But
А нахуя мы это смотрим тогда?
Splashing himself, and it's Oshi who has to grab them. Hypercharge activated as well.
Кстати, сейчас допью квас, пойду пассу и лягу посплю, пока вы смотрите. Это часочек. Задонатите мне рубль, чтобы я проснулся.
Those heals there from the Doug, so crucial to be able to make this count. And now the taps coming in from Lukey. Sands on the left, OG from the mid. Is going to be the reset. There is going to be somewhat of a reset. Oshi falls, but SCMN not being greedy, just coming out with a little bit to reset the game. Oh, OG! Just about.
OG Buddha.
Close. Lukey now using that hypercharge. Well, gonna have some speed moving. Oshi really can't survive that one. Shots coming from Lukey are so powerful. Chaos has his hypercharge, but no super. Kind of pointless to use it at that point.
Есть план Б. Какой план Б?
This one gem, Pedro looking like he wants to go for it now, but Oshi's falling on the back again. Splash forwards instead of on himself, and Chaos using the extended speed from this hypercharge to grab that gem.
Let's see, man. Have reset things once. Can they do it again in the same set? Don't think there's gonna be enough time from the mid. They've got to go on the push right now, and Sands is looking to get into a good spot.
Поспать сходить вместе.
Still countdown is there. But can they do it? Oh, the reset. But there's now gems in the spawn. OG still there to try to contest it, but SK reset.
План C нет.
Gems are gonna be much harder to gain this time round.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening again unless Sands can get a super and pop this hypercharge as well. You've got to use the hypercharge to try and get his super to start with. Pearl can't really move anything against his super. He gets the shot. 160 and it's not enough. Oshi survives, holding the gems, and SK take the game.
Imagine if that did make a difference from Sands. I mean, absolutely on point with those shots. So close.
План
Right
Е
down
есть.
to the wire in the final second. My word, what a close affair. It could be a set for SCMN here with one more game, or SK could even out the odds.
Yeah, I mean, still OG trying to stay close to Luke here with this dog. It can't really do much on his own. Got to pick up a gem, but I mean, Sands is honestly cooking on this call.
А, я понял, товарку типа посадили на эту, блин, посадили эту
I think
поиграть.
that is a really exciting prospect for Cole to have. Maybe
Bam.
looking in competitive, it's more viable, but not really kind of entering the meta much at the moment. But hypercharge could well change that. That wider spread is definitely going to make those moments really count.
Поссать
Chaos
сходить,
going
может
in
посрать
there,
еще, не
kills
знаю.
to himself, and that is going to be a tough thing to shake. Pedro's still finding value. of that
Схожу
viral
посру,
change.
реально.
Do really like for SK. It's always a good thing to have heals and Byron in a much better place. Chaos pops his hypercharge, goes in, finds Lukey. Now OG in the middle is already compromised here. He's juking though wondrously well. Now
Буду
the final
посрать
from
схожу, пока
Pedro
последите.
will seal it, and SK are 2 gems away from countdown.
Yeah, the hypercharge kept him in there, but Oshi plays a nice life plan, gives him a bit of a heal.
Без телефона слабо, слабо.
Needed, but we've seen so many resets
Давайте,
coming
короче.
in from SCMN that I
Я
don't
сразу
doubt they'll be able to do another one here. Still 15 seconds on the clock. OG in a good spot, but he's not the man to get the reset.
Yeah, thinking better of things, but can't really do much now. Sands breaks things open. The push comes in. It's a huge push, and everyone goes down for SK. It's an entire team wipe. There's surely going to be 2 gems in the mid, if not one is spawning now. And that might have just been the hugest of steals.
And I think the splash was missed as well. OG giving it a little spin. Oshi's still got this hypercharge, but can't really do well. Sands almost gets 2. 59 HP, but what can she do from this position? Hypercharge going to be used to try and get the mobility, but I just don't think it's going to be enough at this point. And that should be an STMN set to make it 2-0.
Almost 2 for Sands, but almost 2 from beyond the grave. I mean, that bullet could have continued flying out. Unreal stuff as STMN secure yet another set with some really great mechanics. But when you look at the other side, honestly, with a coach on your team, Pedro's really bringing the heat. Oshi as well. Everyone is actually doing some great work on the side of SK as a squad against STMN, who Lukey plays competitive on a regular basis. Of course, prioritizing his studies for this year for the majority of it. But he's no Boy Scout. He's been around the block, and I think that in all things considered, SK are doing really, really well under the heat.
I think so too. I mean, Lukey's he's played a lot of competitive, but it's very, very close. I mean, the siege seemed a bit one-sided, but this was definitely very, very back and forward. Resets coming out of STMN, left, right, center, but it was the last one that eventually happened. It's so close. Oh. And Pedro was even spinning as well.
And again, so many resets from STMN here. I mean, on a Colt in Minecart Madness, this is the kind of prospect that I really look forward to seeing, is like how it's going to shake things up. Will players be then exploring many different brawlers simply because of Hypercharge? The stats on that side there for STMN, 16, 15 takedowns. Huge stuff from them.
Yeah, I mean, that was really nice. And Yoshi still giving us some humor value, and the banana still remaining on Chaos's podium. SK, they're going to need to make something happen here on Layer Cake, and I do really like this map. I actually do.
What were you thinking in terms of draft with Hypercharge in play?
Pearl, funnily enough. What a surprise. Out of nowhere, Pearl. But honestly, I think we might be seeing the return of Dynamite again, possibly.
Yeah, it's actually a really good map for it. Look out for that Mortis ban or other various counters, because, you know, it's not a one-trick wonder by any means. Lukey's very accomplished in other brawlers, but, you know, it's a very rare thing to see, you know, a player really take the mantle with that particular brawler. It's very hard to make it really count. Many brawlers can counteract it. Could be potentially an Edgar would be a very solid pick from SK to be able to counteract it, but those that are as good as Lukey Bear is on that Dynamite pick know how to handle those situations. But Pearl, yeah, I mean, I feel like when Pearl is playable, she's going to be very high up on those play rates. Bans are in. Sandy, Gene, and Crow
banned.
For STMN. Banned out, yeah, by SK as well as Cordelius and the Grey. SK are learning.
Nightmare. And they've even taken the tick as well, just to rub it in, bring another thrower into the mix. Piper going to be on the other side from STMN, and I think that's a solid pick. Against the tick, not really. But I mean, I feel like I'm being taken. I was going to say I'm being taken back to like 2021, but at this point, Shelly wasn't really played on Layer Cake. But I mean, Piper and Tick were.
Surprised to see Shelly not being first picked, I'll be honest. I mean, in the hotel last night, you know, every player just constantly saying about Shelly being so strong. Toast in particular did have a big discussion with Adrian for about 2 hours, specifically around Shelly.
And that man's got patience.
Adrian really came in clutch for Supercell there. He had his ears very much open to it as well. Nani coming in for SK. Certainly going to give Piper a tough matchup there, as particularly a hard counter to it. The return descendant as well, devastating, and you know, even if Piper jumps away, she cannot evade that damage if it's going to connect off the back of that return descendant gadget. A change that I'm not actually very fond of. I really like that evasive maneuver that Piper had as a counter. Nonetheless, though, it is going to be a very tough comp that SK running, combining the roughs with the Nanny. It's going to be a really, really nice combo. Macy coming in, we've said it pretty much for the entire LCQ. We're not necessarily sold on it, but it can't be denied that some players do take to it and like to experiment with it.
Yeah, and I think definitely in a show match, it's nice to see as well, to be honest with you, because I think it's, I don't think it's awful. It's definitely not the bottom barrel of the brawls, you know, like it's, in my opinion, it's mid to high, just not at the top level that's required for esports at the moment, at least. Some players have proved a point with it this weekend. Some players really have proved the opposite.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those brawlers where with the gadget combo and super, you can get some great value for it, but ultimately the shots have got to land to obtain it in the first place, and that's the struggle for some. Blue Star for S. Oh my word, what a return descendant from Chaos. But Blue Star is still with him as OG tries to be able to secure that final takedown. Homemade Recipe not going to find Chaos there from Lukey. And meanwhile, Pedro does take down Sans. And there, another pickup from Chaos. 8 stars to 3.
Yeah, a bit of a trade there with the return sender. Now he's going in. Pedro's cleaning up Sans time and time again. I mean, obviously has that matchup. Dash out the way from OG. Nice stuff from him. Should be a nice super coming in from Sans. He's not even seeing him. I mean, they're even talking on stage. Pedro slid in there, but wasn't able to make it out alive.
I like the idea, though. Just really trying to keep STMN guessing and hopefully escape unscathed. But now the reset is there, and STMN have taken a good affirmative role in the mid. Sans lurking on that right-hand side with the speed gear in motion. He'll close the gap very quickly if left untouched, and now pushes forwards. Clay Pigeon gadget in play, but Pedro does take care of business and spins on that the place where he lies.
I mean, he was getting dominated, to be fair. I think Pedro's maybe like a 4-on-1 against him in this game, to be honest. Lukey's even going to go down 1 star between SK and the game. Now, 35 seconds on the clock. I'm pretty sure there's no comeback for STMN here.
Stands low as well, and Pedro is looking very good on that right-hand side. Of Chaos will pick up the final kill, and that's going to be SK Gaming looking good in this set. I mean, that's the most convincing set that we've realistically seen. Not so much of a back and forth affair as we've seen with STMN previously. It's that was just very dominant stuff from SK.
Well, we'll see if STMN are managing to take this to a match point, or if we'll see a set number 4 between STMN and SK Gaming. Chaos playing through this mid beautifully, bear in mind, but Sans now swapping lanes and going towards Oshi. Gets her down before she can pop that last hurrah, which is difficult, but Pedro was really dealing with him quite well last game, so he's going to rotate back over.
Sans there now breaking things open. Couldn't really find the synergy to land the shot where it mattered. Oshi there with never lost hurrah, but it's Pedro again who keeps picking up Sans. It's going to be very frustrating for Sans to be in that position, and a lovely angle from Chaos. It's 9 stars to 4 and the blue, and SK are off to a flying start.
Yeah, SK going to need something. Jump forwards from Luki trying to get Oshi, and he might actually do it. Beautiful from him, but Sans going to have that supply drop landing on him once again. Chaos getting hit almost round that corner by Luki there. Beautiful shot from him. And they're only 3 stars behind.
Luki trying to find Chaos here. It'll be a lovely bounty for STMN to pick up, and it'll turn the tides very quickly as Sans goes in on Yoshi. Last hurrah to be kept in the mix, but now SK are clustered. Sans has got hypercharge. He'd like to combine that with a super as well, and he might not be far away from it now. There it is, the combo, the smash. He gets his revenge on Pedro. 1, 2, 3, and SK are all down. 15 stars now for STMN. What an amazing turnaround.
I mean, Sans has stayed in there as well. He's not backing up. Complete confidence, this man. Pedro's going to go down against 17 to 13. OG looking for some shots there, but Chaos going to get this super off, just survive it for OG. But a head coming down now from Oshi.
It's only 4 stars in it. Luki is playing a dangerous game. If he goes down, and he does, the lead will go straight over to SK. A big smash from Sans, but he can't really find the ability to seal it. SK bring back a set, and now we've got a match on our hands.
Yeah, I would like to say Sans feeding for his absolute life across that set, let's be honest here. Pedro is absolutely dominating that lad, and that's coach v player, bear in mind as well. But a nice little W key from Sans to get things going. But it is 2-1 now. SK back in the game.
Great stuff. Can't wait to see the stats for Pedro off the back of that game. Very good stuff. He's looking at me, he's pointing, he can hear. He knows what's up. We see you, Pedro. We see you, buddy. Yeah, tough one for Sans. I'm sure he would have made up for some of the lost time, but that 1v1 interaction every time went the way of Pedro. Yeah, just spinning there on Sans' dead body just to rub in the salt.
I mean, it's got to be done, hasn't it? It really has.
This, though.
I mean, that's beautiful from Sans, really. Hypercharged, the pretty much only hypercharged brawler in this game, was definitely showed its worth, but it took him a long time to get it. What was it, 2 games?
Yeah, it took a while. Definitely took a while. I feel like there as well, if Luki had just jumped back a bit further, it didn't really have the distance to land there, really did it. But yeah, just the 4 kills from Pedro, but the pressure that he exerted throughout the entirety of things really did show its worth.
Yeah, Maisie, 34 DPS, bear in mind.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why we say things on the casting desk.
Yeah, I mean, that's like 2021 Mommy Jordan level of DPS right there. It's all right. I don't think he watches Brawl Stars anymore.
No.
I'm allowed to say these things.
I'm going to make myself look very small and moving into Brawl. Stepping Stones will be the map, certainly one that I'm less familiar with when it comes to the scene, but nonetheless, when it comes to the draft, hypercharged brawlers have been showing a great deal of promise so far, and I think you can't really ever go wrong with a solid Spike and Shelly pick in Brawl as a mode, regardless of what terrain might be there, what bushes might remain, and I think certainly a very safe pair of hands for that coin flip. Whoever gets first, it's gotta be Shelly.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I think that's probably the right answer, but Pearl surely should be on the menu as well. I think it's just a very solid brawler all round at this point, but tanks available as well. So Bull, Jackie can be good in Brawl. I think they should probably something that people might reach towards.
Wow, that open space center certainly going to accommodate to Pearl. Banzer, Squeak, Crow, and Buster. Crow, Otis, and Squeak for STMN, who have the coin toss here as well. Considering their options, not rushing into things, but yeah, I mean, that's no surprises there.
Well, my favorite coming in next. Tara is up for Pedro, and obviously it doesn't have a hypercharge, but we still have faith in it because because it's Draft's favorite. B coming up next for the SK Gaming roster, and we're back over to STMN for their next couple of picks. Will they go Hypercharge, or will they go something not normal, because Hypercharge is normal now, but a bit more regular?
Tara's a very good pick here for SK. I feel like Pearl would be a solid third pick if STMN do not snap it up, which they've got to be highly considering doing so. Will Lukey maybe bring in the Dynamite as well? It's a good map for it. Ooh. The Mortis. Oh, this just got spicy. They've got the Shelly on their side as well for safety, and the Hank as well, as we saw previously in Siege, working out very well. How are SK going to respond to this?
Well, they're going to go with the Gale, and I can't blame him against the Mortis, really. It's probably the smart thing to do, but if he stays away from it, and obviously he's got a bit more mobility than Gale to be able to stay away, and I think he can still do something against the B and the Tara, but it's going to be a big ask for Sans here.
If there's any team that know how to place a twister in the corner and the ball beneath, it's certainly SK, isn't it? It's
really
going back in your time machine a little bit here to previous years. Let's see how each side fare, and I think what seems to be a relatively even draft so far, but the Mortis pick, I mean, we know how enjoyable it is when that particular brawler makes a run for things and finds the value that it needs to go on the next run, so I kind of hope in a biased way that STMN can make that work.
Yeah, well, Mortis dashing up straight onto the right-hand side, trying to open up a bit of room for Hank and the others, but he's actually going to get the kill onto Pedro there, who was playing the game. Oh! Clean up from Sans. Beautiful little trick shot pass as well. Even going to try and trick shot Pedro. It's not happening, but he gets the ball back as Pedro walks into the goal twice.
Oh, dear. Disaster for SK Gaming. That should have been a defense, let's be honest. Lukey popping there, the Clay Pigeons putting some pressure onto things as OG there keeps Chaos low, but that is a very good pull from him in retaliation. A tap from Yoshi and a finish off there from iChaos, and the connection super from Sans will not land. OG just going to keep the pressure on, but iChaos won't fall now. He sucks an OG, he might come out on top, and he does, with the help of the Black Shade now going on the offense. It puts SK Gaming back into the center field.
Yeah, well, Clay Pigeon used again. Pedro trying to be cleaned up by it. As Sans wants to go on a bit of a tear here. Going to go to the left-hand side. Chaos gets his super. The super's available from Sans. He gets that as well. Pedro pushing forward, has the knockback, but gets hit by that shot from Hank. And now OG just trying to play this defense.
Ball push forwards from Pedro, who after that connect. Oh, what a spicy one from OG. Finds the angle perfectly on that super, and Sans knows it's the time to strike, but iChaos is still there. A double suck yet again, surviving on 120 HP. That man is unstoppable until OG finally lands it, but it's pulled valuable time for SK to respawn.
Yeah, I mean, Lukey's got his hypercharge as well, so that's something to be scared of. The only one on the map who does. Mortis just having a little spin. I don't know what Sans is really doing here, just waiting for his opportunity to go towards Oshi and get the kill, and he does just that. Chaos has a super, though, and that's dangerous, especially with only a Hank on defense, but he manages to get it anyway. Pedro got the knockback. Can he get the super shot in? He actually doesn't. Maybe there was an opening in there, but he doesn't manage to take it.
Yeah, I thought there was an opening. Now look at the spins on STMN. I mean, that is some serious thumb work there to get that kind of speed. A good knockback from Pedro. Sans, though, still aggressing the situation and almost comes out on top there. There could have been a shot on goal, but it was very hard to even find a possible angle. OG now low, trying to keep that damage gear in motion. I think healing up now probably the approach to consider here. 5 seconds on the clock. The walls are going down as STMN, who should be taking this game. No chance for SK to get that ball. And that's going to be them moving on to match point.
Question is, will they be able to take advantage of this match point, or will we be seeing a set number 5 between SK and STMN in this show match? Yoshi once again moving over to the STMN side, taunting them a little bit, getting them ready to play this game.
Wasn't me there, was Lukey looking pretty much towards Yoshi there in a very adorable manner. I'm sure there could be a screenshot taken out of context there to be had. I want that man to look at me in that same way. Let's see if SK can keep fighting for their lives here, or whether STMN will seal it here right now. That is the team wipe right there. Oshi there with the honeypot trying to slow the advance, but it is a very tough push. Now with Oshi falling, Chaos trying to get the ball clear. It's into the hands of Sans. The twist though from Pedro, able to defend.
Yeah, nice stuff, but there's another follow-up bubble from OG. Good knockback from Pedro, but he doesn't really get much of a chain off there. He only connects a few shots. Sans is looking at this, and he is ready to dash in, but he actually dashes out away from the super. Nice move from him, but I couldn't have helped feel like that should have been a goal.
Sans, very aggressive though, punished. SK haven't been able to find a goal just yet. They've got to break through this line of defense before they can even think about it. And that is definitely a big ask in the grand scheme of things. As Luki goes again with the clay pigeons. They've got to get Chaos forward. They've got to get that wall break to be able to open things up. But they're just being kept consistently on the defense by STMN, who just keep clearing house.
Yeah, Sun's going in again, actually eats the knockback that Pedro was cooking up there, and now we do have this hypercharge available for Luki as well, but doesn't have super to be able to make the most use of it. Can't be far off though. Get some shots in, Chaos gonna get his super. Hank very low there, and OG has to back up. Look how low all of SK are.
They've got to spread out. If Luki gets super, combined with hypercharge. Oh, but there's a miss pull there from Chaos. SK is still not out of the woods. The honeypot taken care of by Sans' ability to connect with that super. Defense stance.
Yeah, OG gets the kill there though, and Chaos now pushing forward, has this pull, might be using to break the wall or try push this ball forwards. But Luki just trying to go towards it now, gets the shot off, gets the super in his face as well, and uses that without his hypercharge though. So now he's gonna have to start from square one to get that hypercharge super again. Oh.
Nice there from OG, and that's gonna mean that Pedro's gonna have to come back now. It's a very comfortable and confident defense there from STMN. Luki now with another gadget, getting value from it. Surely not far away from super himself. And looking to combine it with the hypercharge. OG just trying to find Pedro and Oshi there. Sans stays alive. Now Pedro finds a very good shot, because if he'd been left alive, it would have been disastrous. But STMN in a great spot. The pass here from OG should be enough to seal it if Luki can find an angle. The walls are going down in 1 second.
Yeah, he might be able to get a super. His super's there. Hypercharge was as well, but he's just neglecting the hypercharge. Doesn't want to use it. The pull just missed because of the gadget from Pedro. He bounced over it, I think. And now OG just getting absolutely beaten down by a shade. Chaos gonna get the kill, and STMN starting from the back again.
Well, SK have got beaten over time. I mean, that is always going to be good to have, but this is where the additional speed of Luki can help to juke around things. But I think Oshi, she goes towards OG here, could get some value, trying to stay alive, but there is a good amount of pressure from Sans and Luki. OG sucked in, almost Pedro found a moment in Sans as the last man standing, pushing down the field. He's got super, will he find the shot? He's waiting his time down. It's Oshi off the line.
I mean, I'm not sure what that shot was from Sans, to be honest with you, but he tried it nonetheless. Possibly could have just dashed forwards and gone for a little trick shot, a little dash or something like that, but now he's going for Chaos, picks him up. Oh, she's looking for the shot through, doesn't get it off in time. Sans cleans that up. Still match point, but it's a draw.
Better though from SK, it's got to be said. They were kept on the ropes, but able to keep up with the heat that STMN continue to throw their way. Sans though, he's just so dangerous with his Mortis pick, and if he gets a couple more dashes onto Pedro, it exacerbates those twisters at an earlier point in the match. I think that once that defense mechanism is gone, STMN can really start to go to town.
Well, OG just building up this bubble, trying to get some shots onto Oshi there, does get the hit as well. Bit of movement speed. Super from Luki gets the shots onto Pedro, gets him down. But it was a super and a shot, broke some walls in there as well, and OG getting beaten down. And Sans now going in towards Chaos, might be able to get the kill, but the shade actually cleans him up.
Chaos, if he can now just get things opened up, or didn't really even connect there with Luki, so not the greatest of things, and a big shot in return from him. The trade on the right is there, but Sans going for Chaos with that extended dash will surely get a kill here. The ball being pushed forwards, it creates an opportunity for STMN to score. Twister, surely on defense here for Pedro. Yeah, there it is.
I mean, the value OG's getting in this position, though. Sans just dashing forward. Super gets there as well. Shots coming through. Now the break from Luki and Sans surely gets this one in. I mean, you've got to question it considering what he's been doing so far, but I'm pretty sure he'll get this ball in. Or maybe he won't, actually. He's going for something special.
STMN are farming kills at this point. Pedro's having none of it, comes in with the blow back there, and the Twister goes down. Great defense, let's be honest, considering things, and SK stand a fighting chance of being able to bring back this game.
Yeah, well, Chaos gets the kill, but actually gets found through his support from beyond now, and super and hypercharge available from Luki, but he's getting beaten down by those support from beyond as well. But Sans, again, he's always getting the kills, but finding no end product, or he could have found end product, but at the end of the day, he just doesn't want to.
Going in again, he's got super Luki with support from the left. I just feel like Sans is going to put the ball around somewhere that's not into the goal. He's going to be going in for more and more kills. Great cycling there from him. Low HP. Oh, it's a complete and utter T-wipe. Will they score it? Are they going to score it? He actually will go for it this time around. 30 seconds on the clock does not leave much time for any response.
Curse got a pull, but hypercharge there from Lukey. No super available though, and San's gonna get pulled in, get taken out. OG cooking up a little bit of the thing, but Pedro might find the angle here, needs strength in his knockback, gets it. The knockback's there, and the goal is as well from SK. Beautiful from Pedro. Anybody to think he's a player?
28 HP was all he had to his name there. And what a quick way to return the favor. A 10-second goal, effectively. Now, an SK with some big taps. Lukey being low. One moment of weakness here from STMN is starting to show, and this could be it. SK bring back the game against all odds.
Well, now only one game away from the set number 5, or STMN will be able to finish it off in the 4th. SK looking better and better as time goes by, but I can't help think that Sans maybe could have finished this game about 15 times.
Do you think?
Can't help but think it, Ark.
That man wants to just make a record on the stats, it feels like to me. He wants that MVP as well. That's what it's all about. Better start though for SK, going on the aggressive very early on for the first time realistically here, but Sans is still behind. The action here does find the pickups, and that's a very comfortable defense for STMN.
Yeah, we're starting to push this ball forward now. Sans has this super as well, so that's dangerous in this goal mouth area. Managed to make his way around that, but super's not going to be used just yet, and he does go down because he could not get it off that knockback from Pedro. Chaos just trying to farm his, and he does manage to get it.
Well, OG now in a very, very good spot, continuing to aggress, but Chaos now has got pull. Just got to time it wisely to use, and a bit late on it, let's be honest, because if that had gone just a bit sooner, he may have been able to get OG taken care of. Sans still such a demon going in yet again. The ball in his hands, and Chaos will be there for the defense. Will he find the angle there? Gets a, oh, what a dash. What a heal as well, staying on the left-hand side. Lukey from the right, OG from the mid, and that's going to be surely yet another goal for STMN.
Well, it's still match point. They're 1-0 up, but Super's available from SK. Got this Tara pull, and you know that's a big thing, especially against the opponents they are against. San's going to go for it. Super goes backwards as well. OG doesn't actually get the ball here, and Chaos is having to come back, gets the super off and kills him as well. Pedro's not healthy enough to make this move. A minute on the clock, and SK needs something.
Definitely going to be a tough one now for SK. If STMN want, they can just keep the ball in their possession and just go completely on the offense. And Oshi placing down the honey pot, very quickly taken care of by Lukey. Chaos though has pull. Sans though utilizing that heal and staying firm. Now going for Chaos, gets taken care of. Lukey making a run for it. Oshi has the amplified shot here, and that is definitely going to help out considerably with Lukey on the left-hand side. Pedro as well has super. This should be a defense now.
Yeah, nice super there as well from Oshi to slow Lukey down, but Pedro's just going to push him straight back, and Sans comes in, gets one. No, I think he missed his super there a little bit. One of them should just tank this shot, and one of them should go and score, but they're choosing to actually not score the goal yet again.
Wow, Lukey now going to make a championship moment here. He buys it. He threads the needle, and STMN take home a well-deserved victory.
Well, Hypercharge showed its face sometimes, but a lot of all the brawlers showed their worth still, even without them.
Very, very good stuff there from STMN. Very dominant. SK though put up a very good fight and brought a great deal of humor along with it. Yoshi, the first to shake hands with Lukey there as well. Great sportsmanship all around, and a fantastic show match to finalize the LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant to see a glimpse into what the future could look like, hopefully with the Siege included as well as the Hypercharge. But I'll leave that decision up to someone else, because this Hypercharge, I mean, still quite a lot of the time they just weren't being played, you know? Like, it obviously hasn't made that much of a drastic impact, but the Shelly, when it had it, definitely made some big plays, and obviously the Colt as well we saw from Sans was a bit nasty.
Yeah, it really was. I want to see, you know, more of those moments in competitive where the players don't want to score and just actually want to feed the stats. I think that would be really fun. But yeah, it was very you know, convincing, wasn't it, from STMN? I like the picks as well along the way. Bringing in the Mortis, always going to be a spectacle. You know, the Colt as well. Sans, he's just a beast. He's such a demon when it comes to competitive, and I'm sure going to have many, many years in the scene just tearing it up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful goal from Lukey at the end there to finish it off. And Sans gives him a nice big hug to say thank you for making up for all my mistakes. by not scoring. So I mean, let's see. Let's have a look at the stats. And yeah, I mean, I think he was farming. I think he was farming a little bit, wasn't he? Really, 28 from Sans, 23 from OG, 15 on Lukey, 15, 19, and 11 on the side of SK. So not that big of a difference, except from obviously the 28.
Yeah, that's very dominant a scoreline to look back and finalize things. But you know, SCM had their moments, you know, and it was a great amount of fun had along the way. Like I said, Siege, right? You know, you'd be able to tick that off your bucket list now, Trav.
Just give me Siege and competitive. I just need it. I need it.
It was great to see it play out. I think that, you know, if it were to make a comeback, they might do some changes along the way. I think that what Frank was saying in the podcast, that's still true, that, you know, it might need someone to come in and just kind of rework it a little bit. I think some of the brawlers have definitely shown a lot of changes along the way that have changed the objective and how it plays out in Siege. But, you know, certainly when it comes to those defenses, those brawlers shredded through the bot.
Yeah, I mean, they really did. I mean, there was like, it was even the Hank Super just did so much, just melts through it. And the same with like spike shots and stuff like that just do so much to the bot, so much to the Ike as well. And obviously the Colt Super that we saw just shred through everything as well with that hypercharge was, it was quite nasty.
Yeah, the future does hold some very exciting prospects when it comes to hypercharge. We already know that in terms of sneak peeks that Rosa is going to be the next brawler to be obtaining one, coming relatively soon. So, I mean, Rosa's already very good in terms of the meta.
A little bit worried.
A little bit worried. But, you know, what other brawlers would you like to see it come to? And how much could that potentially shape what happens moving forwards?
Who do I want as Tara? No, we need a
There we go, quick answer. Rico.
We need a Tara. Piper as well for you, I imagine.
Yeah, we were saying when we were in the hotel like last night that, you know, if Dynamite gets a hypercharge, it should be like a nuke. You know, kind of like countdown and just everything dismantled and like evaporated.
To be fair, I wouldn't mind that if it killed your team as well, right?
I mean, what happens then in terms of action? Then
everybody respawns. So if there's a goal scoring opportunity, everybody goes. And everybody respawns.
Just turning back the clock. The way your mind works is it's a wonder. It's a wonder.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know them. But, oh, it has been such a wonderful few days here. I mean, the atmosphere, first and foremost, you know, not just on the stage here in the studio, but also in the hotel, all the players really getting so much together more. And, you know, we were saying, you know, on day one, you know, it's such a great thing to be able to speak face to face with those that we haven't really seen at many Brawl Stars lands and just give them that experience, give them that warm Brawl Esports welcome in. And, you know, you can see it in people's faces when they come here for the first time. They're just beaming from ear to ear, and I will never forget this event. I think it's been one of my favorite changes in the history of Brawl Esports formats.
Yeah, no, I agree as well. I think it gives a chance to the teams who we haven't really seen at the top, you know, we haven't seen them at the World Finals. It's that kind of tier below. And obviously there are some World Finals caliber teams here. The ones who go, some are the ones who haven't qualified as well. Still extremely good. World champions haven't qualified to the World Finals this year. So it's a little bit thing, but then we have the kind of the tiers who wouldn't usually make it to these kind of events and still get a chance to play out for the World Finals. I think it's a really good thing.
Yeah, and to bring that experience back into next year, those that just fell a little bit short, but giving themselves a much better chance. It's going to help pick up regions along the way. And as you rightly say, you know, World Champions didn't make it. The Brawl Esports climate is changing, and you can really feel that. It's very, very exciting. I thoroughly hope that we bring this back again next year, because I think that everyone will agree it's been a hugely successful event.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I'd love to see it back next year, maybe along with an MSI as well, or something like that, to be honest.
I wouldn't say no to that.
I wouldn't say no to an MSI as well, because I did enjoy that last year. But the LCQs, I think, it's a major thing. As I said, it gives chances to those who wouldn't usually get them and still see them playing on the biggest stages.
And I think, you know, when you look at today specifically, the best teams won on the day. I mean, you know, nothing more than a 3-1 scoreline. You know, got to give, once again, a huge congratulations to SK Gaming, to Revenant Esports, to Navi, and, you know, of course, to STMN, all of which, I've got to say, just absolutely excelled and gave us so much enjoyment to look back upon today.
But also at the same time, I think we've got to give a bit of a commiserations as well to Humble, Reject, Raconic, and VN Esporting, who all put on a great show. And although a couple of those top scorelines might not reflect how close those games were, because I think in the Humble one and the STMN one, every single one was 2-1 in each of the sets, and it could have gone either way. It could have quite easily been a 3-0 in the other direction, but today, as you say, I think the best teams won.
I think as well in the Revenant match and the Navi match as well, they could have gone to 5th and final sets. It was very, very close. Just those teams that were able to gain that golden ticket just showed that little bit more of an edge and just kept the heat on. fantastic stuff. I think that we have got a seriously stacked World Finals coming up for us.
Yeah, I think so too, and I'm really looking forward to it as well. 12 of the best teams in the world, or the 12 best teams in the world, I should say, at this point, because we are moving on to that World Final stage, battling out DreamHack Winter. It really is going to be very, very entertaining, I feel.
Well, we've got to say, of course, a couple of thank yous before we sign off for the day. First and foremost, a massive thank you to ESL for helping us with this amazing production. The studio is so fantastic. We've got a beautiful player area as well. Errol's been chilling out. Player rooms all down there. And Trav's got his own dressing room because he's a massive diva. So we appreciate that one as well. Of course, to Supercell, of course, because, this is why we are all here and why we are so passionate for Brawl esports. To every player that has entered this competition, thank you for all your incredible hard work, and for those that you didn't quite make it through, wishing you all the best of luck next year round. But again, to STMN, to Navi, to Revenant Esports, and of course to SK Gaming as well, looking forward to seeing them on the world stage. To all the coaches, the analysts, and the viewers at home, we thank you so much for your support. It would not be the same without you. And with that said, from myself, from Trav, and from Teddy in the Wings, it's goodbye for now. See you at the World Finals.
Ну, нихуя, так я вовремя пришел, наконец. Чё? Легко. Есть же, бля. Все, можете пушить. Как ТГ. Я не могу в ТГ сейчас зайти, вылетает что-то. Почему можно идти пушить? Получается. И что у нас? Нави? Красавцы. Красавеллы. Еще давайте идти пушить уже. Не, мы хотели выбрать. Мы хотели заказать, наверное, превьюшку. С этими ставами. С херней. А где Артур? Что, он уже все? Не будет с нами сегодня? Где Сирен? Где все ребята? Что за хуйня? Почему так? Санс рофлю. Давай, иди. Артур, где кто, блядь? Вот за 100 рублей прикольно. А тут что-то только на фотку, да? Дизайне 3 года. 200 рублей. 200 рублей, сочное оформление. А пример работ. Че не оставил, блядь? Верлы в подарок при покупке. Шея цена, кажется, никакого обмана. Ладно. Вот это интересно. Тут, кстати, что прикольно делает. Тут у него сочная. Шапка плюсовая, Руби. Индивидуальный дизайн. Превью недорого. 100 рублей превью, чипанулся на. Лучший дизайн. Давай это попробуем заказать. Прикольно делает. Топовая аватарка. Там превью. Такое себе. Рублей за херню не хочется, конечно, отдавать. меня даже примера работы нет толком. Типа 200 рублей, у него делает сочное оформление. Фанпэй, что там? Короче. Ну фанпэй не будет такой фигни. Дизайн. Создай крутую аватарку. Ну вот мне понравилось, блять, вот тут. Вариант за 100. Грабку плюс ава в подарок превью. Ну превью мне не нравится, как он делает. Да и качество особо, знаете, не очень. Вот здесь лют на это, вот тут качество получше. И делает он получше. Все здесь ошеломление. Ладно, давайте купим. Ладно, я не помню комментарий, просто стоит. Короче, киви кошелек. 206, значит. Робот. Платить. Сейчас код. Так. 50. 57. Давай. Оплачено. Ожидаем. Магазин, магазиныч. Магазин, видишь, если он дает оплачено. Все. Хорошо. Это что такое? Что ты он составил? Данные товары. Покупка с связи, смыслом фигурами, завода, все, ребята, платил я. Про меня не буду делать. Что тогда? Включай игру, блядь. Хорошо. Санрез. Подъем, Санрез. Подъем, Санрез. Поднимаемся. Поднимаемся. Нет, не надо. Играть. Go. Go, let's go. Up. Смотри, наконец-то турнир. Наконец-то. Ура, играем, не смотришь чем. Да. Играем, наконец-то. Извини за такую задержку, на самом деле. Надо было сразу пойти играть. Ура, играем, не смотрим чем. Давайте еще всем чатом такое напишем. Хорошо. Где второй? Он съебался на низ, я понял. Вот, гаси его, туши. Туши их. Бамс. Let's go трио. Трио, думаешь? А он подойдет сюда под трио? Ну, сейчас мы квест выполним, тогда пойдем в трио сходим. Либо так, ШД пока папаться. Я не знаю, типа в трио как-то... Ладно, окей, пойдемте в трио, хуй с ним. После катки это сейчас квест, да, пойдем в трио. Низкий пойдет, ну окей. Так, сейчас я тут этих... Бля, не попал даже, охренеть. Бля, сейчас моего там загасит. Пиздец. Еще выехал. Блять, не то, на. Его быстрее, не так ли? Да. Факту можно сказать, да. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Ой-ой-ой. Блять, сука. Бля, иди в пизду. Бля, 14-баночный. А у меня кажется, нихуя нет, чтобы на нее, блядь, оставить потом. Подожди, промочь. Блять. На Тиму надо тут зажимать, да. Блять, сейчас Мэнди на меня. Месси пойдет. Ну, ничего не делал. Реальности ни хера нет у Криба. Пиздец. Сейчас да пойдемте трио. Фитгол получается. Надо забрать. Забирать награды. Бравл значок. Не забрать. Эту хуйню позабирать. Иконку такая вот. Иконочка. Я в ДС скину Артура. А, ребят, короче, заказал же я при этот, блядь, шапку нахуй. Так, стой, блядь. Так. Собираюсь еще. Поспеть блингов. Он не целовал, кайф. Ясно. Фиасаран. Что, давайте попробуем. Да я самый слабый из вас все, блядь. Хорош. Хорош. Отлично. Nice. Сколько написал там? Уж 22к. Это жестко. У вас 2к запустит очень жестко. На плеерке мне ответили что-нибудь? Окей. Хорош. Отлично. Я считаю, хуевшая. Хорош. Перл-то бабок, я понял, на. Все правильно вообще понял, Перл это баба. Бабушка, которая пишет пищение. Я помню, что баба, блядь. Перл это она. Женский род, нахуй. Ну, скоро там идем, нет. Ну там что-то личном. У за блинки можно купить Сэнди скин, нахуй. Я себе. Я в только что купил за блинки. Ну, Мэг, кстати. Кстати, Сэнди вкачать. На 7-ю. Покажет. Может, не покажет. Ну, все это стоит вообще хуйню. Я бы купил, кстати, этот полкскин. Ну, крутой, реально. Ой, бляпка, загрузится, еще лагает. О, все. Бля, не знаю, но я немного подустал. Как будто отыгрывать максимально плохо. Реально я подустал. Пока смотрели, это че? Двоих нахуй забрал, блядь. Пахуй. Блядь, на цульте был ебануть. Хорош. Сидеть смотреть, ну конечно. Ну понятно, ну. Ну, бля, нихуя не могу сделать, да, подустал реально, пиздец. Резинку какого покупай. У нас продается, короче, типа 5 банок в одной, нахуй. Ну, типа, блядь, у нас продается за 5 рублей белорусских. Там 5,70. Вчера заходил в магазин. Типа, 5 жестяных банок, типа, в одной, типа, наших в упаковке, нахуй. За 5 рублей. Типа, это выгодно. О, 1000. Заебись. Да, блядь, куда? Куда я тебя привезу? Не ехать до тебя за 3 пизды, нахуй. Ты все, типа? Я не знаю, блядь. Я тебе говорю, что я подустал. Но я могу, типа, еще поиграть, нахуй. Но я максимально подустал, блядь, я не знаю, нахуй. Хотя бы 21к бы ебнуть сегодня, не 22. 22 можно и завтра ебануть. Считаю так, блядь. Герда, нахуй. Ай, Герда, блядь. Ну я так подустал, реально. Ну, честно сказать, я устал, серьезно. Бля, хуй его знает, на самом деле. Как будет? Нормально. О. Куб, блять, который взял этот пин, нахуй. Целый, блять, это. Случаем. Какую хуйню заберешь? Блять. А ты еще кола вкус не продается? Прайд, допустим. Найс. У тебя это, блядь, кола за спрайтом не продается? Почему ты просишь меня привезти тебе ее? Я не понимаю, да. Редко, я понял. Че нахуй там были старпоинты написаны? Вы видели? Там старпоинты были, блядь. Они еще не исправили, нахуй? Хуяфи. Может, мне показалось, блядь? Боже, в глаза долблю, что усталости ебаной. Баги. Не, ну там были старпоинты, да? Напишите, пожалуйста, потому что, блядь, я хуй знает. Это хуйня какая-то. Реально. Найс. My body. Блядь, сука, ты ебаная. У нас на канале Флокс. Круто. Малек. Малик. Ай, блядь, не так сделал немножко. Летай, арбалеты. Блять. Боеприпасов нету. Найс. Старенс, красава. Ебать! Ебануло мне нахуй. Маслина. Да, блядь. Опа. Блять. И так немножко, ну похуй. Блять, короче, я хотел пнуть, типа... Ай, блять, пизду. Найс. Туда. О, блядь. Ты мог зайти бы просто, не? Она ж все урона бы столько и не дала, бля. Подожди, я посмотрю. Ну, Артур мог бы нахуя трикшотишь. Мог бы просто зайти, блядь. Нихуя себе. Так что можно? Уху. Мог бы не тратить ульт, кстати. Найс. Ой, бля. Сейчас мне отойти надо.
like this shit, see.
Так, я пришел. Скипер не в сети. Бля, СНРС ливнул. Пиздец, дедуля мы со шкипером. Пойдем пока что когда придешь, пойдем с тобой играть снова. Окей. Что получается? Блять, СНРСа потеряли, а так пушили охуенно. О, подождите, мне отписали. Блять, мне отписали насчет этой, блять. А вы хуявы. Так, стоп, здравствуйте, какую шапку вы так хотите? Я хочу тематики Бравл Старс. Я хочу в тематике Brawl Stars. Fire. Ска Маунта. Ну что за типок? Че, идем, нет? Так, мне насчет... На какие-нибудь парные квесты найти. Одиночные. Дай парное столкновение. Бам, бля. Гоним дальше целой толпой на часах на. Старший пришел мой день. Значит, время позвать друзей. Совочка. Nice. Бля, полагивает нахуй. Лола, бля, прилегла поспать, на. Заебись. Хуяще, блядь. Нормалек. Я умер. Ха-ха, лох. Отвлекся на меня, сам проебал. Лоховской. Ага. Лоховской. Еще 2 катки остается, и мы... И мы заканчиваем, думаю. Уяще, блядь. Где вы, суки? Ебаные. Запись ставить. Опа. Блять, я понимаю, что хорошо, ну блять. Я устал, на. 7 часов стрим. 21к. Доедай 21к, блядь, нормально. Сейчас нас убьет нахуй. Чувствую. Найс. Доел, блядь, динамайк. Блять, ты что туда не встал, нахуй? Блять, сука. Ты что туда не встал, блять? Ну ты так станешь, типа. Бля. Все, ждите видео скоро. Монетки, блять. Блинки. Блины нахуй. Ну, бля. Ты мой фэн. Ладно, давай с ББ. Все, мы закрываем. ББ всем, кто был на этом стримчике. Скажем, кто был, красавцы. Ой, блядь. Все, ребят. Всем спасибо за стрим. Завтра будет, конечно, стримчик. Завтра, конечно же, запущу. ББшечка.